Okay. It is time for day 2, session 2, night 2, numero dos of Not for Broadcast. Yesterday we got to a stopping point and we stopped there. We are now at a starting point, and that is where we are going to start. I think we finished 3 days. I think I got some just day-to-day shit to finish before my next broadcast. We're only getting started, apparently. Also, never mind. The menus are loud because right now I have it super low. This is the regular volume that it's at. I can't remember where I think I was hanging out down here. Although I want to click on this. Every now and then the videos stop working. If you're having problems with the videos not displaying correctly, we have another version of the game. They're working. They're just like stopping when we... Also, I need my wireless mouse for my competitive, not for broadcast gaming. Lockdown. The lockdown? Holy shit. Part of me wants to review the stuff we went through already. But... we don't actually gotta do like day-to-day stuff?
Alex, oh thank God you're alive. It's Jenny, the floor manager. Are you okay? Alex, you need to get it together. Look at the broadcast screen. Just look at it. That's all we've been putting out since you went down. You have to fix it, now. Look left, Alex, out the window.
I'm trying,
See, they're all over it, little bastards. You're going to need a full charge to clear that many off. Hold down the big button until it's fully charged. Then release it to zap the little fuckers.
What? I didn't know this was a thing.
Excellent, Alex. We're broadcasting again. They must have built up while you were napping. Usually it only takes a tap on the button to clear one.
What the
Look,
fuck?
there's a lone one climbing now. Zap it off before it starts to mess up the signal again. Great. That seems to be the last of them. For now.
There's literally a button for the
We're about a
toys?
minute out. Get the
Jesus.
adverts loaded up. I've got to deal with my pet idiot. And Alex, keep your ears open. You'll hear them climbing up the tower. Don't let them build up.
Employee training video, crazy musings.
But before that, let's take a look at what's coming up later on.
This has no credibility, Jenny.
On Channel 1 at 7 o'clock.
No professionalism.
What's wrong
Crazy Neil.
It's not a mess.
television?
Everything is where it should be. It's ramshackle and characterful, and I expect you to know the difference.
That's followed at 8 p.m. by
Of course Megan's place looked lovely, but I can't see it, can I?
Thanks, Jenny. How's lock-in with boyfriend going?
For now, we'll do that.
Decided to take his chances on the wild streets, eh? Rather than endure another romantic
Okay. I hope I remember the controls.
Jeremy, Jenny says your hair looks stupid.
Yes, I can hear her.
And she says she's not talking to you.
Yes, I know, I can hear her.
Alright, everything's on.
Make it so.
Okay, 10 seconds. Break a leg, everyone.
Preferably a furry one.
It's the National Weather Report.
5, 4, 3,
It's time to join Jeremy Donaldson for the
Good evening, I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
and I'm Megan Wolf. Our main stories tonight.
Snugglefox? It's been almost 5 weeks since all the Mrs. Snugglehug's toys woke up simultaneously in factories worldwide and began searching for their husbands. The Mr. Snugglehugs we had so short-sightedly destroyed. And now, as this photograph suggests, they may be changing tactics.
Built to surprisingly traditional gender stereotypes, the
Nope.
Mrs. Snugglehugs have been arming themselves with a variety of household implements. All the more reason to make sure that cat flap is taped up good and tight.
Damn.
This frightening new development means that even those previously thought to be relatively safe, like the young and fit, must take care to watch their backs and keep their ears open for the soft steps of sinister feet.
Going stir crazy, with no signs of Mrs. Snugglehug's batteries running out, and the government lockdown now in its 31st day, domestic relationships across the country are taking some unexpected turns.
Dramatic reports are beginning to emerge of uncharacteristically bold behaviour in homes across the country. And we're not talking about the model planes that occupy so much time in the Donaldson household.
In response to a nationwide lack of toilet paper, which was, of course, raided by the Mrs. Snugglehugs to construct their vast hives,
Stop it.
many of the nation's adults have turned to a more
Jesus.
childish solution, or at least
I don't remember having to.
excuse.
I don't remember.
Going it alone. Popular crustacean Johnny Hamsleeves is back in the news today as his astonishing photograph that he leaked himself shows exactly how he's been spending his lockdown.
It seems that when the lockdown was announced, Johnny's long-term partner, Tiffany Lamour, was busy in the capital preparing her new show, Chocolate Clit Bomb,
Do I do-
for its now postponed
Okay,
grand
if they're doing that
Let's hope the
stuff,
exhibits don't melt.
we're doing.
It's great to see a celebrity using their time wisely, as the government suggests.
I didn't see the magazine.
Your fetish, and most importantly, by keeping your spirits up. Nice to see Johnny doing his little bit.
The shape of things to come? In their own version of a lockdown for more than
Jesus.
45 years now, the descendants of doctors David Wong and Ingrid Svorsborgen Horgensvoord and their unfortunate team today managed to get a personal statement to the surface using flagellized imaging equipment.
Many of the Svorsborgen Horgans brood, as they've come to be known, have certainly captured the public imagination, with a recent vote naming Helvetica Svorsborgen Wongensvoord the most likely to survive a massive electric shock.
Hello, surface people. Helvetica here with a dispatch from the
I don't know what I was
front line.
choosing there.
A quick update. Last night, the Wongans clones launched a major offensive on our western flank. Obviously,
I should have
we were able to
censored
see them
that.
off with our superior Svorsborgen Horgan swords. But we've heard rumours of a secret weapon, something small and furry. But they couldn't have got one of those down here, would they? How could they? Unless
Okay, I fucking hate that I
the
played that
Wongans
advertisement.
portal, they've got it working. I need to speak to Mother. This divorce is getting serious. Helvetica out.
It's hard to believe they've been down there so long now.
But as everyone knows, time moves differently underwater, Jeremy. That's why goldfish are so stupid.
That's right. And as anyone will tell you, the deeper the bowl,
The thicker the goldfish.
there's no denying the logic of that.
Class war, a worrying turn today for the formerly rich as ever more punishing measures are announced, Alex.
With the country becoming ever more hostile to the previously wealthy, those who manage to skip the country must be very grateful to the people who help them right now.
This program has received reports of rich relatives on the run actually being filled with helium and released into the stratosphere. If those rich bastards think they're above the rest of us, why not give them
I
a
missed
hand
that bullshit.
Jeremy?
And Advance speaks out. With the snuggle struggle proving a test to governments around the world, Advance HQ released a curious statement this afternoon.
In the accompanying release, they asked us to stress that they have been listening and that this should be taken as a response to how the people really feel.
We've certainly done our bit on this show to contribute to the political climate. But let's not forget, how we behave in our home lives is what really matters.
Let's hope it's not just me who filled out that questionnaire, Jeremy, or we're all in trouble.
Let's play that statement.
Good evening. One of the many new jobs I have in this current crisis is to liaise on a daily basis with the Department of Perambulation, and they have made me aware of these. Now, these
I hate dealing
are
with these
genuine
fuckers.
requests from citizens for permission to go outside. Now, I would like to share a few of these with you tonight under the loose heading of what the fuck is wrong with you people? How difficult is this to grasp? I'd like to start with James from Angerhampton, who says he needs to go out because there's a duck in the park that I like to try and feed on a Friday. I call him Mr. Quackington, and I think we're really starting to bond. No, James, they make their hives in parks. And then Katie, from Self-Righteous-on-Sea, wants to go out so she can deliver homemade meals to the elderly. No, Katie, stay at home. Your casserole's dire, and Shirley can get by with tins of creamed rice from the 1950s. And you, Lewis, from Hamble-Bamblebury, those screams you heard in the alley last night behind your house are best left to the police. Now, I want to make this as clear as I can. Think first. Stop sending me stupid, sodding requests and stay inside. Pretend it's not happening until we tell you it's all over. Thank you.
These toys are like,
Good Delectable stuff.
Later tonight, Jeremy will be catching up with brave roving reporter Patrick Bannon, while I check in with two friends of the programme who find themselves stranded at opposite ends of the country.
And then, in part 3, there's going to be a quiz. Presumably because there's nothing more important going on that you might like to report on if you were, say, a news programme.
And in a moment, we'll both be asking Sophia Rimington how such a trusted brand can have made such a terrible manufacturing mistake.
With what it describes here as help from popular psychic scientist Delia Lywell.
Oh, I like her.
No, you don't. Why do you do that?
That's all coming up on tonight's
National Nightly News.
This is bullshit that I have to keep fucking zapping these fuckers. I hope this is just like a today thing.
First tonight, how did we get here? Where are we going? And most importantly, who's to blame?
Joining us from her ranch in Arlingsfield, Milkirky is the CEO of Rimington's Fist, internationally respected business Svengali, Sophia Rimington.
Thank you for having me, Megan. I'm a huge fan of your work.
And from a crystal healing laboratory, what I assume is a garage in Upper Lowington, inexplicably renowned psychic scientist, Dr. Delia Lywell. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Sorry, us?
Myself and the eminent professors.
Is that what you call the voices in your head?
I've always seemed to attract dead scientists. I don't really know why.
The money?
They express themselves to me through ethereal algebra and quadratic predictions. It's all very technical.
No, it isn't.
I concur. Miss Remington, the entire Snuggle Hugs range will surely go down as the biggest public relations disaster in history, won't it?
Well, of course, that's one world record we would never have sought to claim.
What can you say at a time like this?
There is only one thing that can be said. I'm sorry. We're sorry. From everyone here at Rimington's Fist, but especially the dedicated inventors and world-beating engineers at Rimming Toys, we are deeply, deeply sorry. Who could have predicted that letting a child's toy learn how to love could have such unforeseen consequences?
Mary Shelley?
Oh, we see you, Sophia Rimington. You are preening by a metal vessel, and where you venture, you will see neither land nor sky.
Is that supposed to be the future?
Only the past is concrete. I remember being a child in my grandpa's workshop when he made the first dancing hangman toy. He put it by my bed, and when I couldn't sleep, I'd wind it up and let it go, and I'd watch that happy little executioner just wiggle and wave his tiny noose and dance before my eyes. Grandpa sold thousands of them, on the quiet, obviously. And he used the money he made to found Rimming Toys, which is now just one small part of the global supermassive megacore that is Rimington's Fist. Sadly, we lost Grandpappy along the way. He died in a
That was
fire
bad
at a
switch.
preschool tobacco factory, another one of his pet projects. But we never lost his spirit of invention.
Yes, I'm not entirely certain what your grandfather's offensive toys have to do with the current predicament.
The spirit of invention, Mr. Donaldson. The passion to create, to problem solve. And that is why I'm here today, to tell you about a brand new product we're launching simultaneously around the world from midnight tonight.
We said science! Science! We hear its song on the breeze, its breath on the wind, its fart under the covers.
How does she do it?
Well, please, don't keep us in suspense any longer.
It won't be my feature she's making up next.
Rimington's Fist is proud to present Snuggle Traps. Safety and security in these dangerous times. Each box of Snuggle Traps contains 8 devices, all guaranteed to stop a Mrs. Snugglehug in its tracks. That's enough for a small lawn or 4 window boxes. And you want to know the best thing? They're only $129.99 a box. Now that is affordable peace of mind.
We see you, Jeremy Donaldson.
Not now, honey, I'm mid-pitch. The best thing about Snuggle Traps is they're powered by next generation Flardinium batteries. So, however long the enemy lasts, these traps will outlast them.
We see you, Mr. Donaldson. You are screaming and yelling. Your friends are crying. They fear you. And then gone.
Oh my god, I just got chills. Did anyone else just get chills then?
I think I did.
I think it's more concerned. I think I'd be more concerned about these traps. Quickly, before we go to the break, these appear to be attractively repackaged landmines. Aren't they dangerous, say, to children?
Oh, hell yeah. These are not toys, but they're explosive fun.
Mr. President, the
Sophia Rimington, Dr. Delia Lywell, thank you for joining us.
When we come back, we'll be taking a look at the situation
right, commercial time.
across the country tonight.
Don't go away. We'll be back after these bandages.
Was that all right?
Oh yes, Doctor, that was exactly what we...
She seems very nice, that young Miss Remington.
holy shit.
Interesting dinner guest.
Do you think so? I think I'd rather spend
These
the
fucking
evening
toys
showing
were...
Delia's
Man, I
several
can't believe I
videos
played
of my
that. All because I played that
skeptical
goddamn advertisement.
Hello, mate. It's Dave. You're not going to believe this, but I've decided to come home. Listen, I'll call you back at the next break and we can talk about how I get me job back. Cheers, Alex. See you, mate.
And the isolation idealists, the healthcare heroes, and the lockdown.
I know I'm going to have to do something
Oh, well, it's been a long time coming. Oh, exactly. You said it, I've said it. He must know. He's not stupid. I just don't want it getting back to him that it came from us. Hey, no, Jenny. You're not backing out on me now. We're in this together. It's gonna work. I've made the cake. You're on the balloons.
Blab.
I've got no idea how old he is. 40? 17? Yeah, ready. Okay, coming back. In 5, 4, 3... Welcome back to the National Nightly News. I'm Megan Ruth. Now it's time to take a trip around the country to hear how the lockdown might impact the nation from some friendly faces. Joining me are respected academic Katie Brightman and author of Alan James's Kites, Alan James. Thank you for joining me.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for having me, Megan.
Thanks, Megan. It really is a pleasure, Katie. I enjoyed our little heated encounter.
I wish I could say the same.
So first off, Katie, how are you coping?
I'm holding up okay. The lockdown directive was so sudden that, like many people, I haven't been able to get home.
Oh no, what happened?
I was staying at a hotel after an international policy convention, and we had a particularly heavy night out. You know what economists are like.
Notoriously hate splitting the bill.
And I overslept, and as you can imagine, I've been here ever since. But there are certainly people much worse off than me.
Exactly. My tour has been cancelled indefinitely, and I've had to refund every single ticket, even the cheap seats.
Oh, Alan, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, people are being quite rude about it. They don't seem to realise I've already spent it filling the beach house with beef.
The crisis claims yet another victim.
So, this is just a reminder that my book, Alan James's Reich, is now available in paperback.
Unbelievable.
What was that?
You're unbelievable.
So, Katie, how do you think this might affect the economy? Should we be worried?
Very, Megan. Not to sound dramatic.
I did that without
this
looking.
could be catastrophic. Unemployment has skyrocketed, and frankly, it will be a miracle if a lot of businesses can survive this.
There you go, scaremongering again, spreading this latest...
Fear-mongering.
That's what they want. They want us quiet. They want us compliant. And they want us inside.
A hoax? How on earth can you say that, Alan?
Well, I haven't actually seen one of these supposed toys. Have you?
Well, no, but...
Did you know 3,000...
I've been shaking them off this whole goddamn broadcast.
From regular toys. That's a lot of people. And this is no different. You're just as likely to be hunted down by a yo-yo or a tennis racket.
He makes an excellent and persuasive point, Katie.
Don't listen to her, Katie. The press are the enemy of truth.
She's agreeing with you, Alan, you absolute shit!
Well, then I must be wrong.
Alan, are you now recanting your statement that these toys aren't dangerous?
People are saying they're just like normal toys, and that simply isn't true. Corrupt media lies.
And Katie, how do you respond to Alan's claims that Mrs. Snugglehugs might be dangerous after all?
I suppose I guess I'm agreeing with him.
Thank you, Katie. I appreciate your support. A lot of folks are saying this Mrs. Snugglehug situation will all blow over, but it won't.
Yes, right, exactly. We need decisive action from the government. We need huge financial support to protect our workers and our businesses. We need to support the vulnerable, and we need
To repent. Exactly right, Katie. We brought it on ourselves with all our liberal indulgences like art, cake, and healthcare. We need to act now and begin sacrificing our firstborns, or to push a beloved family pet.
Absolutely, Alan. If we can all successfully come together as a community and perform the ritual,
I'm killing it, chat.
hopefully we will appease the great ancient. Katie, could it be any worse?
Luckily, over the past few years under Advance, they've invested heavily into health, so the system can actually bear the strain.
Is it lucky that the Llama Lords have unleashed a horde of man-made monsters on its own people to conceal the enemy within?
Will you just stop for 5 fucking seconds?
The Global Alliance of Fish People are amassing an army amassing an army to kidnap our children.
That's you. That's what you sound like.
But
Meh.
I
Meh.
the
Meh.
the
Meh.
I don't sound like that.
Yes, you do.
You do, Alan. You do sound like that.
And that's why no one.
Oh, I was thought they would want.
I've got loads of friends.
No, you haven't.
I don't think
Boo.
you do, Alan.
Yeah, stop lying, Alan.
Not lying. You are.
Oh, good one. Oh, good one.
Well, I'm telling.
Alan James, Katie Brightman, thank you for joining me. Some real food for thought there from two of the territory's leading minds. Any moment now, I'll be heading over to Jeremy, who is going to be bringing us an up-to-the-minute report of the status of the nation. Over to you, Jeremy.
Thank you for what I'm sure was a reasonable debate which really contributed to the national conversation. Next, out on the streets, someone who's always doing exactly that. It's Patrick Bannon. Are you there, Patrick?
Hello, Jeremy. Yes, hello, I'm here. I'm here live. Apologies for the quality of the broadcast today. Couldn't find any cameramen or women brave enough to come and join me, so I'm out here on my own.
Right, and can you tell us what it's like out there?
Yep, I can. It's as you can see behind me, the streets are currently completely deserted. But my question, Jeremy, is just how long? I mean, could there be danger lurking just around the corner, waiting to end the fledgling career of this young, promising journalist before his full potential is even realised? Will he die, underappreciated by management, and frankly, if you ask me, very, very much underpaid?
I don't think there's any danger of that, Patrick. What's that on your jacket there?
Well, that's actually a sponge. What I've done here is made a snuggle-proof jacket, Jeremy.
Snuggle-proof, good.
Didn't bother sending me any PPE, so I've been forced to improvise. In fact, showing the sort of resourcefulness that would make me an ideal candidate for, I don't know, for example, an anchor position starting whenever they'd like.
From your point of view, Patrick, just how safe are our streets?
Not safe at all, Jeremy, not safe at all. I'd recommend people staying inside, following government advice, and not putting themselves at any risk at all.
Of course you
Yes,
recommend.
of course, like me, it's for groundbreaking journalism reasons.
And just where are you, Patrick?
I'm in the street, on the street.
Which street?
I think I'm struggling to hear you actually, Jeremy. There.
Which street? Which street are you on?
Oh, which street am I on? Oh god. I'm just looking for a sign. There it is. I'm on Bannon Avenue.
Bannon Avenue?
Yep.
Bannon Avenue.
Yeah, no, I can hear you fine. Yep, I'm on Bannon Avenue on the sign. It says there.
Like Patrick Bannon?
Oh yeah, that is like, that's strange. That's a weird sign. I don't know what's going on there.
Where are you really?
I'm on Bannon. Alright, fine. I'm not on Bannon Avenue. I'm at home, to be honest. Alright, fine. Well, I'm in my bathroom technically, but you know, I couldn't face it, to be honest, mate. It's you know, it's terrible out there. I don't want to go outside. They're everywhere. I'm sorry for lying.
We don't expect any less of you, Patrick.
Can you hear that sound? What the hell was that?
I can, yes. I'm no expert, Patrick, but it sounds unmistakably like a tiny fist tapping on your door there.
Oh, fuck, it does. Oh, fuck, Jeremy, shit, no! Oh, bollocks.
Perhaps there's a small queue of tiny fists, each wielding a different gendered household implement, ready to bash in the heads of
What
lions
did
and
I
roving
get
reporters.
buzzed on?
You're lying, aren't you? Oh shit, fucking, listen to me, you bastards! If you're out there, just to piss off, you little fucking snuggle fuck! I'm too talented to die! I'm too talented, what the fucking hell? Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Oh god.
Don't worry, Patrick. I've only got a few seconds before they break their way in there and finish you off. What do you see, Patrick?
I see only Satan. Oh god, no. They're coming to me. They're coming after me. No, you fucking little shit.
Thank you, Patrick, for that report.
God damn.
Nation, and more importantly, management. Just where you belong. It's time for another break, but when we come back, we'll be hoping to take your mind off the world for a little while, and who knows, maybe even bring you a few smiles. Join us after this. You're damn right.
Holy shit, did one come in
Yeah,
here?
had them delivered. Yes.
The
To
door
Bannon
fucking, the
Avenue.
window.
David here. I've run into a few problems getting back, although not as bad as yours. Looks like you've got one loose in the studio. Whack it on the head if it gives you any trouble. It's pretty bad here too, mate. They've got on board. Captain's down. Worse, chef's down and we're out of rum. Not sure I'm going to make it to sobriety or dry land. If I had a missus, I'd ask you to tell
I'm wondering if Moon Moon.
be honest, I've kind of pissed my life away, mate. Still, at least I'm outdoors, eh?
At your nearest workstation now. Every week you'll receive a high-quality electric current of increasing voltage directly through your body until you lose consciousness. Don't miss this shocking offer. It really is the frying of a lifetime.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to.
Now, and we'll send you this
I don't have to.
absolutely free. That's right.
Being a child. I'm not.
This is
I'm not.
this one. This
I'm not.
went more crazy than.
No? No. Oh,
Fuck off.
5, 4, 3. Welcome back to the National Nightly. Well, welcome back anyway. We know isolation isn't easy, so finally tonight we have something a bit different for you. Even though some people felt it's not our job to entertain the public with absolute nonsense, other, more important people overruled those people. So it's time to find out who will National Nightly win and who will National Nightly lose.
National Nightly, National Nightly, National Nightly News.
So, how do we play? Well, joining me as a man who knows all about playing, it's Tommy Harris. Hello, Tommy.
All right, Johnny. It's good to see ya.
And how are you finding the lockdown, Tommy?
What do you mean lockdown?
The enforced isolation of everyone in the country.
Ah, yeah. I think I heard about that. Actually, yeah.
You're in bed, Tommy.
Yeah. You called during nap time, so.
Of course, that's my fault. So, why don't you tell us how the game is played?
Well, it's pretty simple, Jeremy. You sausage. I'm gonna ask contestants from around the territory 3 questions about what else. Yours truly. And those people are going to get a chance to win a very special prize.
And what are they playing for, Tommy?
Drum roll, please. Jeremy.
Oh.
Thank you. This.
Is that... What is that?
It's my athletic support, Jeremy.
Oh.
But I've signed it, so...
Oh, well then, what a fantastic prize.
Have we got anybody waiting to win this once-in-a-lifetime prize, Jimmy?
I believe we have Angie on the line. How do you feel about winning this man's old pants, Angie?
I've never been so excited, Jeremy. And can I just say, I love you. Both of you.
Well, you've said it now, haven't you?
Oh, Angie, I love you. In a way. Tell us about yourself, Angie.
Well,
This
what
is-
can I say? My name is Angie. Always has been. I'm a human woman. And my dental hygiene has been described as acceptable.
Fantastic.
Brilliant! Right, well, shall we get this shambles underway?
Absolutely, John. Can I get 30 seconds on the clock, please?
We haven't got a clock.
Yeah, I did ask for a clock. So,
Well, why don't you start, and I'll stop you when it inevitably becomes unbearable to watch.
I love it. All right, here we go. Time starts now. Question 1. When is my birthday?
The 13th of August at 7:19 a.m.
Jesus.
That is absolutely correct. Question 2. What? I said, what is my favorite color?
Crushed praline 4.
Correct, the color of my nipples. And finally, Angie dear, what is my star sign?
That's a trick question. You were born outside of the human understanding of the cosmos.
Unbelievable, that is correct. Stop the clock.
Wow, that really was tough to watch. How did you do, Tommy?
Well, Angie, my love, you got every single question right. Which of course means you lose and win absolutely nothing. Thanks for playing, Angie. Bye. Do we have another contestant on the line at Jelly Bean?
We do indeed.
Jelly Bean.
We should have Sonia Hartleach. Are you there, Sonia?
Of course I am, Jamie, darling.
Thank you for being here, Sonia.
Oh, Tommy!
Whoops.
Mwah.
Let me guess, you work in theatre, don't you?
Is it that obvious? What gave it away? Was it the glamour or poise?
It certainly wasn't your inherent sense of humility.
Tell us about yourself, Sonia.
Oh, well, if you must play this game. I am a theatrical agent. I represent the likes of Rudy Beefman, Samuel Coffeecup, and Jodie Carpetburn, amongst others.
And how's the lockdown
Called it.
affected you, Sonia?
Well, they may have closed the theatres, shut the studios, and boarded the cinemas, but they won't get me that
What's up,
easily.
Nate?
How are you managing without any work?
Due to a sound
What?
clause in all
What'd I do
my
wrong?
artist contracts, I am able to claim my 15% from their unemployment benefit.
Wow, that certainly is sharp.
How's it going?
Standard stuff.
And can I ask?
I figured it was the Stein.
Well, I work from home, you know, to keep costs.
Sorry, I'm running the news right now.
And who's this?
How's it going?
They gave the order. I was actually mid-meeting with a client, so we've been isolated together.
No fucking.
She's turned something off the plug, Alex.
Fucking fuck.
Is that Tommy Harris? I'm a huge fan.
What?
Can I just tell you how bloody brilliant you are?
Actually, Jeff, we're about to play a game, aren't we, Tommy?
We got time.
Well, if it's not too bold, I think I am in love with you, Mr. Harris.
No, it's not too bold. That's all right. Don't worry.
Hey, I'd love to show you some of my stuff.
It's going good, though?
Working on some new shit.
Well, at least you're already aware.
During lockdown, we've been workshopping some of Jeff's ideas for much younger children, haven't we?
People still let you meet their children, do they?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I've been developing some shows for younger children.
Well, we'd love to see it, wouldn't we, Gerbil?
Absolutely dying to.
Right, so, what do kids
Fuck off.
love?
Timely child support payments from their absent fathers.
Shallow and overproduced musical numbers.
That's right. Animals! So, I'm trying to address the things that
Anytime
kids
in your
need
chat,
to
too
know,
bad.
but through a medium
Well,
they'll understand.
I started
Do you understand?
I think yes.
I started
So yes.
a long time, 3.5 hours ago.
Clients, aren't you?
I am. Yeah. So, the first one we've been working on is called The King of the Jungle's Mortgage Repayments. It's about a lion who's having problems with his interest rates.
I see. Does he have a broker?
He does, yes. He's a porcupine. How did you know that?
Well, your work is universal, darling. It speaks to people.
I'm going to say something to you, mate. I think you're onto something here.
Oh, the bear,
Oh,
the bear.
yes. Right. This one is much.
Do you have a golden duck yet? Do they have a?
Mr. Bear. Now, Mr. Bear is a very sad bear because
Hunt with a
all
brother.
the
Nice.
other bears don't think that it'll amount
I could
to
see that
much.
game being extra fun in
Tell you it's
multiplayer.
lazy and derivative.
I think you're onto something there.
Now, Mr. Bear is a tragic figure. Picture this.
He's at his lowest ebb. The trees are closing in. He can't even face his salmon, can he? But then he meets someone that will change
I'm going
his
for an
life
A
forever.
on my broadcast.
This is gripping.
That was a bad one. Whoops.
He meets a
Oh, and I missed the sensor.
octopus who takes him under his wing and says, "No, Mr. Bear, don't be sad. You're not like all the other bears. You have this ambition and these dreams."
Such fucking dreams.
I think I love you, Jeff.
And what you need to do, Mr. Bear, says the octopus, probably doing an 8-armed gesture or something.
What you need to do to find happiness in this crazy old forest is you need to set yourself more realistic
Melanis. Oh, yeah.
It's
They've got-
called Mr. Bear lowers his expectations.
At the zoo in Omaha,
You really have taken yourself to new.
they have some melanistic.
And what do you want children to take away from this?
Oh, fuck shit, fuck.
What?
I said a more realistic worldview.
Are you all right, Jamboree?
It's Jeffrey. My name is Jeffrey Donington.
No, stop. How does it end? We need to know how it ends.
Well, all the animals learn a thing or two about inevitable mediocrity.
And Mr. Bear settles down near to his parents' cave, stops trying to make his band happen, and he goes into bear telemarketing.
Becomes a bear maths teacher.
Oh, and we end. We end on a big musical number. Oh, there's dancing. It's very repetitive, so it's catchy but not too challenging. Well, if you like, I could go and get my boombox.
You just fucking hit my.
You know, I might be able to. Hang on. Can we get Angie back?
Why not? The more the merrier, as they say at orgies.
Right, I'll just fill then, shall I? Coming up in a moment, it's the world premiere that nobody saw coming. Or wanted. At all. I can only apologise in advance for what we're all about to endure.
Where's the button on this fucking... Ah.
Well, there's all sorts of creatures down on Dangly Doodle Farm. Like wise old Mr. Octopus with way too many arms. There's Mr. Pig and Mr. Cow. They're always in good moods. But that's 'cause they don't know they'll soon be sliced up into food. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your hopes go to turn into despair. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your dreams go to die. Mr. Raccoon wants to go to the moon. He'll end up as a bus driver soon. Mr. Porcupine thinks he'll read the news at 9. He'll end up as a janitor who stinks of turpentine. Please do not applaud, I'm a massive fraud. Shacked up with the agent while the wife thinks I'm abroad.
You said you were done.
Oh, I say that to everyone. Sometimes when I'm tipsy, me and Angela still have fun. Mr. Bear, I don't even care. Sonia takes it up the bum and shaves her pubic hair. Mr. Bear,
That's an overshare. That was for your birthday and you're never going back there.
Mr. Bear, I'm in disrepair. Didn't check my prostate, now it started sprouting there.
Mr. Bear, I have private healthcare, 90 pairs of shoes and 30 different types of cookware.
Mr. Bear, I feel laissez-faire. Maybe when the lockdown lifts, I'll hit on the au pair.
Jesus.
I don't mean to swear, but I'll give a fucking nickel for a lock of Johnny's hair.
Mr. Bear, what a lovely chair. Mr. Bear, you've got the news caught up in your hair. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? Mr. Bear, Mr. Bear. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's a hat entirely made of avocado pear. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That is a cutlery pie. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's the sound a mushroom makes opening a deck chair. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That is a suit for a fly. That is a goat in a tie. That is a dream when you fry.
Amen, Mr. Bear. Amen.
Amen.
And before we say goodnight, there's just time for tonight's parable. For it did come to pass that on the road there was a wise man and a foolish man and a weird man. And there did come upon them from the local village a truth seeker named Unlikely Brian. And he did come to them with alms and someone else's arms and a question. "O wise and weird and foolish man," he said, whilst dancing the traditional jig of inquiry common in those lands at those times, "how, grant thou, can the many weights and measures of life be balanced?" And the wise man did say, "There are no riches greater than family." And the foolish man did say he'd heard a good tip for the camel race and that it was a sure thing. And the weird man did say that 2 ears was just the right number, because there was no good place to put a third that wouldn't be aesthetically upsetting.
We have about a minute left in this broadcast.
For a second anus. And Unlikely Brian did fall into wonder and befuddlement at their answers, although he was also wondering if either the foolish man or the weird man had any actual value in this sort of professional consultative
But I'm killing it,
environment.
clearly.
What he did not know was that the profound man and the practical man were both on annual leave that week, and the foolish man and the weird man were all that the agency had available. But what Unlikely Brian did not reveal was that he was asking for his friend Alex, who had enraged
I have no
their
idea what the
spouse over a
fuck this is.
treated their son
However,
Charlie like he
my
was
very first day on the job, I put in an
and
advertisement
was too
for this toy
miserly to even
that turned evil and there's a shutdown in this country now.
And thus did Alex's family become like our Lord, when he discovered a turd in his cradle and was forced to ask Nebuchadnezzar to leave. Well, that's all we have time for tonight. I'm Archangel Megan Wolf. Have a hateful night. Are we done? Oh my God. I thought I was going to piss myself halfway through that. Not even joking. Right, babe, I've got to go and get my bits done. Yeah, I'm seeing that guy tonight again, aren't I?
Ooh.
Well, at the end of the day, babes, he makes my fanny flutter. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, come on then, you lot, out my house. And you, Alex. All right? I don't want you here when I'm on my date. I'm on a promise. Alex, wake up.
I was dreaming? God damn it. Did a god... It was a god tier broadcast, are you kidding me? Wait, what? I can't tell if it was a joke or not. So we got Experience the Surreal Dream for the lockdown broadcast. Surreal. Okay. Complete the lockdown broadcast. Man. All right. All offensive words were censored. All interference free. An exceedingly poor edit. Okay, I went a little bit crazy on some of the timing of the music stuff, but Advanced doesn't care for me. Resist doesn't care for me. I played their... What? Maybe because it wasn't... I put it in last. You still here, Stein? This is that game I was talking about. I imagine I'd mentioned it at some point. It's definitely been on my list for a while. I'm kind of glad that was like a surreal dream. Because, so there's a lot of stuff that gets like caricaturized and parodized. I don't know what the word for that is. Made a parody. But there's still like a lot of like I don't know. There's still some interesting stuff happening in this type of stuff. And it is kind of like this, I don't know, it is a fun little thing to like deal. I mean, so far I could see it being stressful in some cases, but dealing with interference, dealing with, well, in that dream, those little creatures. But that little Mr. Bear song that they were even doing, it wouldn't have surprised. That's still something I wouldn't be surprised to see on like one of the real broadcasts on this game. Anyways, it's been kind of a wild ride so far. And so now, what I've been doing with the last ones after every episode, I've been going through the videos, and you get to see stuff that you've missed. Fuck, I didn't mean... Oh my god, I actually just clicked the wrong thing. Current wealth well off, a rude awakening. But you can... I can go back and watch those. I'll just have to go back a day, I guess. Unless it would let me quit now. I don't know. To go back and see it. But like all the stuff that's happening before, like I cue stuff in or anything like that, you can go back and watch and get a better idea of just the relationships of the various broadcasters, I don't know, the stuff going on. Anyways, the rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor brings you slowly back to consciousness. Opening your eyes, you're greeted by a semicircle of concerned faces. Your family by your side, a reassuringly familiar sight in these new surroundings. You blink a few times to clear the sleep from your eyes and bring everyone into focus. Looking up, Sam's face is a mixture of concern and frustration. Things haven't been great between you two lately, and Chris hasn't been helping things. Looming at Sam's shoulder with a sour expression, it's clear there is still no love lost between the two of you. Good. While Sam clearly is worried about you, the family's scowl is obvious on both their faces. You reach out a hand to Sam. Thanks for coming, honey. I can't believe I've just woken up to the gruesome twosome. Yikes, yeah. The worry for you wins out and Sam takes your hand before leaning in to kiss your forehead. Of course, sweetheart, I could never have been anywhere else. For the first time in a while, you both genuinely smile at each other before you look to the rest of your family. Susie's standing next to Sam, less worried now that you're awake and smiling. Oh, also, I don't think you've played the game, but I did get, the Outer Wilds tattoo. It's kind of getting to that point where it's like still got the redness. But it's coming around. I got another one here too. Get the Shift WASD one finally. You can see Sam's worry on your daughter's face, but it quickly turns to a frown when she notices you looking at her. I'm glad you're okay. It's muttered more than said, a grudging acknowledgement that, despite your recent differences, she still cares. Wait, Sam's my wife, right? Or my daughter? Hold on. Susie can't help but smile back at you, rolling her eyes good-naturedly. It's great to have her here. Charlie catches your eye as he fidgets with the edge of the blanket. You cock your head and look at him, one eyebrow raised questioningly. As soon as you turn to look at him, you can see Charlie tense up, his concern clear on his face. So, you're definitely good, right? He finally asks, quickly looking away. Of course I am, buddy. There's nothing to worry about. Charlie looks at you and grins, one of those infectious smiles that spreads around the room. It's always good to have him in your corner. You smile. Your smile fades as you notice your mother staring listlessly out the window. Despite all of your best efforts, she's not been doing well lately. You okay, Mom? Your mother starts, your call clearly shocking her out of her reverie. She turns to you and smiles, and you're grateful to see the increasingly rare recognition in her eyes. Yes, dear, of course. How are you feeling? You smile warmly and nod, but before you can respond, a doctor bustles in and ushers everyone out. She asks you for what feels like the 100th time how you're feeling. Surprisingly well, all things considered. I actually cannot remember if we know what actually happened to us then. Did we actually get attacked by toys? Did I get shocked to death? Well, not to death, but to near death. Excellent. There's no signs of any real damage, just a bit of shock to the old system. Okay, that was what happened at the end of the last one. Not that we'd recommend you do anything like that again, of course. After a couple days of rest at home, you should feel right as rain. She turns to leave, but stops at the door. Oh, in the private room in care? The doctor gestures to your room, which you now notice looks rather expensive, has all been paid for by Mr. Bozeman. He left those flowers and said not to worry and take the rest of the week off. He'll see you Monday, apparently. Seems like the least he could do. Yeah, considering that it's his station and the upkeep is why we're in here. Goddamn. A burden to bear. I'm getting to it. You come home from a particularly late shift to find the kitchen light still on, which isn't normally a good sign. Everyone's usually in bed by now. Softly opening the kitchen door, you find Sam at the table. Bills and papers are strewn in front of them, as well as what... Oh, maybe we are just kind of... You know, not male or female. Because, I mean, we're Alex and our spouse is Sam. And they're using they. That works out. Bills and papers are strewn in front of... They give you a quick kiss as you take a seat next to them. Sam frowns and goes back to the bill they're holding. Hey, sweetheart, just looking at the numbers again. They look to the door to the pantry, now converted into your mother's bedroom. We've been doing our best, but I think Cassandra really needs a nurse to look after her now. Suddenly, the bills are all you can see. Fortunately, with the money that's been coming in and what we've been able to save, we've got more than enough to keep going. Sam smiles at you. I know things have been difficult and the daily care won't be cheap, but she's your mother. We have to, really, don't we? The options are... You gratefully smile back. Of course you'll pay for the care for your mother needs. Your mother hasn't been herself for a long while. Maybe it's time to consider the other option. Okay. I think I'm going to leave my personal experiences out of this particular one. And also try and think metagamingly, maybe practically, maybe cold-heartedly. I don't know. But... And it might not go this way, but there's a chance... Whatever. Sort of Damocles sheathed, at least for the moment. You grab the papers and stuff them into a drawer. It's such a relief to not have to worry about it anymore. Oh, see, we did that, now we're... Okay. So that instantly made a difference. Or so you told Sam. Hours later, you're still awake, staring at the ceiling, thinking, how long will the money last? Looks like we got another broadcast on the way, folks. Buckle in, buckle up, buckle out. Stein, is your name... I'm guessing... This sounds really obvious, but I don't know if we've talked about it. So your name is Nate? Would you prefer to be called that, if so? Bruh.
You're fired.
What for? Facial sabotage?
Jenny, problem? I want her fired today, now.
Don't worry, Kath, it'll be all right.
No, it won't be all right, Kath. Pack up your weapons of optical destruction and get out.
You realise you're beginning to sound like me?
I mean it, Kath.
Entitlements. I don't know.
Jenny, this is not Jenny.
I'll do it so they're not pissed at me forever. Respond either. Okay.
I'll talk to both.
Oh, good. You can tell him I'll return his wife's casserole dish at our dinner next week.
I mean, I tended to go with. Oh.
I'm sorry, Kath. You're
Sorry.
gonna have to leave.
I think we have a music one going because they've got this button here.
Letting it go to your head.
She nearly blinded me.
10 seconds, everybody. I thought we were all part of a team these days.
What did I just do?
You know that. Just stop being so
Yeah, we'll see.
high and do your job.
You'll have me fired too.
Don't tempt me. Good evening. I'm Megan Wolfe.
And I'm Jeremy Dawson. Our main headlines tonight.
The establishment strikes back. The World Council has agreed today to impose punitive sanctions on the people of this country.
The sanctions, which are broad-ranging, include restrictions on the supply of oil and gas, food, clothing, and even some medicines. But how should we react? We asked the public.
What do you think about all these sanctions?
I doubt it make a lot of difference, Pet.
I should have put.
I've lived through
I need to
2
pay
world
attention.
wars and I smoke 40 a day.
Nate is like first in the line, and I tend to do that, but
Thanks, Patrick.
probably what will happen. But
Popular Prime Minister Julia Salisbury has released a reassuringly brave statement in response to the World Council's controversial announcement.
This international declaration is nothing
Word.
short of outrageous. We are a democratically elected government with massive popular support. We do not recognise these sanctions, and we encourage other socially progressive nations of the world.
so if you can see the
to
bottom right,
resist
I'm matching
and
this
ignore them.
frickin' waveform for interference.
Advance have struck fear into the heart of the international community by showing that it is possible to have radical change for the betterment of the many. And whilst I wish we could improve other countries as much as we have our own, we do not rely on the help of others to thrive. This country is entirely self-sufficient. We are a team, now more than ever. And this team is on your side.
You might be able to hear on the left. Yeah. It's literally moving that, I think.
Defiant stuff. But what do you, the public, think of our government's stance? Robin Short found out.
I was wondering if you could tell me what you think of the government.
What? That shower of iridescent pricks, punishing success and rewarding laziness, they're taking this country down the bloody
So,
Swanee.
this game is very much propaganda. So, like, what I'm doing is like literally choosing. I'm sure we've got a cluster of positive responses to what this advanced government group is doing. We've got neutral and we've got negative ones. And I think different stuff like that can affect. I did read that there were like 15 endings to this game. So we'll see. I don't know exactly what I'm doing. I know a little bit ahead, and I'm actually trying not to metagame too much. I'm trying to go based off of just what we've learned in my playthrough so far.
And it's not just me that thinks so. My wife Iris, she agrees.
Over to you, fellas. Global mega corporation Remington's Fist today announced that trials have successfully completed on their groundbreaking male contraceptive product, Responsibility.
The drug has been passed by the government for general release, but the small print warns that, in rare cases, side effects can include blurred vision, enlarged genitalia, and increased risk of stroke. No double entendre intended.
But what do you, the public, think of Sophia Remington's latest venture? Patrick?
So what are your feelings on the new contraceptive pill?
I think it's a great idea. A big step forward for equality.
I should have. Okay. I'm doing that thing where I need to listen more.
The best thing that has ever happened to that company.
A momentary lapse of reason. Commuters across the capital found themselves somewhat bemused by the latest stunt by controversial protest group Disrupt.
In a baffling start to the day, commuters found performers outside every major station, all dressed and posed identically. Whether we're supposed to be amused or intimidated is anybody's guess, Jeremy, but most commuters didn't even stop to notice.
Well, as long as it's not some grand contemporary dance, it's probably harmless.
But how do we all feel about Disrupt and their eclectic tactics?
So
Robin
Disrupt
found
is
out.
like, I guess, I'm guessing they're
How do you feel about Disrupt?
Ah, well, now you're talking. Ruddy hero, showing us not to take it lying down like Iris here.
So you both feel
Achievements.
they're a cause worth supporting?
Well, Iris doesn't speak online, but we're pretty sure there's still one.
So
in
this
there,
could get
aren't
me
we,
in trouble with the government,
Wherever it is,
or they might
it
be
loves Disrupt, fighting the Oiks for our freedom.
might not be
And what could possibly
favoring
be
me.
wrong with that?
Do you need me to get you some help?
Oh.
Injury time? Fierce rival doctors David Wong and Ingrid Sforsborg and Horgensford today sent a joint statement to the surface appealing for an urgent shipment of supplies.
After breaking into two warring factions, things seem to have gone from bad to worse for the ill-fated expedition. They look like they could really use some supplies, Jeremy.
Or possibly a peace negotiator.
But with the pair arguably being their own worst enemies, how should we feel about sending them the resources they need to carry on? Patrick Bannon found out.
Yeah, don't worry, they're going to cut all this, aren't they? It's disgusting. Christ. Oh, Jesus, wept. Christ, have you thought about quitting smoking?
Right. No, I'm fine now.
Okay.
What were we talking about?
The trapped scientists.
Oh, yeah, right.
The trapped scientists. Brilliant.
I am not a number. Applications finally opened today for the new Advanced Team Membership Cards, a scheme by the government to allow fast access to all the new public services being introduced daily.
Now-
Team membership cards are entirely voluntary, but will be recognised as legal identification by all major organisations, including
Added
police,
on its-
banks, and
I guess.
clubs and bars.
And of course, there's no charge.
At its surface, there's no
It all
charge.
seems too good to be true.
Well,
Yeah.
I've always been a cynic. But most importantly, what should you, the public, think about the new team membership cards?
Team membership cards? Oh,
Like that shit. Like. Like if you're, I mean, there's obviously there's like, what am I thinking of? Like, not spying isn't the word I'm looking for. Maybe privacy type stuff, depending on what this does about it. But if they're giving that type of stuff for free, like imagine if it was free to just go to the DMV to get driver's license, to do a driver's test, to practice driving, to get a passport, to do all that for free. Like this stuff counts as that. That said, I don't know about the process of acquiring it. Like if anyone who just goes gets it, or if you have to prove with something else to get it. Like if you're not documented or something yet already. I'm curious. But I don't know that.
Fantastic. I'm applying today. I mean, why wouldn't you? What are these protesters doing? They don't want us to know who their names are. Besides, have you seen the savings you can get? I'm getting
That's
one for the
fair,
little
actually.
one as well. How adorable. Yeah. Gonna be a proper little team member, aren't you? Yeah.
I'm gonna try and keep it average for both.
Smiles.
And finally tonight, back of the net, popular sports personality Johnny Hamsleeves and his fiancée Tiffany Lamour were spotted out today doing a little shopping for what many are already calling the greatest wedding ever.
We can only assume that Tiffany's latest show, My Teenage Secretions, has sold better than expected, as by the looks of things, the whole affair's about to become more expensive than Lil C's shoe collection.
I don't know who that is.
But what should your opinion be of this extravagant display of wealth?
Disgusting.
Wise words there.
Later tonight, in a bit of a switcheroo, it'll be Jeremy in the culture chair, spitting rhymes with popular rapper Jay Z.
We do have a rapper.
We'll both be chatting with a familiar team of thespians
7,
set to take the nation
6,
by storm
5,
again.
4,
That's all coming
3,
up on tonight.
2,
National
1.
Nightly News.
Fuck.
First tonight, thankfully, some news as we return to our main story.
The World Council today agreed that punitive
Oof.
and potentially illegal sanctions should be imposed upon this country. The sanctions, which come into effect immediately, aim to stop the flow of food, fuel, and even some medicines from reaching your pockets.
Tonight, we have guests from across the continent.
I'm gonna have to bleep
Discuss this
swears.
unprecedented situation. For advance, Peter Clement is at his home in Lamfordshire. Are you there, Peter?
Yes, I can hear you, Jeremy. Thank you for having me.
A momentous day, Prime Minister. Are you shaken?
Oh, I don't scare that easy, I'm afraid, old son. And neither do the people of this country.
Well, joining us is Ivan Vodovich, Foreign Minister of Urkistan. Ivan, thank you for being here.
Great pleasure.
Okay, we're doing all right.
Megan Wolf are like strongest guard of labour camp who wake up inside body of crazy, expensive prostitute. In my country, you will be worshipped as a god.
Okay. Minister, as one of those arguing most strongly for these sanctions, how do you feel about Advance's defiant stance?
Advance is like man who think he have big career in movies land, when actually he in dirty sanitarium, screaming at mirror and holding tiny penis in hand.
He's clearly not from Svenland, and we have like some of the cleanest mental health facilities in the continent, yeah?
And welcome to Svenland's Minister of Mojo, Björk. I'm sorry, we don't appear to have your surname.
It's just Björk, yeah. We don't use
Just
things
Björk.
like socially divisive surnames here, yeah.
Minister?
It's just Björk, yeah.
Right, Björk. Your country spoke in favour of Advance at the World Council today, but you were noticeably absent when it came to the actual vote.
Well, what a surprise. The hippies didn't show up for the fight.
Actually, that's quite racist, because if you must know, we were going to go to the whole, like, boat thing, yeah? But it's actually the Festival of Feuerland here at the moment, where we honor the old generations. So, like, we all had to work our grandparents' Galinia whilst the boat was happening, and that's, like, a really, really time-consuming process, actually.
You're like sissy man. You have this expression, sissy man? It's like man with tiny penis who like to wash more than once a week.
Actually, that's quite homophobic, yeah,
Oh,
because...
stop winding him up, Ivan. We're not back at the Grange now. Sorry, Jeremy. Ivan and I used to play golf back in my media days.
Yeah, he always wins.
Nothing gives him greater pleasure than grinding people's gears. The more publicly, the better.
Peter, you're like man with tiny penis who think he have tiny penis, but actually he discovered that. Oh, could it be? No, it's tiny penis.
Ivan's just worried that when the rest of the world sees how well we're doing, they'll notice all that dosh that he's got squirreled away. Because that's what these sanctions are, Megan. They're the last pathetic gasp of an establishment in collapse. Wolves at the gates, Ivan, old mate.
Good. They can join others on my wall.
Actually, in Svenland, we have, like, serious animal welfare legislation. And, like, my friend Helga, she got arrested for killing a butterfly that was hovering over her fuel thing. I mean, in English, jam sandwich.
I used to know a girl called Jam Sandwich. She was a right cracker, too. Wonder what became of her.
We seem to be wandering a little from the news here.
It's human interest, Jeremy, the real people behind the headlines and all that. So if you're watching, Jan, give us a call.
Really?
Yeah. Let's see if we can't organise a reunion.
Christ, I'm not sure about that. I'll have to run it past Mrs. Clement first, eh?
Peter, you're like man trying to empty ashes of mistresses into oncoming vent. Soon you have tiny penis and beard full of secrets.
In Svenland, we don't really go in for all that restrictive monogamy stuff here. We're kind of fluid, actually.
Okay, well, it seems that we are running
Yeah.
out of time.
Yes.
And
so
part of the
before we go to the
toughness of
break,
this
briefly, if you would, gentlemen, with the people of this country facing shortages...
is that, like, I'll have to deal with all this stuff
Yes, of course.
with the upkeep
Thank
and
you.
whatnot.
Possible shortages and power outages. Can you summarise your thoughts for us, Minister Björk?
Well, from here, yeah, you all look a bit stupid really arguing about outdated divisive concepts like money. In Svenland, we replaced currency with a system of bodily fluids back in the 1970s, and that's like a really hard to sanction, actually.
Thank you, Minister Vodovich.
Your country is like man who think he invented perfect trap.
But the acting is really fun. Like, they really had a lot of fun with it.
Standing in field,
Holding his tiny penis, yes. Thank you, Minister. And finally, Prime Minister Clement.
Let me talk to your viewers here, Jeremy.
Should have censored his whole
Don't worry,
thing.
everybody. Don't be afraid. Don't even lose a wink of sleep. We knew the rest of the world would react this way, and we're ready. As my old man used to say, you can't make a shite pie without blocking a few toilets.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Reassuring words there.
We'll be back.
After these messages.
1 minute back.
Hey, Peter.
Then yeah, I had to hit the
offer you a
commercial
way
over
if you
here.
can. You fancy a quick 9?
Yeah, sure, front or back.
And I have to like choose which commercials and
Megan Wolf for me.
Sees how
like
you'll
normally I
live,
get 3. This one I don't.
Thank you.
I think when I don't do like this advanced, like that's the government. That's where Peter Clements a part of.
Long-term plan to get fired live on the news at 6 in front of the nation.
Then I get.
warn him it's going a little too well.
I don't know. They like it all shows like what they think about me.
Government censorship should show up in blue. Same as regular censoring. Keep an eye out for the advanced blue waveform.
So instead of the red coming here, I'll have to. I guess I'll have to look out for the blue and see if I want to government censorship.
Are you still meant to bow to
That's
foreign
a.
royalty?
It's gonna be a tough one.
Should I just like curtsy?
But I also.
The Crown Prince.
They also had this thing where like you had to choose. I am kind of maybe insider trading here a bit. You had to like they sent stuff to people's homes to like choose, you know, hey, these are 3 profitable companies or whatever. Choose what you want to be part of, and they'll kind of like do a profit sharing thing. So there is some like on the surface like things to compress the wealth, I guess, like bring the least wealthy up and still like just still having to you know change, probably arrange that, but just bring it a bit. And one of the, I think the one I chose was Crazy Neil, who just is like, I don't know, it's almost like he has like commercials. I mean, I could watch one after this segment. Actually, I'll have to probably watch 2 because I didn't watch them from the last one. Anyways, there's all this stuff like that ties in together, and I don't know, the developments and stuff are just interesting. I'm curious what I'm going to do when it comes to government censorship. I'm not a fan of that, but I also, it's one of those things where it could affect
Thanks for having me on your show, man.
It's quite alright.
Yo, just a quick one. You're not gonna
my ability to do good later.
Going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. I'm Megan Wolf. Later, we have an exclusive first look at a theatrical sensation everyone's going to be talking about. But first, it's time to go over to the culture spot with lovely old Jeremy Donaldson, who's joined by a very special guest. Jeremy.
Thanks, Megan. I have the honor and privilege of being joined by hip-hop royalty. He's been called the son of the streets and the father of truth. Not sure how that works, but whatever.
And there's little things like if you stay on one scene for too long, your ratings go down. But if you switch too fast, you go down. But during music segments, if you kind of switch to the beat, like you maybe saw me doing, your ratings go up. Just a lot of cool things. And then you also like have to balance the interference. You have to bleep swears, and now I have to government censor it as well. Over to the left, I do know something that happens, like you have to manage power a certain way. I don't remember anything in particular about it. I've watched Moo Moon play little bits of this. And then like at one point I was getting electric shocks because the upkeep at the station was shit. So I didn't have access to all my feeds at all times. I had to make sure to avoid it. Otherwise, if I get shocked too many times, I die. Or have to restart, and you have to restart like the whole fucking segment. That part kind of sucks. Like there's not like a checkpoint like from the last commercial, as far as I'm aware. But the story is really engaging. I'm enjoying the shit out of it.
Let's welcome Jesus.
Jesus.
Thanks, Jeremy. Yeah, it's a real honor to be here on your show, The News. You know, as a kid on the streets, I used to watch you through a window of the shop, so to be here right now is crazy.
You've had quite the journey to be here today. Can you tell us about it?
Well, you know, I try not to Well, you know, the past is the past, and I don't like to dwell on it.
I understand.
But yeah, man, the streets is all I remember. Like, my mother donated me to a charity shop soon after I was born. Elderly lady took pity on me. You know, she let me sleep on a pile of crime fiction until I taught myself how to walk.
Wow, that's quite the childhood.
And she died tragically. Right there in my arms, man. You know, I remember a tear falling as she laid there next to the used homeware. And in that moment, I became a child of the streets. I was just 18 months old.
What a tale. What a tale. You're known for your direct and honest lyrics. Was your style informed by your troubled past?
Oh, like I said, I try not to talk about it. It's just it's just too hard.
Of course.
But my first album is about the story of the first 4 times I stole, so I wouldn't starve. A small group of infants came to see me as their de facto leader. They call me Mr. Cheese Slice. Anyway, we were like a family.
So it would seem. Recently, you've been quite outspoken about the government.
Yeah, fuck the government. Fuck Advance. Fuck Peter Clement.
What is it that you object to so vehemently?
Well,
I'm not censoring the government there.
They're taking our money and spending it, man.
Redistributing it. Actually, homelessness has been all but eliminated in the last couple of months.
So?
Surely that's a cause close to your heart?
Yeah, nah, of course, man, very much so. I just mean, like, why do I have to pay for it, you know?
You don't. People have been rehoused on property seized from the historically wealthy. And that couldn't have been you, could it?
Look, yeah, I worked hard to be here. I built this from nothing, and I deserve to be rewarded for that.
Would you say you worked harder than, say, a farmer or a care worker?
I don't know. But if people are taking something from my music, choose to value it, buy it, who's to say I don't? And no one can take that away from me.
Not even to help, say, vulnerable children? Mr. Cheese Slice.
What is it you're trying to say?
I just don't understand where you've placed yourself politically. I mean, is it
I like what Jeremy's doing.
ideological or is it tactical?
Well, it's more of
Or
like...
maybe it's hereditary.
Stop trying to tie me in knots with your words, Jeremy. I let the music speak for itself. And the people agree with me.
Well, that remains to be seen. But you have given me a very easy segue out of a conversation that I promise you was much more painful for me than it was for you. So here he is with his hit song, Mrs. Ludlow's Tears.
Oh no, I'm going to do something a little different. It's a new single I've been working on.
Oh, so this is unapproved, is it?
Yeah. You love it.
Excellent.
Interesting.
Don't worry, we've got a state-of-the-art censorship system. What's the worst that could happen? So here he is with a new song.
State-of-the-art.
Aren't we lucky? It's Jesus.
First, you're gonna pay up. You're gonna pay back.
Well, we're all different races from many different places. At any given moment, only one could be the greatest. So you can feel the elation from your participation. Still 2 leaders in this motherfucking nation. Now we're getting sanctioned, talking about expansion. Why does Julius require a massive fucking mansion? So fuck all your schemes. I don't need your freaky team, and I don't need your help to achieve my fucking dreams. So don't make a fuss when you find you're one of us. Yeah, every single one of you's a bit Jesus. And you can call me crazy, cause no one ever pays me. But I won't waste a lifetime being motherfucking lazy. I may be inventive, my taste may be expensive. But why would I get out of bed with no fucking incentive? Although it's contravention of your obvious intention. I like to eat a little of the fruits in my invention. You make us the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams, all our schemes, all our means are not the same. The best of the praise of the crest of the wave. Cause we're only equal people when we're motherfucking slaves. Take this fact, gonna stain it red, gonna stab
that was bad.
Clemens motherfucking head. Cause he's thick as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. It's time to storm the castle with a motherfucking pitchfork. So this is for the snub ones, the push and the shove ones, the folks that feel the burden of their motherfucking loved ones who had plenty like a motherfucking Bentley, the ones who now finding that their bank accounts are empty, the ones of aspiration who had to flee a nation, the ones who built a business out of dreams of perspiration. There's all sorts of people, the good and the evil. It only takes a glance to see we're not all equal. You make us the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams, all our schemes, all our means are not the same. And the best of the praise serve the rest of the ways, cause we're only equal people when we're motherfucking slaves. Gonna take this fact, gonna stain it red, gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking head, cause he's thick as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. Touched all the fuck with a motherfucking pitchfork. Get out of your seats, get your asses in the streets, set a fire in the building, let them feel some fucking heat. Say you hate to go getters, you're spoiling betters, and burn them on the powers of advances fucking letters. Gonna take this fact, gonna stain it red, gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking head, cause he's thick as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. Fuck! With a motherfucking pitchfork. Chase that dream, you don't need a fucking team, and advances little dances aren't as harmless as it seems, cause they're stale and corrupt, then you're angry or then your hearts and your minds and your fists to destruct.
Okay, I let a lot of... Ooh, I'll see.
Jay's us there with his new song. Thank you so much for joining us in the studio. I'm sorry. I may not agree with you, but I'd just like to offer you an apology. I've just been told that there was some kind of issue upstairs, and an attempt was made to censor some of your notes.
What? Are you joking?
I'd just like to say to you and everyone at home that this was a mistake.
This is absolutely ridiculous. I cannot believe this.
Here at the National Nightly News, we pride ourselves on remaining neutral,
I did one!
and independent of any outside interference.
I did one!
You have my word. We will never censor ideas. Back to you, Megan.
Well, a bit of dangerous language there, sorry about that. Well, thank you to little Jeremy Donaldson for providing our...
Little Jeremy Donaldson,
Coming
what a
up,
bitch.
we'll be speaking to a couple of familiar faces about their upcoming dramatic outing. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
That's the ad.
Just a reminder, using that old VCR. No, this is ridiculous. Last ad break.
This is just a mix-up, I'm sure. Now, if you come with me, I really do have to ask you to leave it.
My father's
Jeremy's all right. Well, Jeremy's doing... I mean, so far, things that Jeremy has said...
Unbelievable, Megan!
I don't know what you're talking about, Jeremy.
Like, are pretty based. I mean, he's kind of getting fed up, but... Megan called him Little Jeremy. I mean, he's... I don't know, there's a little bit of depth to all these characters so far. Oh, I think this means I'm done with this. Man, I just accidentally did a tiny bit of censorship.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, stop it.
Look at
Oh, maybe I'm not done.
If we could just get you in position.
Oh, say no more. Say no more.
Megan, Jeremy, you remember Mr. Algebra?
Vividly.
And Mr. Harris, and this is Ms. Radin.
What?
Philippa, please.
We're back together again, eh? Who'd have thought it?
Perhaps a lower-order demon.
Yes, it is awfully exciting, isn't it?
Right, okay then. We're going live in 10 seconds, opening on camera 1.
Unless I open on camera 3 or 2.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. And no, you're not mistaken. Sitting across from us are some very familiar faces.
You really are too kind, Megan. It was only a yogurt commercial, but I'm still proud of it.
Here to talk about his new show, we're joined by National Treasure Tommy Harris, the National Theatre's Philippa Radin, and National Deficit Jeff Algebra.
It's so lovely to have you all. Tommy, would you like to tell us about the show?
You know what? I'd bloody love to. It's about me. It's about my life.
And where did the idea come from?
So, right, picture this. Their legs akimbo, mid-session, sweat is pouring out of me like an immense hog. And then Cindy comes in, she says, Pete's on the phone.
That's Peter Clement, the Prime Minister.
Yeah, Pete's actually a really good mate of mine.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, no, he comes to training sometimes. He's a pretty good goal sweeper. Anyway, so, Pete, he says, Toby, he thinks my name's Toby.
I'm pretty good at this.
He says, How would you
Sometimes.
like to spread your message of team spirit and cooperation across this fractured nation? How would you like to really make a difference in these desperate times?
What did you say?
Yeah, right, yeah.
So, Jeff, the question on everyone's lips is, what in God's name are you doing here?
Well, after the success of my debut work and all the people that I've touched, I knew that I had a career in theatre. Yeah? I've always been an admirer of Tommy from afar. So when my manager phoned and said that I'd been offered the gig as director, I was ecstatic. I whipped my trousers off and got straight to work.
Why did you do that?
I do all my best work with my trousers off.
Yeah, I've been told that too.
No, I wouldn't say so.
Right, Tommy, sorry, would you just give us a sense of what the show is actually about?
It's about how hard it's been for me and some of the struggles that I've faced. It like really getting to the heart of how tough it is to be me. I call it Tommy Harris. Jesus, that was hard.
Catchy. We actually have some clips of the process of the show. Would you mind telling us what's going on here?
Yeah, so the show is built around...
That's hilarious. Jesus, my life is hard.
Mixes scenes from my life, as well as epic fantasy retellings of scenes from my life.
But Dad...
Did it count down? I didn't even see it count
promised
down.
you'd come to my graduation. I'm sorry, son. You're an embarrassment.
But Dad, you promised you'd come to my graduation.
Back to you! Back to the house!
It's pretty loud. I can...
Philippa, what's it been like co-starring with Tommy Harris?
I've always dreamed of treading the boards at medium-scale regional theatres, Megan. And for once, this show really gives me something to sink my...
Because it gets really loud outside of it, but... I can maybe turn this up and turn the music down. We'll see. It says it's hitting about minus 10 decibels, but if it helps, I'll do it.
Teeth into.
What's different about this show then?
Tommy, Mr. Harris's show really lets me show my tremendous range as an actor. I've always suffered from typecasting, forced to play the same tired characters in every god-awful yogurt advert or godforsaken soap opera or, God forbid, a pantomime. But, you know, this show has really let me just go there.
Jeff, the viewers at home will be dying to know exactly what is it that you bring to the show.
Good question. I think these guys would agree with me when I say that it's my steady hand on the tiller, my arm round the shoulder approach that's really brought the production from strength to strength.
Absolutely right. Jeff's contributions are immeasurable. He was our rock.
Can you give us a sneak peek of anything else that might be in the show?
Yeah, all sorts, yeah.
Yep. We've got lots of exclusive first-hand experiences of Tommy's time in the underground sports board scene.
And some epic fantasy retellings of Tommy's time in the underground sports board scene.
You'll never take the sacred path! And am I right in saying this was officially commissioned by the government?
Yeah, all paid for by the taxpayer, which, you know, to be honest, is actually a lifesaver, really.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that without Advance's support, we'd have had to cut the finale. Yeah.
Which, frankly, would have been a travesty.
Oh, God, Jesus Christ!
Yeah, you bet.
Goodness, and you do this every night?
Absolutely. It's a metaphor.
For what?
Death.
And the public are footing the bill, are they?
Too bloody right they are. Between the cost of my tour bus and the dry cleaning and my ties, I'm barely scraping a profit here.
Amazing. And where can folks at home come and see this for themselves?
We're performing all over the nation.
And people can see it for absolutely free, all courtesy of Advance. Isn't that incredible, Jeremy?
Yes, It's unbelievable.
Well, thank you all so much for coming. Next time we see you, no doubt you'll have taken our jobs.
That's all we have time for tonight. Join us tomorrow when I'll be interviewing the world's most attractive horse. I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
And I'm Megan Wolfe. And from all of us here, have a peaceful night.
That's the ads. Let's get reset for tomorrow, please.
Hey, we must
I was a
stop
little
bumping
bit
into each other like this, eh?
forgot about doing an ad because I'm like, I played 2 already and there's not a third one. Nope, I had to put one in. Broadcast complete. We got an A for that. So, okay, here's some of the really fun stuff. Well, not yet. Struggled a bit. All offensive words were censored. An interference-free show. Exceedingly poor edit. What do you mean? Right there, maybe, but you played one advert too late. Okay, the most recent one. Played that too late. Advanced angered by content. So I'm sure when I go to this next page, a small bonus. Still holiday time, all right? Now, so this is a company, it's like, yeah, this is the music I was talking about, that it gets really loud sometimes, but I think turning that down, turn the rest up was a good idea. PC. I can't remember. So yeah, advances in the fan, the resistance, whatever they're called is. My job likes me. Okay, so this is where I can go back, and if I want to like watch something silly, like let me see if I can find a funny one from the past.
Take a look at what's in store tonight on Channel 1.
So,
Kicking off our evening schedule.
so when I load these ones, this is the exact thing, like this is what I actually showed. This is all of my censors and not censors. So if I don't censor something, if I have, I don't know, whatever, like I get to see exactly what technically I put on the air.
And she'll be asking him where it...
Unfortunately, you do have to use these, and there's not like a scroll wheel, but...
I'm afraid I don't know. I think that Advance have realised that the current economic system of unlimited, unending growth is untenable, so they're changing things up.
There I agree with you.
Yeah, some of the stuff they say in this is based.
They're moving to the next steps in the grand plan.
Grand plan.
This guy's name is Alan James. He said like one based thing. The rest of it is it's like a direct comparison to Alex Jones.
Alan.
It's all in my book. Alan James is right.
I think there was like a crazy musical or play or something.
Money can buy, and you want
Oh yeah, this is Crazy Neil.
Christmas ornament. We want to give you a spectacular Christmas cactus. You know what it's like.
Oh, this was an interview. This guy's...
we need change.
his wife or his partner left him. They're talking about like morality and...
Oh, the problem isn't a local one, Jeremy. It's nationwide.
The affairs of the Justice Department that we should be
This guy... his like pet gimp like literally crawls out. And they're like talking about legislating morality. So just kind of like, you know, caricaturely showing like hypocrisy.
We love them, and they just
So-
love.
This might have been, I don't know which night this was. Maybe it was the second one. There was a little sticky note that said, is it, well, it wasn't like, this isn't safe. It questioned, is this safe to play? And I did play this advertisement, and they were causing fires. and stuff. So, whoops.
With his state-of-the-art human-like voice to keep
It's like
them
creepier than a
happy
Furby.
If you keep me happy, I'll keep you safe. And his incredible real-action eyes. I hope your mummy and daddy don't die in a fire. That would be bad. It's no wonder Mr. Snugglehugs is the gift your child wants this Christmas.
All the other kids have got one.
That's right, little one. You don't want to be left out.
I only like people who have me as their friend.
Oh, Mr. Snugglehugs, you're so silly. Mr. Snugglehugs in stores now and selling out fast.
Welcome's Black. I'm Megan Wolfe, and on tonight's Culture Spot, I'll be chatting.
So yeah, this was the artsy thing.
Cafeteria, and I said, hey, let's
It
actually
was
do
wild.
So I went to look for a drama teacher.
But she'd been laid off due to budget cuts. Fortunately, I directed a pantomime when I was at university, so I knew the ropes, as it were.
Oh, right, yes, but you're the maths teacher, aren't you?
Yes, that's me, Jeff.
Algebra, maths teacher, maths is really important. Oh, thanks, Steve.
And we just saw him getting more budget from in this most recent broadcast.
At home or like...
So I like had to make these cuts and everything.
Dear Diary, I'm not sure I can take another day at this school. Another day of tears.
Tears.
Another day of fears. But still I walk the corridors alone. Alone. Dreading what might be around every corner.
What's around the corner? What's around the corner? What's around the corner?
Oh, hi, Gary.
Oh, heavens no! It's Gary the Fist!
Gary the Fist!
Going somewhere, little first year?
Great. I've been looking for some poor victim to bully all morning. But will this make me feel better about my violent father?
Violent father. Excuse me, I'm late for maths. It's my favourite subject. And so important.
Maths is for losers.
What?
Maths is for losers.
My arm's stuck, coach.
Keep going, for sake.
Right, maths is for
I
losers.
had to bleep
now,
that.
Give me your lunch money.
Double lunch for me today, but why am I only truly happy when I'm eating?
Not today, Gary the Fist.
What do you mean not today? Who are you? Oh, my arm's free, coach.
Brilliant, keep going.
Right, who are you to stand up to me? I'm Gary the Fist, and you're just a sad little girl with two gay dads who's all alone.
That's where you're wrong, Gary the Fist. These are my two new friends. Vanessa is captain of the netball team.
Yeah!
And Blake owns a motorbike.
Yeah.
But I can't fight all three of you, and I don't have any friends of my own.
My own. I think they mentioned about doing it on the beat, but I figured it out about halfway through because I saw the multiplier going up. Be peachy keen. I had this song in my head earlier.
It's my choice to remain. So stop now, make a different choice.
Hey, listen up, I won't take no crap. Who said middle-class girls can't rap? I ain't afraid of your crew lads. I'm a mother-loving rebel, but I still love maths.
And so I just naturally did it for this.
Hey, kids, Gary the Fist. People think that folks like me probably shouldn't exist, but that's just prejudice, and I'd do better if you knew the way that I became Gary the Fist. I grew up on a council estate. The park was hip, but the flats weren't great. My dad used to come home drunk and late, and he'd hit my mum.
Anyways, a lot of fun. I need to see what I was. So wait, I wonder if it actually did it. Was there actually a broadcast then?
In a few moments,
Pretty
we'll
lit.
be going live to
It's
the National
lit.
Nightly News.
Yeah,
But
so this is
before
the one
that,
where I
let's take a
apparently
look at
was
what's coming
dreaming.
up later on tonight and every night on Channel 1. At 7 o'clock, it's another episode of What's Wrong with This Picture? And tonight, a group of television executives will be trying to
You were
work
so
out
close to our
why
boy.
there's a cock and balls on the cheek of the Mona Lisa. That's followed at 8 p.m. by a Zor's-winning documentary series, The Shape of Then, which tonight looks at the...
phenomenon we used to call outside. At 9 p.m, sit back and relax with multiple award-winning movie Electric Fever Dream, starring Lawrence Brundtland as Helena Canterbury Boatshe and vice versa. That brings us to 11:15, where, as usual, Dr. Adrian Atkinson-Briney will be eating his guest in Incisors, and tonight he's got a chubby traffic warden from Stainsted.
Oh, close to his reaction to. Oh, that's fuck. Okay, that's actually worth watching.
Join Jeremy Donaldson for the national.
That was the Tempest, the one I just did, right?
Before we join Jeremy and the team, there's just time for a brief look at what's coming up later tonight on Channel 1. At 6:30, it's a brief history of sports board, where Patrick Bannon will be taking a look at the surprising rise.
No, this is the sport one. I think. Well, let me just see.
At 8:15 p.m., 9 p.m, and 9:45 p.m. At 10:30, it's a world premiere of Channel 1's television adaptation of smash hit schools musical Hey, Friendship, a touching and relevant tale of a 13-year-old girl from a modern family trying to adapt to the horrors of life in the old school system.
Well, maybe.
It's another chance to...
I already... Is this the same one? This is different.
Is sure to place.
Take a look at what's in store tonight on Channel 1. Kicking off our evening schedule is a retrospective of the best moments from Peter Clement's Just the Job, reminding us just how
Well,
our
this
new Prime
isn't.
Minister
Maybe I was.
became so
Fuck, I
popular
don't
in
remember.
the first place. Following that, at 9 p.m, Megan Wolf
I should get a
sits
clip
down
of
for an
that.
exclusive interview with former Prime Minister Jacob
Like from the
Hamilton
original stream
on Truth
last night.
to Power, and she'll be asking him where it all went.
I'll certainly be tuning in for that. Finally tonight at 10 p.m, it's a bit of escapism with Lawrence Brundtland's acclaimed action
Movie Bullet Man.
It wasn't the day one, was it?
In a few moments, we'll be going live to tonight's National Night.
I can't even remember
News.
what one I
But
like.
before
I
that,
thought it
let's
was.
take a look at what's coming up later on.
tonight on Channel 1. At 7 o'clock, it's the semi-final of the quotation.
The opposition party.
I genuinely can't. The Fallout. I didn't skip that far ahead.
Before we join Jeremy and the team, there's just time for a brief look at what's coming up later tonight on Channel 1.
I really
At
do wish you
6:30,
could.
It's a brief history of sports board, where Patrick Bannon will be taking a look at the surprising rise.
It wasn't the sports board one.
And now upwards of
Friendship?
8,000 casualties might have been averted.
On behalf of the Nightly
On this
News
one or
team,
a different one?
we're sorry.
In future, we will do better.
Now it's over to Robin Short at the Tadlock family home. Robin?
Thank you, Megan. I'm here with Mr. and Mrs. Tadlock and their 7-year-old son, Timothy. Thanks for spending time with us today.
Yes, well, you're bloody lucky we're spending any time with you at all after what you lot did.
Hey, friend. Okay, so that would have been...
In a few moments, we'll be going live to tonight's
I'll just go from the
National
bottom.
Nightly News. Coming up later on tonight.
On Channel 1. At 7 o'clock, it's the semi-final of the quotation game, and it's
Old ladies. Jeremy Donaldson for the National Nightly News.
Okay.
Good. Take a look at what's in store tonight on Channel 1. Kicking off our evening schedule is a retrospective of the best moments from Peter Clement's Just the Job, reminding us just how our new Prime
Minister became so popular in the first place. Following that, at 9 p.m, Meghan Wolf sits down for an exclusive interview with former Prime Minister Jacob Hamilton.
acclaimed action movie.
Taking us up to the National Weather Report and close down at 1:15 midnight. But before all that, it's time to go over to Jeremy Donaldson for tonight's National
Nightly News.
I guess it would have had to been The Tempest then.
Before we join Jeremy and the team, there's just time
I'm struggling.
for a brief look at what's coming up later tonight on Channel 1. At 6:30, it's a brief history of Sports Board, where Patrick Bannon will be taking a look at the surprising rise of this spectacular.
It had it here, or did it have it somewhere else?
Hey,
Oh.
friendship.
I'm just getting to one part in it for whoever. I did an awesome edit where I didn't realize that Jeremy had come back, but obviously wasn't ready to go to his camera yet. It was very cool. I probably should have just went and like got a clip or something, but. I already don't remember. When getting to it for this, I already don't remember going through all the sports stuff. I'm losing it. That's what I get for getting up so early. How did I skip? Like... Yeah, that's the end of it. It wasn't... I'll get it some other time. I don't know which one it was. I don't... It didn't have it in there unless... I don't know. Because it wasn't the lockdown, because I just started that tonight. But today's...
Before we go over to the National Nightly News team, there's just time to catch up on our programming later tonight. At 6:30 p.m, it's What's My Old Tap Worth? And tonight, Frank Franklin and the team are in Grantstable trying to flog an Ottoman. At 7 p.m, it's today's highlights from the Sports Board
I don't know what...
presented as always
We looked
by
a
Patrick
good
Bannon.
chunk through it.
That's followed at 7:30
Through all
p.m.
of them.
by The Club, our harrowing soap opera about a group of poor young
Maybe that was just
Americans
talking about
who
them,
find
but they
themselves
actually
excluded
came
from
on the
Go-Getters
show
program and their inevitable demise.
later. Because I'm just I think technically I'm just National Nightly News. And then anything after is just a different thing. It probably was the second day, but I'll go get a clip at some point. I wanted to get to the musical one on this one. Okay, I was gonna say I'll watch the commercial later. I do need to see what Advance is saying. That one was about the IDs, but yeah, kind of cringe not being able to click through. You know what I mean? Kind of cringe.
When you show the news, you know, as a kid on the streets.
Kind of get Kid Cudi, more like looks vibes, but Jesus.
Surely that's a chord.
Advanced.
Yeah, I was supposed to bleep this whole thing.
What is
Like-
it that you object to so vehemently?
Like anti-advanced stuff I'm supposed to censor from now on.
Redistributing it. Actually, homelessness has been all but eliminated in the last couple of months.
So?
Yeah, he's in his I got mine stage.
First, you're gonna pay up. You're gonna pay back.
Well, we're all different races from many different places. At any given moment, only one could be the greatest. So you can feel elation from your participation. Still two leaders in the nation. Now we're getting sanctioned, talking about expansion. Why does Julius require a massive mansion? All your schemes, I don't need your freaky team, and I don't need your help to achieve dreams. So don't make a fuss when you find you're one of us. Yeah, every single one of you's a bit Jesus. And you can call me crazy, cause no one ever pays me. But I won't waste my lifetime lazy. I may be inventive, my taste may be expensive, but why would I get out of bed with no incentive? Although it's contravention of your obvious intention, I like to eat a little of the fruits in my invention. You may the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams,
I did
all our
accidentally
schemes, all our
hit it there, I
moves are not
forgot.
the same. The best
So it actually records that shit too.
The wave, cause we're only equal people when it's fact, gonna stain it red, gonna slam it into Peter Clement. Cause he's fake, he's got a job, he's unfaithful. It's time to stone a castle with pitchfork. So this is for the snuff ones, the push and the shove ones, the folks that feel the burden of ones who had plenty like Bentley, the ones who now finding out their bank accounts are empty, the ones of aspiration, who had to flee a nation, the ones who built a business out of dreams of perspiration.
I want to see
There's
which.
all sorts of people
It
that
probably doesn't
would
matter which specific government thing I censored that he said, but unless it was that one.
evil, it only takes a glance to see we're not all equal. You make us the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams, all our schemes, all our means are not the same. And the best of the brave serve the press of the ways, cause we're only equal people when we're slaves. Gonna take this fact, gonna stain it red, cause he's fake, he's got a job he's unfit for.
I censored Peter Clement. I actually ain't trying to censor government stuff. Okay. As far as the rushes, let me just take a quick look at these, maybe.
Ow! God, I'm sorry. What the
fuck is wrong with you?
I'm sorry. I haven't had any food today.
Oh, you're fired.
What?
You're fired.
What for? Facial sabotage?
Jenny?
Problem?
I want her fired today, now.
Don't worry, Kath, it'll be all right.
No, it won't be all right, Kath. Pack up your weapons of optical destruction.
See, I told
and get
you.
out.
Megan's a
You realise I'm
bitch.
beginning to sound like me?
I mean it, Kath.
Stay where you are, Kath. Jenny?
This is not Jenny's decision, Jeremy, or yours.
It'll be all right. I'll talk to Buxton.
Oh, good. You can tell him I'll return his wife's casserole dish at our dinner next week. Jenny? Didn't
10
he?
seconds, everybody. I thought we were all part of a team these days.
Things are better, Jeremy, you know that. Just stop being so
Going in
high and mighty
5,
and do your job.
4, you'll have me fired
3. Don't tempt me.
All right. I do kind of want to see what happened if he said anything in particular after I censored him.
Wise words there.
Later tonight, in a bit of a switcheroo, it'll be Jeremy in the culture chair.
News.
That's the titles.
I'm gonna go check my makeup.
I knew there was someone to do it for you.
She's not your enemy.
Is it you then?
No, it's Bannon. He's been sending coded messages to Bozeman after every show.
Of course, it's the only credible solution.
You must be very disappointed.
Yes.
I'm gonna start my coffee maker.
Mrs. Sun, I'd never
I'm still
have.
listening.
I prefer you like this. Going in 10 seconds.
What did I miss?
I'm sorry I snapped at you.
5,
Particularly squeeze
4,
nails, huh?
3.
All right, this
First
one's...
tonight, thankfully, some...
I don't know if this part's important. And... Okay, they didn't actually freeze this time. I just want to get to the end of it. That's why I wish I could just click... I wish I could click to the end. That would be a quality of life thing.
She's out of your league, mate.
Thank you for the correction.
Well, you have to be more...
And we're ready. As my old man used to say.
You can't make a shite pie without blocking a few toilets.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Reassuring words there.
We'll be back.
After these messages.
1 minute back.
Hey, Peter, I over your way this weekend. You fancy a quick 9?
Yeah, sure, front or back.
That's what I hope you're asking Megan Wolf for me.
She's out of your league, mate.
Thank you for the correction.
Well, you have to be more careful.
Wait, which
It's all
correction?
part of his long-term plan to get fired live on the news at 6 in front of the nation.
Can someone warn him it's going a little too well?
All right, Jesus. See if there's anything we can use to our advantage as far as knowledge goes. Why am I talking like this? It's not. I don't even know what it is. I'm losing it. It's a changing.
Are you still meant to bow to foreign royalty?
What?
Should I just, like, curtsy?
Hang on. Have they given you the Crown Prince report?
What?
Megan?
This is Jeremy, and he'll be interviewing you.
Yo, thanks for having me on your show, man.
It's quite all right.
Yo, just a quick one. You're not going to ask me about the chimp, are you?
Live in 10 seconds.
Because he put that get up on himself. I'm just saying.
The chimp?
Going in 5, 4, 3.
Excuse me?
Welcome back. I'm Megan Wolf. Later, we have...
This one's loud. Fuck. I was gonna go to the settings and turn it down, but there is no settings. And on this part. So I'm gonna just skip to the end of it. Again, I don't think this is entirely necessary, but it gives more context. And
Are you still meant to bow to foreign royalty?
as you know,
Should I just, like...
I'm a slut for context. A little slut. A little dirty slut for context. That's me. Dirty little slut for context. I just need to get to the end. God, that's loud. Alright, we don't even need the video, that's fine.
Bend your hearts and your minds and your fists to destruct.
So I can't see what's going on, I
Jay's
guess.
us there with his new song.
Thank you so much for joining us in the studio.
That. I'm sorry. I may not agree with you, but I'd just like to offer you an apology.
I've just been told that there's some kind of issue upstairs.
I'd just like to say to you and everyone at home that
This is a mistake. This is absolutely ridiculous.
I censored one little thing accidentally.
unbiased and independent of any outside interference. You have my word. We will never censor ideas. Back to you, Megan.
Well, a bit of dangerous language there, sorry about that. Well, thank you to little Jeremy Donaldson for providing our culture spot. Coming up, we'll be speaking to a couple of familiar faces about their upcoming dramatic outing. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
I was trying to see if more of them.
That's the ads.
There's whispering.
Jenny, this is fucking outrageous!
Thank you so much. If you could just come with
No,
me.
no, this is ridiculous. Who do I complain to?
This is just a mix-up, I'm sure. Now, if you come with me, I really do have to ask
Oh,
you to
trust
leave
me.
it.
My father's going to hear about this.
I understand. This is unbelievable, Megan.
I don't know what you're talking about, Jeremy.
Oh, I mean, play again. Please. Please, God, please. Tommy on tour. I don't know if there's anything important to watch about this.
No, here we go.
Oh, shut up, stop it.
Look at him.
If we could just get you in position.
Oh, say no more. Say no more.
Megan, Jeremy, you remember Mr. Algebra
Vividly.
and Mr. Harris, and this is
So yeah,
Miss
that was the guy doing the
Philippa,
play
please.
that we looked at
Together
earlier.
again, eh? Who'd have thought it?
Perhaps a lower order demon.
Yes, it is awfully
Okay then, we're going live in 10
Okay, if I can just get to the end. I really don't think I missed anything, but okay. Did it really
I'm
freeze?
Jeremy Donaldson.
And I'm Megan Wolfe. And from all of us here, have a peaceful night.
That's the ads. Let's get reset for tomorrow, please.
Hey, we must stop bumping into each other like this, eh?
Oh.
Oh,
Whatever. Okay, these adverts, I need to see what... Crazy Summer Solstice? Excuse me?
Hi, it's Crazy Neil here. I'm the druid, the really fluid, because I've got a solstice with the mostest. So come on down to Crazy Neil's for a crazy midsummer deal. Come down and buy some patio furniture, some garden.
Guess those don't do anything. Responsibility. I know we ran this one. So much effort had to go into making this game for real. Because, like, there's multiple commercials for that. There's all these... It said there's 15 different endings, so they had to have a different take for if I didn't censor any of it, or if I censored... Maybe if I censored all of it, it would have been the same one there, but there's just, yeah, so much work that goes into this game.
Hi, I'm Sophia Remington, CEO of Remington's Fist, and I haven't had children, not yet anyway. But it doesn't take a parent to tell you that what a child needs is to be wanted and loved. Sadly, however, these days this sort of conversation happens far too often.
Remington's Fist, Remington's Fist.
So, you know, Brad, this past fortnight has really been amazing, but I'm afraid I have something to tell you. I'm pregnant.
But how can that be? You told me you're on the pill.
Not all contraception is 100% reliable, so I guess now we have to get married.
But we've only been on 5 dates. I don't even know you, Julie.
Janet.
Marriage and children seem to be a pretty big decision to make in a wine bar, Janet.
There has to be a better way. Now there is, young lovers. Now you can be doubly safe with these. This is responsibility.
Male contraception.
Trials, we found that there were
Almost
only
entirely
occasional
successful.
side effects, so I'm allowed to say they're safe to take. Responsibility, because children shouldn't be by accident. And let's face it, condoms suck.
So true. Not wrong there.
Here at Advance, we know you're worried about the future. This territory is changing fast, and
So
that makes
anyone who doesn't
other
know what's going on,
countries
this is...
uncomfortable. But that won't stop
The game
us.
started with these guys winning the
We intend
election.
to make sure that
Like
in
they're
these
a
challenging
radical
times,
group.
Every citizen gets their fair share.
To which
of the abundant, nutritious
direction
food
on
we
any
grow
political spectrum
right
they are
here
radical, we are
in
finding
the
out.
territory. Your entitlements book will be coming to you by post in the next few days, and it will let you claim
Some of their
enough food
stuff
for the
is...
week, every week at one of our many new distribution centers.
Like, seems like it's
Everyone will get their fair share.
socially forward.
And no one will be left behind.
And some of it
So you
is
can carry on coming together to enjoy life and make wonderful memories.
authoritarian.
We've shown our international friends
and
what's possible when we all pool our resources and come together in a sense of team spirit.
it's
So
it's
don't
leaning
worry about
fascist
what the
in
rest
some
of the world
aspects.
thinks.
So we'll see.
Save your concern for those around you, your family, friends, and neighbours, and have confidence that the team will keep you safe from all the rest. Advance. Let's keep on.
So I want to
setting a
watch their
shining
commercials to
example.
see what type of stuff I'm going to be dealing with. This I don't know what it is. I'm guessing it's like Tums or something.
Tired of dull and lifeless
Nope,
hair?
nope.
Fed up of dry and brittle split ends?
Okay, this is funny because she was doing the commercial for something for your skin. It was removing dihydrogen monoxide. Basically, it was dehydrating the skin and adding salts and doing stuff like that. So now this is about the hair, apparently.
Lifeless
But
hair?
her skin is
Fed up of dry and brittle split ends?
dry.
Say hello to acid gastrique.
Gastric acid.
Vitamin formula is a deep, fortifying, intensive treatment that repairs and protects hair for irresistible shine. Only Acid Gastrique contains an organic blend of ingredients that penetrate deep into your hair, breaking down citrulline and glycogen for hair that looks and feels healthier.
Those are pretty important things for hair, by the way.
Nourishes from root to tip for 8 times the strength of other brands. 6 out of 10 shampoo is recommended. The intensive
6
formula
out of 10
acts
isn't great.
fast, repairing damage and strengthening strands for hair that's truly unbreakable. Rapid repair and protect. Deep, nourishing, intensely strengthening Pro V formula. The irresistible, healthy-looking great hair days that make you say, "Look at my hair." Look at my hair. Acid Gastrique. Because you have to.
Jesus. And Sportsport, the board game. This game that they made up was weird enough as it is. I'm curious. Like, it honestly could have been a board game as it was, but...
It's the sound of a real sports board game action in a sports board game. Oh, your favourite sports board moments in the combo you compete in the trivia round.
Dad, in non-Euclidean geometry, which type of surface has constant negative Gaussian curvature?
Hyperbolic?
Correct. It's a leap year. Catch the egg. Name that fish. Kick the bucket. Wait, is that? Yes, it's the toy store.
Nice. So that's sports board. I've checked out everything. Oh shit. I did want to see what the adverts were for this one. Neil's Surreal Deals, Surreal Guidance. Maybe these weren't. Go-Getter's Nightmare. Let me see if this is an advanced one. These were technically part of my dream shift.
Your children are our future. Advance knows this, and we're making sure we get to them while they're young. The Advanced Go-Getters initiative will put your children in the picture. With subtle brainwashing delivered in potentially hazardous...
Okay. All right, I think it's time to move on. Use the clock to time your ad breaks perfectly. I've been getting better when I remember to do it. What was that, like a week later? A ladder worth climbing. There's gonna be some company bullshit. It's a lazy Sunday afternoon in summer with you and Sam making the most of both kids being out of the house. You bang your head coming out of the cupboard with the last 2 slices of homemade cake. It used to be much easier when you could store things in the pantry. It's rare for you and Sam to actually get to finish sweet things in this house, and you savor every moment. Just as you take your last bite, you hear the sound of the front door slamming. That'll be Charlie back from the Go-Getters. So our son is a part of the Go-Getters, who... it's probably like some... youth club, but like pro-government. Like... I have a comparison, but I don't know if that's the extent of it yet, so I'm not going to make it. Okay, no, I'm going to say it. From what we know, it's probably like, so far, from what we know, a much lighter version of, like, Hitler Youth. You can hear him practically running to come find you, and he's grinning from ear to ear when he finally does. I have some really big news. You and Sam play along, sitting attentively with bated breath. Ready? Charlie asks. I'm back. Switch to my phone so I can work on going to sleep. Yup, sounds good. Welcome back. As you both nod enthusiastically with a flourish, he reveals a new badge from his pocket and proudly presents it to you, both of you to examine as he announces, as of today, I'm a member of the first tier of Cohesion Cadets. There's way more stuff I'm going to be doing, and I'll be working some weekends, but it's really cool. Cohesion Cadets, yikes. Joey Biga has sent me, heard your pog. Yo, what's up, Juniper? I have been known to be pog from time to time. Welcome. How's it going? Waking up at 8, so I'll probably stay up for another hour. Wait, what time is there? Damn. Joey Biga sent you. What are they up to? Sam congratulates Charlie, as you can't help but frown. This seems a big step up for teenagers. You and Sam grin back at your son. You're thrilled that he's happy and doing well. This is tough. We're getting into some weird territory here. Actually, we've been in weird territory for a while. He's excited for now. Same as you, but I found out that my sleep cycle is about 4 hours, so sleeping 5 is actually worse for me. I mean, ultimately, yeah, like, I mean, if you can't sleep more, it's worse to just lay there in bed and, like, do nothing. Although I think both of us should probably be getting more if we could, but gosh, I'm going to regret that, I bet. I'm worried I'm going to lose my son. Are you familiar with this game at all, Juniper? A grown-up child. Well, shit. You've always had dinner. First one is usually 4, next one is like 3. Oh, like you wake up at 4 and then you wake up again at 3? You've even invited Chris round as an olive branch. Or Sam did, and that's why, apparently. It'll be the last time you're all going to be together for a while. So far, you've managed to avoid fighting with Chris or Susie over politics, which Sam is no doubt grateful for. I don't know if we've heard much about our daughter Susie's politics yet, though. With her exams and your work, you've not seen much of Susie lately. Of course, the squeeze having your mom and Chris around, but you make it work just like Christmas. Though hopefully with fewer outbursts. So, Alex, I believe you had a few words? Sam pointedly asked, nodding towards Susie. Your daughter's... Oh my gosh, okay, I almost read that. Your daughter cocks an eyebrow with a quizzical expression, and you can't help but see a little of yourself in it. So, Alex, I believe you had a few words. Oof. What's this about? Susie asks, laughing as she takes a drink of her champagne-adjacent sparkling wine. Sam made a point this afternoon that it was a big day and that you should all just be celebrating her achievement. So, our little Susie... Oh gosh, I'm gonna have to... Come on, out with it, Alex. We're waiting, Chris laughs, clinking glasses with Susie. Chris seems to be in good spirits, at least, even if they're chiming in unhelpfully as usual. I just wanted to say we're proud of you, Suze. Well done for getting into med school. Please, Chris, I'm just trying to congratulate my daughter. We'll keep it copacetic. Keep it copacetic for now. I'm her cock? Or her cock is going in my... My what? Excuse... Oh, Susie's mischievous smile becomes a grin as she gets up, comes around the table, and gives you a big hug. You'll allow it. Thank you so much for your permission. I'm going to miss you. You can see Sam start to tear up as they stand enjoying the embrace. This music, I don't know if it's this font or this music. I'm struggling to read right now. Miss us? Are you going somewhere? Susie laughs, breaking the hug. No, you're not getting rid of me yet, but I'll probably have to leave when I get my first posting. Oh, hush now, let's not talk about that. Sam cuts her off, smiling. The rest of the evening passes as a happy blur, and even Chris behaves themselves. You couldn't be prouder. A sign of things to come. Shopping, something that always seemed so tedious before the sanctions, has become even more of a chore now. You managed to get almost everything you needed for the family this evening, but you'll have to come back tomorrow to get through the week. There's a queue to leave the car park, though it's hard to make out why in the dark. Hopefully whatever is causing it won't be long. I wonder if this is like an ID stop? As the final car in front of you drives off, you realize the queue is actually due to a checkpoint set up at the exit. A friendly-looking man in an advanced uniform, CCO, emblazoned in a number of places on it, approaches your car and knocks on the driver's side window. You roll it down. Good evening. Nothing to worry about. I was just wondering if I could see your team membership card, please. Weren't these cards supposed to be voluntary? I thought I did. Oh no, I still have my passport, but I'm sorry, I don't have one. Ah, that's not a problem. We've got forms with us right here, and we're more than happy to sign you up. Okay, yeah, this is getting fascist. The man gestures to his colleague behind him, a young woman in a similar uniform. She clearly received the short end of the stick and is stuck with the paperwork. Okay, I think I'll end up doing it to move on, but I'm going to see what they say. I thought these cards weren't required. Well, strictly speaking, they're not, but there's also loads of benefits to having them and no reason not to get one. His smile fades a bit, and when he puts a hand up to scratch the back of his neck for a moment, he leans over you, his presence now seeming a little intimidating. Oof. Sorry, I'm trying to think of... I'm running through a bunch of scenarios. If I do... You know what? It's going to give me some achievement down where my face is right now. Let's go. He gestures for his colleague to come over, and she quickly takes down your personal information, employment history, and also that of your family. There's quite a bit more than you were expecting, and the level of detail required is a little surprising too. We answered a lot of these questions, though, in the initial papers they sent. Still, a few minutes later, you're done with the promise of your very own team membership card winging its way to you soon. Saves you having to stop in the queue next time. Yeah. Yep, that's all great. Thanks. Don't forget to keep an eye out for the new team lottery starting up soon. Loads of great benefits to be won. You have a nice day now. The man is all smiles as he passes the bonnet of your car and waves you off. Free prizes just for having the card? Fantastic. Okay, I'm assuming he's waved me off. I'm assuming I'm not saying this to him. So are these cards mandatory now? I'm hesitant. Room, intercom. I think those are fine. An invitation worth ignoring. It's a Saturday, one of your few days off, and you've made the most of it. But as late afternoon draws on, the invitation sits pinned on the fridge, staring accusingly at you. The Channel 1 Gala is a mandatory work event, Bozeman was very quick to tell you. Also, don't you dare be late. You've already skipped a work weekend once, you can't do it again, best go. Or you can live with another note from Bozeman if you can keep your Saturday night. Whew. Yo, what's up, Buck Naked Villain? What is this? This is a game called Not for Broadcast. It's a full motion video game. I have to go get some coffee and stuff here soon. So if I can kind of show you some stuff, it might be a little bit easier. Basically, we're like the person running cameras and censorship, but there's a variety of kind of tasks. Because the game starts off with this political group, Advance, kind of surprisingly winning an election, and they're kind of known as an extremist group, but we don't exactly know what ways yet. I also skipped one. I pretended I didn't get the answering machine message, but we had a trip planned. I wasn't scheduled to work. This one, I'm gonna go ahead and go to this one. It's really cool. So they take a lot of, well, here, hold on. I just want to, so there's those sessions where we're running the news. So we're saying, oh, during an interview, we're gonna do this camera, this camera, this camera. We have to censor swears that can't go on TV. And just recently, they made us start censoring things that are anti-advance or anti-government. So, and then there's this stuff during the day, the family stuff that can affect how much money you make, how much. Like right now, we have current wealth holiday time, and you start off broke ass poor or whatever the phrase they use. Best start getting ready. You wonder if Sam will give you a lift. A drink or two might help with the enforced office socializing. Hopefully it won't be too bad. After all, you're pretty good at your job. Oh, I thought Sam would be coming with me. Right? A national news night. Oh, fuck. You arrive on time, barely at the Sauvignon? That's not... Sauvignon's a wine, right? Sauvignon? One of the oldest and grandest hotels in the capital. You're surprised to see a queue to get in and quickly realize it's because people are being searched at the door by some very military-looking personnel in smart attire. While you're waiting, you can't help but notice just how very opulent the building is, possibly the fanciest place you've been to in your life. You submit to being patted down with a sigh of relief or let in the hotel. So I'm guessing if I didn't just let them get me a voluntary card when they stopped me at the checkpoint, that I might have had some trouble here. We'll see. Once inside, you're directed to the grand ballroom, and following the signs, you marvel at the sheer scale of the place and the amount of armed security guards. When you finally arrive, a very severe-looking woman at the door asks for your name. I'm Alex Winston. She curtly checks her list before whispering something to the waiter beside her. You've made it just in time to be seated before dinner. Please follow Manuel here to your table. The waiter smiles at you and opens one of the great double doors, gesturing for you to enter. Immediately, you can see why it's called the grand ballroom. You pause for a second to take it all in. You feel a slight tap on your arm, and Emmanuel gestures for you to follow him. He seats you at a table in the central floor area with a decent view of the stage. Clearly, you're in Bozeman's good books at the moment. We're pretty good at our job right now. You're sat with some colleagues you've seen around the Channel 1 offices before, but don't know that well. One of them informs you far too excitedly it's a very corporate evening of awards and speeches. At least the food should be good. Dinner is indeed lovely, and with the help of the, no doubt very expensive, wine, conversation flows easily enough. In fact, much to your surprise, you're actually presented with an award for Best Newcomer to the Channel 1 family. I think we have a speech going up. Well, this was unexpected. As you walk up to collect it, you recognize the presenter as Dr. Adrian Atkinson Blimey of Incisors fame. He thanks Advance for sponsoring this year's gala before... Do you guys say gala or gala? I feel like I used to say gala and then, I don't know, I think I got called out for it a few times. Before specifically thanking Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement for being in attendance tonight. As you take to the stage, you see the frontmost central table does indeed seat the Prime Ministers, as well as Bozeman, Meghan, and some other very well-to-do types that you don't recognize. That explains all the security. Gala. Okay, so like how it was. Gala. Love ya. Love ya too. Where am I at? As you're handed the award, Dr. Atkinson Blimey asks if you'd like to say a few words. You're a little nervous and splutter out some quick praise for Advance and Channel 1. You make a joke thanking David for fleeing the country and leaving you his job. I didn't want to do this. Fuck. Can I say no, I would not like to say a few words? With all these people here, like I'm thinking of, like I'm trying to honestly, like when I do this type of stuff, when I'm playing, whether it's the Walking Dead games or Life is Strange or anything like that, I do try and like put myself in that position as much as possible. And I can't say that I wouldn't do something like this to keep things copacetic for something like this. Depending on what the quick praise is, I guess we'll see. As you thank Advance, applause breaks out around the room. Both Peter and Julia stand up to magnanimously accept it before saying the night's not about them, but thanks all the same. As you head back to your seat, you see Bozeman nodding at you with a satisfied smile on his flushed face. Clearly that was the right speech. So yeah, like except for like one thing, which maybe it counted in the game as like I did censor what the government wanted me to. I'm not planning on censoring that stuff unless I accidentally do it. Anyways, when these guys take over, there is some good, at least on the surface, good policies being put out. Ones that, like, I think they've like reduced the homeless population by a shit ton, and they're doing it from the wealthy as well. But there's some, again, authoritarian and or fascist things that have been peeking their head a little bit. Just as you're, like, for example, the required ID and how they're talking about dissenters and stuff like that. Just as you're finishing up dinner, one of the other people at your table points behind you. as you turn to see Bozeman walking briskly past with Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement in tow. You're pretty sure he was pointedly ignoring you. He seems to be introducing the prime ministers to a selection of people at different tables. Better them than you. You have to fucking read all this. You finish off the rest of the meal, listen to the last few speeches, and then head home. All in all, it was a surprisingly nice evening. You might actually look forward to the next one. Providing Bozeman invites you to that one, of course. Okay, so our next thing will be a broadcast. I'm just going to run and get some coffee and refill my water, but... the heat wave. Okay. All right. If you're wondering about this serious cut on YouTube, I'm sorry. But if you've been here live, this wouldn't be a problem. Because I had to get some coffee. Anyways, there's a heat wave. And I have to manage a fan now, which also means I think I have to have something off at most or all times. So thanks for hanging out on YouTube to watch me fail. And Twitch as well, but I already told you that. Which YouTube would have heard if they were here live.
4, 3.
Good evening, I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our main headlines tonight.
What is the sound desk?
The World Council today established a military blockade to enforce the unjust and punitive sanctions now entering their 10th week. In a statement from team headquarters a short time ago, Prime Minister Julia Salisbury issued a commanding response to this
I don't know what's happening.
Escalation.
Ever since these illegal sanctions were imposed, we have gratefully relied upon trade and aid from our worldwide friends who, like us, refuse to recognize their legitimacy. Today's escalation, however, is nothing short of an act.
I'm going to have to remember about that VHS wreck.
We call upon our international allies to condemn this blockade absolutely. And we warn
Check
aggressors
power.
to this
Why?
country that we are neither meek nor defenseless.
Oh,
Thank you.
Without a hitch, with the celebrity wedding of the year off the cards,
Why can't I-
rumors have been flying as to the why. Ever since they broke off their engagement, the separation of celebrity lovebirds Johnny Hansleaves and
I'm literally
Tiffany
trying to
Lamore
click.
has been the subject of fierce speculation in the tabloids. But earlier today, Johnny finally spoke out.
Check. What is this? Check power. Like, nothing's wrong with the power.
Johnny has said
Unless
he's
it needs.
received an
Unless.
outpouring of
Oh, it just wants me to have the
support
power on
his
for
play at a
everything.
press conference earlier today. In a heartfelt statement, he said that despite the fear of reprisals, it
This
was
shit's
time
gonna
he
bug
finally
me.
shared
Hopefully it's
history
just one
in the hope
episode.
that gay young people would see that there's no shame in being a footballer. In it to win it, exciting news from Advance today with the announcement of a new monthly prize draw for all team membership card holders. Every month, lucky winners from across the country will be picked at random to receive what Team HQ are describing as unique prizes worth more than money used to be. Take-up on the scheme has been much higher than expected, and if this lucky winner's delighted face is anything to go by, it looks like pretty soon everyone's going to have one. Hard pill to swallow. Throngs of men take the streets in response to the release of new pharmaceutical responsibility. Remington Smith's revolutionary male contraceptive pill first hit our shelves earlier this month, and as a result, scores of men have been queuing around the block and around the clock.
Actually, there are side effects.
Emergency departments across the developed world have seen waiting times skyrocket over the last several weeks, as men have been on the pill experience side effects
Sorry, I'm nervous,
in greater
chat.
numbers than expected. With some pointing the finger squarely at the manufacturing giant, a spokesman was swift to point out that they just don't care. Spin doctors, the beleaguered brainiacs of Dante's Taint, have today received a little something to put a smile on their starving faces. With tight funding preventing the supply of anything actually useful, it's hoped this playful package will lift spirits enough to at least create some sense of peace between the warring factions.
I don't know.
A source close to
I
the
just picked
support
one.
effort revealed she had a few bits left over from her son's birthday party, and they've been shipped down to
What
the
is
isolated
sound
team.
desk?
Early reports have
I don't have
described
a
a
phone.
sad game of musical statistics and a half-hearted attempt to pin the tail on the dermatologist. Life during wartime. As if we didn't have enough aggressors on our borders, internal problems are growing for the government as radical activist group Disrupt caused chaos in
I wish I could
Parliament
see
Park
what.
last night. Scuffles broke out after the protests, resulting in multiple arrests and the injury of 3 community cohesion officers. Advance have yet to comment. The reckless fire will certainly be remembered by all those who have seen these striking images. As their actions escalate, people across the country are asking themselves,
Sorry. Also for new people here, I'm managing perceptions of this resistance group. I'm managing perceptions as well as other pressures currently from Advance, the political group, and then recently there hasn't been as many, but stuff from my boss as well, which is probably kind of tied to the political stuff. But
and what exactly do they want? Other than a new box of matches, of course. All this, and I'll be talking to some people with fascinating medical conditions.
I don't know what
as
that
well as one of the contenders in this year's Feline Football Championship.
So I'm switching to this one.
A proud owner.
3,
That's all up on
2,
tonight's National
1.
Nightly News.
Oh, and now I'm managing this bullshit. I got it.
But first tonight, our team of correspondents has been dispatched to every corner of the country to see how the people of this great
Forgot about the
nation
switch.
of ours are coping with this unprecedented hot weather. First, let's go to Megan Wolf in Shining-on-Sea to see what this scientific community has to say.
Oops.
Megan, how's the weather there?
It's absolutely glorious, Jeremy. Thank you for asking. I'm here with Dr. Anna Burns at the University of Princeford. Are you enjoying the weather as much as I am?
Oh, yes, it's wonderful, isn't it? My eyelids are sweating.
And you're part of a team carrying out a study into just what's causing this unbelievable heat, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, we want to be able to reassure the public once and for all that there's absolutely nothing
So this
to
is
worry
moving
about,
the satellite
and that they can
dish.
enjoy their sunstroke and fossil fuels in peace.
You sound very confident about that.
Oh, very much so. I can say without any hesitation, there's really no cause for any concern here. I've actually left my car running.
So tell us about this experiment.
Well, we take data from weather stations from all over the world, along with atmospheric samples, and we take all that and we feed it
I don't know what
into
these
this
extra sounds are coming from.
state-of-the-art
Everything's on.
computer, and very soon.
Also, I have
we'll be
15
getting a
seconds. Oh no, I have
high-tech
8 minutes and
readout
15 seconds till the ad break.
Maybe that sounds very fancy.
I should just say, none of this would be possible without the generous support of Remington's Fist. This is all thanks to their unrivaled investment in our future, and may I just say, complimentary personal anecdote. Oh, here we go.
They got them doing.
As expected, everything is absolutely fucked. Hang on. This can't be right.
Right, but obviously you said a second ago that everything is absolutely fine, so...
Well, actually, under concern level, it just says, why, God, why?
We should be celebrating these wonderful results, I think.
Yeah? We need to evolve gills within 40 years.
You look thirsty.
Here it just says, shit.
Look at you. This is meant to be a celebration. Can't go around looking like that.
Shit.
There you go, much better. Can I just say thank you again to Sophia Remington for providing all of this.
Everyone, we don't have long. Time is running out.
It's running out. Absolutely right. That is all we have time for.
Abandon hope and return to the forest.
Enjoy that. I'd like to thank Dr. Burns for just one opinion on the climate.
The sea will reclaim us all.
There you have it, Jeremy. Proof, if proof be need be, that everything is just fine. I'm Megan Wolf, here with science. Back to you.
Megan Wolf there, attempting to do some actual news. Next, heads over to Robin Short, who's in Scritchford
He's
with
fed
some
up.
of the winners of this week's team membership lottery. Robin?
Thanks, Jeremy. I'm here in Scritchford with Gary Failsafe, a janitor at the local school, and Amelia Jackhammer, an aspiring poet. Both of you were drawn at random from those who hold team membership cards to receive this week's amazing prize. How do you feel?
Filled with fervent euphoria.
Yeah, good.
I guess I had some interference.
And all that we had to do was fill in a quick form or
Whoops.
two.
Wow, that sounds so convenient. But we're all dying to know, what have you won?
That's right, Robin. I've won dinner with Julius Salisbury at one of the capital's top restaurants. Ooh,
Restaurant.
And I've been invited to Peter Clement's house to help him dredge the gutter in.
That's absolutely
Very exciting.
terrific. You must both be over the moon.
I've written a poem about it.
So, can you tell me about the moment when you first heard the news?
Well, I was battling against a particularly difficult floater, probably one of the sixth formers, when the headmaster came and found me.
I was involved in a similarly brutal conflict with a particularly arduous stanza.
So you were both polishing turds?
No, I don't like to polish them. I like to keep them intact for my collection.
Oh. How unexpected.
Lol.
I don't polish turds, I write poetry.
Potato, potato. So, Gary.
Do you think Peter Clement's going to let me keep the contents of his downpipe?
Jesus.
There's no harm in asking, I suppose.
Would you like to hear one?
No, thank you. Gary, when you signed up for team membership, was it in hopes of winning the lottery, or were there other reasons?
I like a flutter, of course, but no, the boss said I had to sign up to keep coming into school.
Very sensible. It's important to know who we're trusting around our children.
Oh, I have an unpublished book of sonnets about children. Perhaps you'd like to hear one.
No!
Or an anthology of haikus on the death of innocence.
I'd rather hear about Gary's turd collection.
Really? I thought you might say that.
Oh.
Are you all right?
Yes, it's coming. It's inspiration, and it's delicious.
Right you are.
Today on the show, there's no news. Just a man who keeps multiple poos.
This big one's my favourite. See how it's fibrous, really lovely texture.
Would
It's
you
got a
encourage
platter
other
of shit.
people to enter for their chance to win?
If it's colour you're looking for, take a gander at old Blue Eyes here.
The national news lost its way when it covered some crap on a tray.
These are quite rare.
Maybe that was unfair.
And that's all we have time for today. Back to you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Robin. What a lucky pair they are. And finally in this segment, it's over to Patrick Bannon, who's gone to the smelliest town in the country to see how the unprecedented weather
I think we're going to be doing some swear bleeping.
Patrick?
Hello there, Jeremy. Hello, yes. I'm here live in Grizzleford, which was recently voted the smelliest town in the country. And I have to say that, in this heat, the smell really is. I mean, it's something else. Barry Lardons, mate, you've lived here your whole life. How'd you put up with the stink?
Well, we're just all very proud of our achievement, to be honest with you. You can tell that, look at him, proud as punch. Do you know what it's like, son, being the second smelliest town? No, I don't. Living in the shadow of Arseminster.
Arseminster.
But who's laughing now, eh?
What, not me, that's for sure. So what happened, mate?
Right, the good people from Remington's Fist came in and saved the day with their factory.
You're talking, of course, about the newly built flour factory.
Yeah, they gave us this big presentation on jobs and growth. But as soon as we heard about the stench, we paid them whatever they wanted to put it here.
Does this stink not affect your life in every way, Barry? I mean, perhaps if you're filling in a tax return or completing the physical act of love.
It's strong at first, but you get used to it after several weeks of your first bout of sickness. The judges were very impressed.
So, what's sickness?
Oh, that's nothing to worry about. It takes a few minutes before you develop any symptoms. Now, folk are saying something about the production line and how they dump carcasses directly into the water main, but I think it's probably a few valves on the high street.
On the high street? Should I see a doctor? What are the symptoms?
Well, the first one is asking stupid questions. Then folk experience a loss of inhibition.
Fuck off, do they? When was the last time you brushed your teeth, you stinking old tramp?
Next according is a period of randomly bursting into song, followed immediately by delusions of grandeur.
Oh, that's not really a problem. Never sung in my life. Hello, it's sexy Patrick Bannon, and he's wearing sexy shorts now. Oh my God, look at me. I'm like a stallion. I'm gorgeous. Why didn't you tell me? I should take my shirt off. You know what? I'll even let you touch me if you want.
That'll be the bout of undeserved self-confidence.
I am curious what Jeremy's talking about up here, for sure.
Oh, mate, what's the
And the ennui. All that's left now
Motherfucker.
are the hallucinations and unconsciousness.
Nana Dottie? Is that you? Why are you made out of elbows? You know I don't eat opinions.
Oh, don't worry, folks. Once he wakes up, he'll be just fine. We'll just find a place to stick him where it won't matter how many times he evacuates his bowels. Right, that's all here from Grizzleford, a town that's really making a stink. Oh.
Fuck.
And you need to stand back. No,
What's happening?
way back.
The 3 members of the general public who appear to be here.
I missed
purely
it.
for medical
Wow,
reasons.
that's bullshit.
Don't go away. Unless, of course, you've got something better to do. We'll be back after these messages.
1 minute back.
This next section
Holy fuck. Dude, I hate this. I'm gonna sit down. I've been standing most of the stream anyways, but still. That was really freaking tough. It went down. I couldn't quite tell what went down. It was the whole freaking breaker. And I had no idea there was a transition. Thought he was just rambling about poop. Which isn't that far off for this game or this stream, you know? But, okay. Now it looks like we're going to do a lot of censoring and...
Advance may request some censorship if he goes too off-topic. You've done a great job so far keeping everyone happy, so let's keep up the good work.
Every Friday.
I'm not going to censor
What do you mean? Jeremy?
the government stuff.
My mic is still on.
Damn. I don't know if this means that... Oh, the next... Yeah, I got a D. Yeah. Oops.
That's what I'm talking about? Cat football? We should be doing an interview with the War Minister, or a report from Grentham Downs. Even the weather would be more fucking relevant than this.
Jeremy, please, just breathe. It's just something light to keep people's minds off things.
Exactly, which is wrong. People's minds should be very much on things. Christ, it's so fucking hot!
Please take your seats as quickly as you can.
I can't do this anymore, Jenny. I've had enough. That's it. This is just
10 seconds.
Managing this heat and this? Oh my god, there's no way I pass this.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News with me, your host, Jeremy Donaldson. Later, we'll be talking to the captain of the Territory's first cat football team, Professor Pumpkin. But first, I'm joined by 3 guests with some balmy bodily behaviours. Joining me is a woman who's been hiccuping for over 9 months. Isn't that right, Miss Piercy?
Yes, that's right.
What?
Yes. Tell us, what brought all this
What's
on?
happening?
Well, it's all a bit of a blur, Jeremy, to be totally frank with you. So I was watching your show and I remember seeing the news about the election and it hasn't stopped since.
Fascinating stuff. Also here is Frankie Steampipe. Perhaps you could explain to us exactly what your physiological foreboil is.
I'm here to say it's high time people like me were respected. We're constantly overlooked in the workplace, we're whispered about on buses, and we're asked politely...
Was it because I stayed on a thing too long?
And it's disgusting. I'm sorry, my bowels have comic timing.
And finally, I'm joined by a man who answers every question honestly, even when it isn't aimed at him. How do you cope with that, Mr. Truman?
With a combination of booze, self-hatred, and hardcore pornography.
Is that right?
Not according to my therapist.
Well, in that case, let's speak to Rose. Tell me, how does the hiccuping impact you?
I get shushed a lot, which is hard. At work, they've asked me to stop answering the phones. It's really affected my confidence.
Well, I find it really fucking irritating.
Do people tend to believe your story?
Almost missed that one.
No.
Actually, I've been surprised at how much support I've received.
And Frankie, why have you come here today?
Because my wife left me, and I was hoping that the fame would win her back.
We've started a group for people with ailments deemed broadly comical by society. It's called Take Us Seriously.
That's right. And we bloody well mean it.
And who's joined so far?
A bunch of fucking losers.
It's just us so far.
And how much success have you had?
Well, we've seen some real positive changes.
I don't want to toot my own horn, but it's been a runaway success.
Shit all. Not a single person come to our fun run, and all of our leaflets fell in the canal.
Well, Miss Piercy, some people are saying your condition was actually caused by the shocking events of that night. What do you think?
Come down, Mr. Donaldson, that's absolute rubbish.
What it'd be like to have a pair of tits.
Could you? I'm sorry, it's very hot. What was I thinking?
That you're a team fuck puppet?
No.
Or a sellout cunt?
Apologies. Just a reminder that he can't help it. And hey, if this isn't live television, then what is it?
Fuckfest of propaganda masquerading as journalism.
Right, Frankie, Rose, tell us, how can the viewers get involved with your cause?
Yes, we're holding a sponsored run in Capital Park next weekend. It's called the No Smiles 13 Miles.
No, it's called the No Laugh Half. What did I say before the show?
That it was the team pulling Jeremy Donaldson's strings.
No, I didn't say,
Wow, we may have to
Oh,
get
shit.
that there, unfortunately. What a harmless bit of fun.
Steady on! This is exactly what I'm talking about. We demand respect.
Yes, well, later, I'll be talking to Professor Pumpkin. Ginger Tammy was a world-class pair of penalty balls.
Why am I getting
Is
docked?
that really necessary?
No, it isn't. Let go. Not you.
Unhand him at once.
Enough! That's enough! Enough!
What are you doing?
Try not to piss myself.
Alex, cut.
Don't you dare! Don't you fucking dare cut to the ads before I tell you to. Now, you in the broadcast centre, both with little scapegoat, you listen to me. You cut to the ads before I tell you to, and I will kill every single person in this studio. I am thinking about what I'm doing. I've been thinking about it for a long time. We all should be. Christ, it's so fucking hot in here. Do you remember when we used to do the real news? Before it was all lottery winners and bloody cat football? We are on the brink of a siege, the likes of which the world hasn't seen in hundreds of years. The enemy is at the gates, and I'm stuck here talking to these three fucking idiots.
I think my hiccups have stopped.
You three, get the fuck out of my studio. Go on, now, go, before I change my mind. Jenny, lock the doors. Lock the doors.
Yes, Jeremy.
Now. Good. Yes. Now. Good. Right. Yes. You in the broadcast centre. Alex, listen to me. You pay attention. Now, I'm sure you've already loaded up exactly what you're going to play in the commercial, but today is going to be a little bit different. Look to your right. Yes, really. Look to your right. There is a VHS tape, and I want you to load it into one of the machines. And when I say so, and not before, you play it. You've got about 15 seconds, so I wouldn't waste any time. Now, all cameras.
I assume you won't be playing that tape. This station does not negotiate with terrorists. I hope I've made myself clear. You seem to know what to do.
Every single thing that comes out of this studio is either one-sided or banal. We're going to
Should I do it, Chad?
for a bit of fucking balance. Like the good old days. Alex, play the fucking tape. I don't want to hurt anyone.
I'm doing it.
If I see anything I don't like,
I didn't want him to shoot.
Alex, you're going to get me in trouble with that. Let's hope you made the right call.
Reset the system for the third segment. I imagine the ratings are going to be through the roof.
It's time you knew the truth. You know advance are lying to you.
You know the elderly are not a burden. You know the rich were not all evil. And you know the
Now,
team membership card is
not gonna lie.
an ID card, no matter what they try to tell you. But why should you trust us?
Nah, I don't think he would have shot
A shadowy figure
them,
with a
but
distorted voice. You've seen it
I'll
so
play a
many
fucking tape just.
movies. Well, this is not a movie.
My name is Alan James. I used to try and shock people for a living, for entertainment. But now we live in a time where perhaps you need to be shocked.
Did
Perhaps we need
AJ
to
do?
wake up.
He's doing good shit now. What?
Advance are coming for our freedoms.
A fucking heat wave.
They are coming for the fruits of our labors. They will take our wealth. They will euthanize our parents and smiling throughout. They will turn our children against us if we voice our concerns.
How
But we
long?
don't have to accept it.
How long?
I'll watch the whole thing. I think.
And the studio doors are all still locked?
Find us.
Yes.
Talk with us. Join us.
So what now?
It isn't hard.
I don't know.
We're everywhere.
This wasn't what I planned. I mean, some of it was. I had a speech, look. But this was unexpected.
So what now, Jeremy?
It was supposed to be your day off.
God, please, don't do any more stupid things today.
How long? How long, Jenny?
You're already live.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Joining me, unexpectedly, for what I very much imagine will be my last broadcast, are two new guests. Jenny works here at the National Nightly News and is someone I consider, well, a friend. And next to her is... What's your name?
Andy.
Andy's a policeman. Only we don't call him that anymore. He's a community cohesion official.
Officer.
Sorry?
It's community cohesion officer, CCO.
And how's that for you, Andy? Being rebranded?
It's good. it's not about confrontation anymore. You know, the force had its fair share of problems. The team doesn't have as many.
But it still has some.
I couldn't say.
Couldn't or wouldn't?
I don't know what you want me to say.
Christ, you're fucking useless, aren't you? We'll come back to you later.
I'll still say. Bleep the swears.
To be on the news, Jeremy.
That's perfectly understandable. You'd want to do this. Jenny, why did you join the National Nightly News team?
I always wanted to work in news.
Yes, but why specifically this program? The National Nightly News.
It was the news everyone trusted. Is. Do you really want to quibble semantics at gunpoint?
Is there something else you'd rather discuss?
There's a great big Alan James-sized elephant in the room you seem to be ignoring.
What do you mean?
I saw your face when that hood came down. You didn't know, did you?
It's about the message, not the messenger.
Like I said, you didn't know.
No, I didn't know. The people I met were with, he wasn't there.
God,
I didn't know it was Alan James.
I'm sorry, but seriously, Alan fucking James, you're flushing your life down the toilet for... God, I love you, Jeremy, but...
He's a good speaker. He's popular in the country.
That right?
Look, forget Alan James. There is still something deeply wrong. And you know it, Jenny. And you know it, Andy. And you at home, you know it too. Meanwhile, I'm interviewing a guest who stinks of shit. Patrick is paddling about in shit. And Robin is literally interviewing someone who collects the fucking stuff. I mean, it's not sophisticated, but what a metaphor. We are sleepwalking our way into oppression, and the news isn't saying anything. We're not saying anything.
Says who? Alan fucking James.
What are all those scientists working on at Grantham Downs? What are they testing underground at Altergrave? Andy, your turn. Make yourself fucking useful. How many people have you brought in for consultations just because they weren't carrying or didn't have team membership cards?
Oh, well, there's other forms of identification that we will accept.
For how long?
We're just here to help.
Then why do you need these? Not really help when it's offered at gunpoint, is it, Andy? Let me demonstrate it for you. Let me help you. You read these cards with my notes on it, and you'll probably digest a fact. That'd be helpful, wouldn't it, Andy? Knowing a fact?
What? I don't understand.
Do you want my help,
Yes,
Andy?
yes, whatever you say, yes.
Security are here, Jeremy.
Eat it.
What?
Eat the fucking news, Andy, or I'll force it down your fucking throat.
Jeremy,
God damn.
Go on.
Really?
Eat it. Eat it, you fucking bully.
Jeremy, stop. They will kill you. Please, don't make me watch that.
Of course. You're right. Sorry. Sorry, everyone. You can put the card down now, Andy. You can go now. You too, Jenny. Fuck off over there. And Andy done.
I wonder if I didn't play it. If this scene happens.
Seductive. I understand that. But before we all hand off our freedoms, should we ask to whom we're handing them over? Don't you want to know what's being done in your name? How many people were transitioned last month? A record high. Again, if you care. Shouldn't someone ask Advance how they plan to...
I'm not going to show the gun. We already know there's a gun.
How many years or months of supplies we have? Why aren't we asking these questions instead of, whose shit is this? There's a cat backstage dressed
Still
as a
swearing.
fucking goalie, for Christ's sake. He's even got the little gloves. Anyway, that's why I arranged for you to see that broadcast from the last break. I didn't know it was going to be him, but I guess that just about sums it up. We are all up Ship Creek with a paddle made of Alan fucking James. Christ, it's also fucking pointless. I was going to quit tonight. Take a holiday. Try something else. Out of the limelight. Maybe try having a relationship. I hear they're nice. Never tried it. I loved the news. And now, well...
God, Jeremy, don't!
I've tried my best to be honest with you, but this just isn't the news anymore. And I'm sorry. I've lost this fight.
Alex, think of the consequences.
I've let you down.
Please, we can't show
All
you.
of
Cut
you.
to the ads.
My name's Jenny
Now!
Donaldson.
Do it now!
If you can.
I don't know if I could. Holy shit. I mean, we can technically still see what happens. You know what? I don't think that needed to be seen on the news. I don't think it makes his message any more or less important, and we don't need to traumatize people. So I stand by that decision. Holy fuck. Damn. That's crazy. New challenge unlocked. You either die, hero, the man behind the hood. See a man's retirement from the newsroom. I wonder if he actually did. We're gonna take a look. The man behind the hood. I did say that like one of the things he said was based, and then the rest of it was just Alex Jones type shit. Where's the... Do I not have them all? It would be on the 23rd. Maybe it's just not showing them all. Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe if I hit F5. I want to see what that one behind the hood one was. But damn, we started off real bad with the heat and shit. Man, this is some heavy stuff. I mean, I think a lot of that was just kind of obvious. As long as we switched the cameras, we were going to be fine, I think. You've received your full wages. Current with holiday time. Shares are down there. They don't like me. They like me. My job still likes me. I mean, I think personally I think this is technically personal. I don't think this is how they feel about the station. I think this is how they feel about me. Because the station's right there. But so in general, I guess I'm not mad at this, but I am trying to like keep things. Yeah. You don't need to see the broadcast. This game is quieter than it's ever been. I think that's intentional. It's very poignant.
I'm sweating like Peter Clement in an off-license here.
Okay, we're working on it.
What, you've got someone to hose down the sun, have you?
Yes, they've just strapped on their wax wings.
Classical illusions are no substitute for air conditioning.
You know, I genuinely thought you'd be in a better mood today. She's not even here.
Yes, but he is. Our gun-toting handler.
Who, Andy?
I don't know what the fuck his name is, do I?
He's here to keep us safe from people like Disrupt.
More like keep us in line. I hate guns.
Okay, Disrupt is the name of the...
10 seconds, everybody.
Disrupt.
So, we've got any actual real news tonight?
Well, the world's on fire. That good enough for you? Going in 5, 4, 3...
Now we got the music back. Fucking crazy.
All this, and I'll be talking to some people with fascinating medical conditions, as well as one of the contenders in this year's Feline Football Championship, and her proud owner. That's all up on tonight's National Nightly News. And after that, I'll be asking my own thumb what it thinks about the global financial situation, as well as what 3 members of the general public think about how a nuclear reactor might work.
Could you be a little more dismissive in your delivery? I think there's a viewer out there somewhere who missed it.
Viewers? We still have some of those, do we? Perhaps they're hoping to run into a fact.
Jeremy, get it together. Don't give Bozeman any more ammunition.
Oh, no, thank you.
Coming back from the titles, quiet in the studio.
I really best not.
Flips on the beach?
But first tonight, our team of correspondents has been dispatched to every corner of the country.
Go
To see how the people
I
of this
do-
great nation of ours are
Just the
coping with
one
this
I am
unprecedented
I'm interested in this
hot weather.
one.
First, let's go to Megan Wolfe in Shining on Sea.
I think he did kilometers, but I don't know.
Oh,
Actual news?
would you rather she was here with you? Because that's been going
We saw
so
that.
well recently.
No, I don't want that either. What I want...
Prove it.
Do you know they have dinner together?
Who?
Bozeman and Megan, and Bozeman's wife, who is lovely, apparently. Who could have thought it? Bozeman managed to persuade some poor, hapless victim to shackle themselves to his ego.
Your mic's still live. And I have met Bozeman's wife, and she is lovely, actually.
What do you mean you've met Bozeman's wife? How come you've met her? I don't even know she exists.
Because in the 8 years I've worked with you, I've never seen you attend a single workplace social event.
I hate them, they're agonising.
Yes. Imagine the horror of spending an evening with your colleagues.
I'd rather spend an evening with that fucking rapper.
Do you remember When you used to be fun.
Yes, it was about the last time we did the actual news, wasn't it? Before your lot turned into this shit.
I'm sorry. My lot?
Well, it's not my fault, is it? Why are you even here today? I mean, it's supposed to be your day off.
I am not talking to you.
Who's listening?
Well, actually, under concern level, it just says, why? I think.
Go!
I'd like to thank Dr. Burns for just one opinion on the climate.
The sea will reclaim us all!
There you have it, Jeremy. Proof, if proof be need be, that everything is just fine.
All right, so I want to hear what she says after we've seen this and this.
Back to you.
Actually, what are they saying here?
Megan Warfare, attempting to do some actual news.
Well, off you go then. Shoo, shoo. Why are you know, for a smart person, you're really thick. People want their flards more than they want their planet.
Is it true Sophia Remington pays for your tennis lessons?
If you'll excuse me, I have to go and work on my serve.
Damn.
I know you can hear me.
Hmm.
Don't you walk away from me. Jenny!
All this talk about poop down here.
Makeup! No, not that. Look, I know it's not your job, but can I get a refill, please? Look, I know it's not your job, and I don't want to come over entitled like a certain co-host of mine, but
I think he's trying to get her out of the room.
I have to be sat here until the inevitable clusterfuck of an interview that is this, Gary the Shit Collector, comes to an end.
I'm waiting for subtitles here to see.
Today, back to you, Jeremy.
Yeah, I was dealing with the heat stuff. And I think I'd forgot, or I didn't forget to. I was trying to turn off of that.
Someone in a worse situation than you.
I'm picking up that she might be somewhat annoyed with me.
For your information, Jeremy, me and my lot aren't the reason there's no real news left. I put plenty of ideas forward, but they always get squashed up the chain.
Fucking Bozeman.
No, not Bozeman, further up.
Oh, tell me more.
I shouldn't have even said that.
That's why we listen.
Well, Patrick, who's not looking presentable now, eh?
So what happened, mate?
Right, the good people from...
Okay, maybe he wasn't trying to get her out of the room. I guess I don't think he planned to pull the gun. He was planning on... Oh, maybe. Fuck, I don't remember. Because this is just the heat wave reports.
Have you noticed what's happening to him out there?
Yeah, he was literally going like crazy.
He's stinking old tramp. Are we really going to let this continue?
But the heat wave shut off my audio gear, and I couldn't tell that they were... that he had taken over or anything.
Patrick, why? No, you shouldn't. He's taking his shirt off on national news. Shouldn't we cut away?
I wonder if I would have cut to him. It's probably still just be airing this, but
Actually unconscious. Are we going to come back now? Haven't we?
Right, that's all here from Grizzleford, a town that's really making a stink. I'm Barry Lardons. Back to you,
oh, he did say
Jeremy.
back to you.
Right
Thanks,
now.
Barry.
You
Well,
need
then
to
no,
stand back. No, way back. The first few expulsions are devastating.
Is he all right?
Ah, you've started now. Right, you might take yourself a seat before it gets messy.
Don't care. It's done. I am done. It's 200 fucking degrees in here, and I can't do this anymore.
You say this every Friday.
I've done something.
What do you mean? Jeremy?
Do we get
My
some?
mic is still alive.
Well, if
That's what I'm talking about? Cat football? We should be doing an interview with the War Minister or a report from Grentham Downs. Even the weather.
if you've been here, you know what this is, but just
Jeremy,
trigger warning.
Breathe. It's just something like
Potential suicide coming up
Exactly.
next couple minutes,
Which is wrong.
few minutes.
People's minds should be very much on things. Christ, it's so fucking hot.
Please take your seats as quickly as you can.
I can't do this.
If I go 16, I'm worried that the videos will freeze, and I kind of want to. This interview was wild. One farting too much, the one like too honest, and hiccuper. Oh,
Pause. Is that really necessary?
No, it isn't. Let go.
oh, but I'm not sure if he got his gun or if he grabbed. We're gonna find out, but they started taking this guy away.
The show.
That it was the team pulling Jeremy Donaldson's.
But he was talking against Advance.
Right, Frankie, Rose, tell us, how can the viewers get involved with your cause?
Yes, we're holding a sponsored run in Capital Park next weekend. It's called the No Smiles 13 Miles.
No, it's called the No Laugh Half.
Donaldson strings.
No, I didn't wow, we may have to end that there, unfortunately. What a harmless bit of fun.
Steady on! This is exactly what I'm talking about. We demand respect.
Yes, well, later, I'll be talking to Professor Pumpkin, a ginger tabby with a world-class pair of penalty paws. Is that really necessary?
No, it isn't. Let go. Not you.
Unhand him at once!
Enough! That's enough!
That's when he grabs the gun.
What
Okay.
are you doing?
Trying not to piss myself.
Alex, cut.
Don't you dare! Don't you fucking dare cut to the ads before I tell you to. Now, you in the broadcast centre, Bozeman's little scapegoat, you listen to me. You cut to the ads before I tell you to, and I will kill every single person in this studio.
Jeremy, think about what
I am thinking about what I'm doing. I've been thinking about it for a long time. We all should be. Christ, it's so fucking hot in here. Do you remember when we used to do the real news? Before it was all lottery winners? Jenny, lock the doors. Lock the doors.
Yes, Jeremy.
Now. Good. Yes. Now. Right then.
Oh,
You in the broadcast centre.
okay.
Alex.
So I think I ended up watching the thing, so I want to see what he says, like in the middle of that stuff.
Pay attention. Now. I'm sure you've already worked out exactly what we're going to pay the commercial, but today's going to be a little bit different. Look to your You've got about 15 seconds, so...
Although it might not be happening here.
No, I don't want to hurt any of you. But if I see anything I don't like, I will not hesitate to start by killing this man. Now, reset the system for the third segment. I imagine the ratings are going to be through the roof.
Okay. That was here. Meltdown. Yeah, I'd say so.
How long?
Jeremy, please.
How long?
17 seconds.
And the studio doors are all still locked?
Yes. So what now?
I don't know. This wasn't what I planned. I mean, some of it was.
You weren't supposed
I
to
had a
be...
speech, look. But this was unexpected.
So what now, Jeremy?
It was supposed to be your day off.
God, please, don't do any more stupid things today.
How long? How long, Jenny?
You're already live.
Yeah, we saw this.
Good speaker. He's popular in the country.
And then she called out that he didn't realize it was Alan James.
Look, forget Alan James. There is still something deeply wrong. And you know it, Jenny. And you know it, Andy. And you at home, you know it too. Meanwhile, I'm interviewing a guest who stinks of shit. Patrick is paddling about in shit. And Robin is literally interviewing someone who collects the fucking stuff. I mean, it's not sophisticated, but what a metaphor. We are sleepwalking our way into oppression, and the news isn't saying anything. We're not saying anything. What are all those scientists working on at Grantham Downs? What are they testing underground at Altergrave?
This was stuff they wanted me to censor.
Your turn. Make yourself fucking useful. How many people have you brought in for consultations just because they weren't carrying or didn't have team membership cards?
Oh, well, there's other forms of identification that we will accept.
For how long?
We're just here to help.
Then why do you need these? Not really help when it's offered at gunpoint, is it, Andy? Let me demonstrate it for you. Let me help you. You read these cards with my notes on it, and you'll probably digest a fact. That'd be helpful, wouldn't it, Andy?
I thought I said read, not eat initially, and then...
Don't make me watch that.
Of course. You're right. Sorry. Sorry, everyone. You can put the card down now, Andy. You can go now. You too, Jenny. Fuck off over there. When you're nearly done. All cameras on me.
Oh, and then he does his monologue.
This new regime of ours is so seductive. Yeah? Why aren't we asking these questions instead of whose shit is this? There's a cat backstage dressed.
So a lot of these things that we saw like on the very surface as positive things help with transition centers are being used. It's not euthanasia if you're not choosing it yourself. Let's say.
There's a fucking goalie, for Christ's sake. He's even got the little glove. Maybe try having a relationship. I've tried my best to be honest with you.
All right, trigger warning.
This just isn't the news anymore. And I'm sorry. I've lost this fight.
I wonder how much of this they actually even show in this.
I've let you down.
Please, we can't show the cut to the ads.
My name's Jenny
Now!
Donaldson.
Do it now!
If you can.
Is it because I cut to the ads? So we don't actually know what happened. I did want to watch the last half of the Disrupt that I didn't do on stream.
To try and shock people for a living. For entertainment.
Now, whether he's been a long-time leader or member of this, or he used to try and shock people, now he doesn't. It matters. People can change. For good or bad.
Entertainment. But now we live in a time.
Perhaps you need to be shocked. Perhaps we need to wake up.
That will turn our children against us if we voice our concerns. But you don't have to accept it. A great many people already won't. You can resist. You can disrupt. Find us. Talk with us. Join us. It isn't hard. We're everywhere.
So these are the cards that they Valen told us to get when they stopped us at the checkpoint. Let's see how they phrase it.
Our society has never been fairer. From the food that we eat to the education, transition and community cohesion services we all enjoy. Finally, by working as a team, we have raised living standards and are the envy of an increasingly jealous world. And with these newfound luxuries come new opportunities for those who have put the needs of the team before their own. From this month, everyone who has registered for a team membership card will automatically be entered into a lottery to win life-enhancing prizes.
A lottery, poggers!
And why wouldn't you register? After all, the team membership card is your passport to your world-class public services, and it's absolutely free. Just be sure to have your team membership card with you at all times. It really is that simple. After all, how can we help you if we don't know who you are? Team membership cards.
Shifty.
Look after the team.
You can help anyone.
And the team will look after you.
Hi, it's Crazy Neil with our mega hot sunny summer deal. The prices are heating up, but the temperature's going down. Or it's the other way around. We don't know. We've got dingoes. We've got ringos. Give me the flamingo, guys.
Hi, I'm Sophia Remington, CEO of Remington's Fist, and I'm here today to take you on a trip to tomorrow with the brand new RS.
Now, the doctor who was reading out the temperatures, like global warming type stuff, and why it's been, well, I don't know if his phrase is global warming in here. He said, yeah, he's like, or it might be the other way around. I don't know. But when we heard that, we watched a little bit where right before the person left, she's like, Sophia Remington or whatever pays for your tennis lessons, doesn't she? This is her. And
Rainbow, a home computer entertainment system with sophisticated graphics and breathtaking sound.
Remington's Fist.
These graphics are amazing, Brad. That actually looks a bit like a real tank.
Oh, gee, Janet.
What a time to be alive. Surely games can't get any better than this. And that sound.
It's like a digital symphony, Brad. Are they playing more than one note at the same time?
Up to 4, Janet. 4 notes at the same time. That's enough for a chord.
But, Sophia, surely a home computer entertainment system needs games. Damn straight. And with the RS Rainbow, there's an incredible 3 of them.
I'm like 98% sure like this Remington's Fist. Remington's Fist? There's got to be some kind of pun intended with that. And maybe it's super obvious. To me, there's like nothing that... like I thought Rim and Fist, there was maybe something sexual with it, but...
You could be solving puzzles in Zone, or jumping about in Twitchy Builder, or even taking on your friends in our incredible 2-player game Fighting. Yes,
Play
you
Fighting.
heard me. 2 players at the same time. The RS Rainbow has a luxurious 32K of memory, so you can have whatever game you can dream of. I'm Sophia Remington, and I can't wait to turn on, load up, and as the cool kids say, zone out.
Okay, RS is Remington's Fist. There's also one of the companies that has stocks that we can see at the end of a broadcast. I can't remember. Is Bumlin's a town or a person?
This summer, your little ones deserve a treat. Ferris wheel. Carousel. Roller coaster. We've got none of that, but I can tell you what we do have. Danger cars. Colourful germ pit. This swing. Stay with us in our rustic accommodation with all the facilities you'd expect. Water. Grass. Hey, shoot. Don't worry about that. With our fantastic
within the game, I don't know if it's a joke.
Legally edible food and
To be honest.
You're bound to find the perfect family getaway at Bumlin's. Located just a few minutes drive from local attractions like Bumlin's.
Yeah, earlier it was phrased as St. Bumley.
It's...
And they used to like advertise in the earlier advertisements. Yeah, like this was the first one right here.
Where can you get warm, sandy beaches, clear waters, and fine
So I don't know about joke.
Well, we're not
Like,
sure,
it's-
but here in St. Bumley on the Taint, we've got a big hill and the bus comes twice
St.
daily.
Bumley on the Taint.
Visit picturesque St. Bumley this summer and experience a holiday that's simply unlike any other. Come and visit the abandoned spade factory. Your kids will love exploring the old production line in relative safety. Grab your tetanus shots and come down today.
Yeah, like, that's what I was gonna
There's no gift
mention.
shop, but feel free to grab an old handle from the skip out the back. Or why not indulge your cultured side and visit some of our sites of historic interest, like the parish church, currently the subject of a thrilling police investigation, the old market, home of the fairly big cabbage, or...
So like I think within this game, like it's just a shitty place that's I think it's most things in here are paradising something or someone. So this is the UK, although there's still some obviously some semblances to other shitty I mean that's just the name of it, but what it's paradising is not like about that. For that, I think it's paradising when a shitty little, like a shitty place that a small ass town or a small ass location claims for its own. They try and dress it up, and you go there and it's fucking garbage. But I think that is it for that. I'm curious where things go. I have to find out what happened. You wake up still partly in shock from what you saw on the news last night, what you had to edit on the news last night. When you come downstairs, you find your family sat in the living room waiting for you. You take a seat on the sofa between Sam and Susie. Currently, we didn't lose money from doing that. I don't know how fast that'll change. Maybe we'll make a decision in here and that'll change. I don't know. Sam swallows, hesitating before starting. We were so worried about you last night. After Jeremy, everything that happened. Sam shakes their head. I wonder what they'll do with him now. Are you okay? So he must not have done anything. Oof, I don't like having only these two choices right now. But I think I have to... Okay. Honestly, like, basically ever since I stopped doing the religious thing that I was brought up in, I had to, like, I would try to be, like, straight up honest when my parents would ask about that type of stuff. I'm not going super far into it, but that would upset them and they wouldn't listen to a single thing after. So I think here, I'm still going with this. Technically, I can't say I blame them as far as that, but I mean, that's kind of where it is. So and they're asking if I'm okay. I mean, I'm just... Sam looks at the kids, then back to you. And plus, our kids have been pretty actively involved in the advanced stuff. So if we alienate our kids too fast, I don't know if that's how this game works, but I'm just letting you guys know how I'm playing it. Sam looks at the kids, then back to you. So my spouse looks at the kids and back to me. We saw that you chose to play that tape. They paused before continuing, and I couldn't help but wonder why. Yeah, I didn't feel like I had a choice. He had a gun. What? That's not good enough. Disrupt our bad people. I can't believe you did that. Charlie's outbursts. So that was Charlie saying that. So yeah, our Charlie, like, I actually made like a comparison, although I said it as far as what we know about advance, it's way less, but like he's in this youth, like advanced youth, which kind of the stuff they're doing and talking about in that is like the Hitler Youth. It's like propaganda youth groups type stuff ultimately. We just don't know the extent of it, but Charlie's outburst seemed to come out of nowhere and no one in the room is prepared for it. Do you even think about how this stuff affects people? You're a fucking idiot. Sam tries to interject Charlie, but he's already slammed the door. Charlie always was a bit black and white with this sort of thing. So yeah, it's tough. If we weren't relatively supportive of him coming back from this camp and being all advanced, great, advance this. But that is actually how culty organizations work, separating you from your family. For what it's worth, Alex, I think you were in an impossible situation and somehow you managed to make the right call. Sam throws her arms around. So our spouse, that's actually kind of relief. Only you were stuck in that studio having to make that choice. No one can criticize what you did, and I'm proud of you. Never been so grateful to have her support you. You take a deep breath and gather your thoughts. It's all a lot to take in. You're not sure you've fully processed what happened last night, let alone what Charlie and Sam think about it all. You look to your daughter. Let's see what Susie has to say. I know this is an incredibly difficult thing and we don't always agree, but I do think you made the right choice. Susie smiles at you. You had to play it. There was just no other option. Now, I don't know if... And we're going to hug her, obviously. I don't know if she's doing it from our face value. He had a gun. We had to do it. Or if she's kind of a fan of Disrupt. Or at least thinking. It's nice you've at least got some company. The TV's playing through some old Western show. But it's not quite as distracting as you'd hope. You were never going to please everyone. A questionable choice? You got off work early today, a rare enough occurrence to put a spring in your step. As you close the front door, you can hear excited conversation bubbling from the kitchen. Clearly someone's popped around for a cuppa on Sam's Friday off. Hopefully there's still some biscuits left. As you enter the kitchen, you see Sam and Susie enthusiastically discussing something. Your daughter's still in her scrubs, having clearly come straight from work. I got the posting I was hoping for. I'll be doing my placement... Oh, shit. I got the posting I was hoping for, she gushes. I'll be doing my placement in the new transition center, really helping people like Grandma. So the transition centers were initially marketed as this thing to like having people, letting people die on their own terms, like elderly folk, particularly, I think. A lot of it covered costs. From what a lot of people are saying, it's not always like their decision. So a transition center, why would you want to work at one of those horrible places? No. Again, if I was dropped in the situation, I'd probably say neither of these this way. I'd probably phrase it as, I'm glad you got the post you were hoping for. What's your favorite thing about that post, you know? Because this one, you know, we lose as soon as we get this, you know, we're opposing. That said, maybe she sees what's going on here, and it's just we get to, you know, be a good dad. The five of you sit around the kitchen table for the first time in a while and celebrate the news. 6, if you can include Emma, Mom's nurse. Grandma's a bit better this evening, and you hear her talking with Susie in hushed tones throughout the night. You don't cook often, but tonight everyone's complimenting the chef. Who knows how many more evenings you'll get like this. True. This is what, a few weeks later, at least? I'm having trouble remembering already what... A burden born. It's been 6 months since you and Sam last discussed Grandma's ever-increasing medical costs, and Emma, whilst very pleasant, has proved as expensive a nurse as you'd feared. You can't quite believe it's been that long already, but the sanctions are really starting to hit home now, and unfortunately the government's only solution to help the ailing elderly is a trip to a transition center. Why does everything always seem to come back to money? This time, it's you at the kitchen table surrounded by bills and paperwork when Sam comes to join you. Today, Emma told you that there was really nothing more you could do. Except an expensive, experimental, new treatment that might not even help. Sometimes your mom wants the treatment. More often, she talks about visiting a transition center. It's hard to know which she really wants. Sam puts her hand on yours. What are we gonna do, honey? She's your mother. It has to be your choice. Our choices are, I don't think she wants to live like this anymore. It's hard, but it's time for the transition center. Or, she's my mom. We have to do whatever we can. Let's get the treatment. Now, I don't know what the policies are on checking out a transition center and then deciding not to. Also, as far as what I told my daughter Susie earlier, there is like a weird thing where, or at least something that I always worry about, is if it's not like a big deal, so I say nothing, and then all of a sudden those little deals stack up, and then I say something, and then it's like, where did this come from? Which I don't think this game is going to take into account, but that shit does worry me. And so a lot of times in those situations, I'll be like, well, I am kind of worried about this, but I don't know enough, right? I'd like to avoid this, but you seem to be whatever, I'll support your decision or something like that. I don't know. How old is she? These things are never really a choice. Hopefully the kids will understand. It was all you could do, given the circumstances. If only things had been different. Because ultimately, I don't really care about the money, but if she's talking about wanting that... Literally just a few days later, I'm at work. There's a lot going on up here. The 20-week war.
Good evening, Alex. It's Bozeman here. Hope all's well with the family. Just a heads up, we're expecting those troublemakers at Disrupt to attempt to hack the channel during the broadcast. So keep an eye on the interference screen and stay out of the orange. Let's keep the news on the air. It's important, now more than ever.
Screening at some pensioners while they try and fashion a nutritious meal out of a can of condensed milk, a cow's tongue, and some rhubarb. Not one to
So,
miss.
Julia's team have asked me to ask you to keep it light.
What does that mean?
It means to do that thing
I probably
we do when we
shouldn't.
turn politicians into humans. Just don't get drawn into talking about the war.
I don't know.
Politics in general.
They do know this is the news, don't they?
Is that a hacker?
You didn't hear this from me.
I got 43 seconds. I don't have to worry about heat right now.
Apparently, there's a crew at Team HQ right now. I think she's giving a speech or something tonight. They'll get it on the late news.
Oh, great. So they get the brains and we get the performing monkey.
I get to do a backing track, I guess, or... Why do...
How are you?
This is newer stuff. Fuck. At least this audio stuff is newer, like... And I'm guessing it was paid for by Advance.
Our neighbours.
It
At
is what it is.
11:25, it's in sizes.
It
And
is what it
tonight, Dr. Adrian Atkinson Blimey
I'm
will be
missing
getting
RS. Oh shit.
from Hamble Bambleby, who has
10
invented a
seconds,
tasty
everybody.
twist
What is this for?
biscuit. And that takes us, after the weather and public information
Going in
film,
5,
into our close down.
4,
But first
3.
tonight, it's time to join Megan and the team for the National Night.
Good evening. This is the National Nightly News. I'm Megan Wolfe. It's the 140th day of war. Our main headlines tonight. Company of Heroes. Skirmishes on land and sea again today as our armed forces tested the mettle of the World Council's illegal blockade. Advance's strategy of multiple small-scale incursions into the disputed zone is certainly keeping the enemy on high alert, unable to work out where or when the next strike will come. Sadly, however, more casualties were reported today, and as the weeks and months of this war make ever more demands on our armed services, those...
Okay. Letting you guys know, I went into this one thinking... I'm not trying... I don't want it to be like this thing where... Fuck. Like, we strictly talk about the casualties and why we have to keep fighting. I guess I don't know exactly what the war's over, or who it's with. But I also want... She just said something about Advance saying that, you know, oh, we're just doing little things here or there. And I don't like Advance right now.
Numbers will, tragically, only continue to rise. Don't starve. Advance's food program moved from strength to strength today as rationing depots were opened in the last remaining unfed areas of the territory. The rationing depots have been constructed in record time, and the government's agricultural coordination strategy has seen shelves restocked with increasing regularity. And judging by the looks on this happy family's faces, it can't come a moment too soon. They'll be getting a good meal tonight on the government, just like the rest of us. 7 days to die.
So just like the rest of us,
to allow
so.
those with long-term health conditions to access transition centres has today been declared an overwhelming success.
I don't know what the hack looks like.
Previously available only to those in their final years, the expansion of the service has been met with relief by the many organisations calling for it to be opened up to the wider community. With dwindling medical supplies leaving many of our most vulnerable facing chronic pain, it can come as no surprise that the transition centres have found themselves stretched to capacity. Populace. More than 11% of the population have thus far failed to register for a team membership card, a worrying statistic given that the cards are a legal requirement from midnight tonight. While applications are still open for those who like to run fashionably late, they can expect a few tricky questions from Advance. Start me up. Disrupt spokesman Alan James held an impromptu rally today in the northern city of Mankipoor. Large crowds gathered to hear the band speaker prove Disrupt are still able to capture the public's imagination. Community cohesion officers found themselves challenged by the unruly mob element always present at Disrupt events, but thankfully managed to keep violent incidents to a minimum. And finally tonight, our mutual friend. Bail was denied in the High Court today for shamed former National Nightly News anchor Jeremy Donaldson. The presenter will be transferred to new lodgings at Penton Ridge Prison, while the lengthy preparations for his...
I'm giving myself more time to think about which one to do. He is in jail, but this one has him with... well, fuck. I don't know, it's like the better image. I don't know.
Trial, which is still 18 months away, begins. Since being taken into custody 10 weeks ago in this very studio, little has been heard from our former colleague. Despite how things ended, we wish him the best, and we'll be sure to bring you all the details of that court case every night. But first this evening, with the war about to enter its 21st punishing week, and people hurting up and down the country, I'll be grilling unpredictable Prime Minister Peter Clement in an exclusive interview from his home in Lancashire. That's coming up on tonight's National Nightly News. I'm a little overexcited to announce I'll be interviewing the one and only Lil C. And later we've got a new feature that's...
Lil C, I wonder if we had to do some more music stuff.
But first tonight, let's check in
Holy
with
shit,
Prime
he looks
Minister Peter
wasted.
Clement, who's speaking to us from his home in Lanfordshire. Good evening, Prime Minister. Have we caught you exercising?
Have we started? Yes, that's right, Miss Wolf. Just a few minor adjustments. I mean, nothing drastic. I haven't joined the gym or anything. As my old man used to say, just because she won't take it up the shit, it doesn't mean you shouldn't try for a quick fiddle up the car park.
Language, Prime Minister. Language, Prime Minister.
What? Quick fiddle? What's wrong? Oh, shitter. It's shitter, isn't it? Yep, that's the one.
And can you tell us what brought about this?
Mrs. C and I were watching, you know, the night the blockade began, when Jeremy Donaldson. Well, you know, and it was blistering hot, as I'm sure you all remember. And I were a bit wheezy from all the cigars and all that. And Mrs. C turns to me after the signal dropped away, and she was in floods of tears. And she says, Peter, she said, I couldn't go on without you, she said. So I made a decision. And since that day, I have stopped smoking cigars. Except for Christmas. My birthdays. Weddings. State dinners. That's what I say. I can't as useless running backwards doesn't go anywhere. And apparently I'm going on a walking holiday this Christmas, and that should finish me off for bloody good.
Did you make the decision to holiday within the country this winter because of the blockade, Prime Minister?
Well, Mrs. C has never liked travelling at the best of times.
I don't know what...
these are certainly not the best of times, on that we can all agree. And there's a lot of red tape involved in leaving the territories at the moment, as I'm sure you're all aware. Some of those forms are bastard long.
All in it together.
What? All in it together! Oh, yeah. Also...
Wait, does that mean they hacked it?
It doesn't seem very advanced to be going abroad when the rest of the country is grounded.
And yet, Julia Salisbury announced today that she'll be visiting Svenland during this year's winter break. Is that really an example of team spirit?
What? Did you know about this, Gail?
No one tells me anything, Peter. You should know that. Why don't you know?
Well, leaving that for a moment, it says on this card that a body like yours must take some planning to achieve. What's your morning routine?
Well, I have a frigid morning routine.
Rigid. It's rigid, for fuck's sake!
Oh, yeah. A rigid and demanding plan that my doctor and personal trainer...
Who's your personal trainer?
Ah, some prick called Clark. Is that on your card?
I thought you might wonder. Prime Minister, speaking of planning, with the blockade in its 20th week and the people of this country reeling from its effects, what plans do you have to get us out of this mess?
Well, that's a very blunt question, Miss
Surely
Wolf.
one for which you, the democratically elected Prime Minister, must have an answer.
Don't you get smart with me, Pat. I was a fucking national treasure before you were a twinkle in the milkman's scrotum. You want to talk about plans? Let me tell you about plans. That's all we do. Fucking plans and revised plans, and then meetings to discuss the implementation of plans and plans and yet more planning for fucking plans and yet more fucking plans.
Well, that's good. That's good to know, Prime
Do you
Minister.
know, I used to really like you, Pat. You were a breath
This is
of fresh
bullshit.
air.
Why is
But I've been watching you.
bullshit? It probably just wasn't on him long enough.
You get more like him every day.
I will take that as a compliment. Prime Minister, later on this evening, your co-leader Julia Salisbury is going to give a national address from team headquarters. Can you give us a hint of what she's going to say?
Yes. Well, I imagine that
Sorry,
it will be
sorry, you
the
imagine?
usual. No, what I mean is,
You do know about this broadcast, don't you, Prime Minister?
I'm sure I did. But Julia and I have no secrets from each other. We don't memorize each other's bloody diaries either. As my old mum used to say, if you wanted to get a job done quick, don't get bogged down in the pubes. What else you got?
Sorry?
Only cards, what else? A little piece of my life do you want to rustle through? Get out, refill my last. Get out, refill my last. Ah, come on. Come on.
Okay. What music do you listen to when you work out?
Well, Gail tells me that I work out to Little C, but I have absolutely no fucking idea who that is. And do you think the C stands for...
It stands for collaborative, Prime Minister.
Yeah, actually, that does make more sense, actually.
If it stands for
how's rationing
collaborative,
to you?
It's hard, but we get by. You just have to learn.
Does
to
that
get
mean he's
by
like
on the
a
basics.
a
Take
plant from
comfort
Advancing?
in each other. I've got Mrs. C, and many a fine single malt. I want for nothing. Except for a decent night's sleep, of course.
Prime Minister, thank you for joining us. When we come back, it's time for the Culture Spot with Lil C and a world premiere performance of her new song.
4,
I genuinely can't
3,
wait to hear that.
2,
We'll be back
1.
after this.
1 minute back, everybody. And that is what happens when you wander from the car.
I don't think he
Oops.
knows that statement.
I don't think anyone's supposed to know. When you mentioned it, Bozeman's face turned a colour that I think you call embolism.
Am I in trouble?
Bozeman? Nah, you're like the daughter you never had.
Yeah, I realized a little bit too late that the Siege Survival Kit, which seemed like a helpful thing, is by this fucking company.
Winding me up.
What? I'm civilized. I read books.
I have many leather-bound books.
I concur absolutely, Brian. There's barely enough milk to undermine the tea.
You'll no doubt have spotted the updated mixing disc. You'll need the new buttons during the next sections. First, we'll need applause when the guest enters and before her song. Don't worry, I'll walk you through it when we get there.
Interesting. I wonder if there's controls for that. Left, up, right, down. Okay. So it wants me to use F1 through 4 for those. Snuggle wax, snuggle button, fan switch. I should have put a button for the fan switch, like on my mouse or something. That way when I heard it turn off, I could just turn it back on. Maybe I'll just try and click them. I don't know what else to use. Yeah, fuck it.
One is certain a preferable way exists.
And you'd be right. We've had our biggest and best brains working on this for months, and we've got you covered with the Remington Swiss Siege Survival Box. Inside every blockade-busting box, you'll find the things you really missed. A red wine where you can hardly taste the chemicals. Some rare meat we grew in our production laboratory. Chocolate so salty, you'd believe it came from Svenland. The list of luxuries is endless. At least 7. And
I've never heard of her before.
Oh, she's big, really big.
She any good?
Nah, of course not. She dog shit. My kids go mad for her, absolutely mad.
Live in 10 seconds. Hang on, Colin, you've got kids.
Yeah, I've got about 6 or 7, I think.
What? 5, 4, 3.
I think.
Thanks for coming back. Later, we have an exciting new feature that we just know you're going to love, so stay tuned for that. But first, I'm really excited for our next guest. She rose to prominence as the delightful Susie May in All My Daughter's Children's Men, before taking the music industry by storm this year with her debut album smashing the chart records at the age of just 20. Let's give it up and welcome
I'm choosing one.
Lucy! May I just say, you look incredible.
Oh, thanks, babe. I'm doing this new regime and it really does work.
Ooh, what's the regime?
And my manager suggested it to me. It basically involves bathing in like cabbage water and then having the leaves sucked out of you while you sleep.
Wow, is that healthy?
Oh, well, look at me, Meg. The leaves are my only nourishment.
Yep, they certainly are. Now, you'll have to forgive me, but I'm somewhat of a super fan, so I'm sorry if I get a bit starstruck.
Oh, bless you. I've never actually heard of you before, so if you do get a little tongue-tied, I can always carry the interview.
Oh, that's good to know. So your first album,
Damn.
Off My Face Together, it hit shelves this summer and it just exploded. I mean, what was that like for you?
Bonkers, just so weird. I was in all the papers and the magazines. Overnight, I went from that like annoying little girl from that show to that like sexy little girl from that show.
Wow, that must have been bizarre.
Not really, it was just like any other morning. You know, get up at 5, go on a 4-mile run, have 3 meetings on my cabbage bath, but then only then was my dad actually talking to me.
Oh, of course, I mean the famed country singer, Billy Bob Jean Short. I didn't know you'd been estranged.
There's nothing that strange about it, Megan.
Billy Bob.
Okay, yes, he may
Kinda
believe
like
that
a
aliens
Miley.
told him to hate women, but there really isn't anything to prove that he's wrong.
So, this newfound explosion into your popularity, I mean, did that change your life?
Well, I had to start wearing like nicer underwear, you know, for the paparazzi. But as my manager says, best to make the most of it before I'm 30.
Is that right? So what's the
Damn.
album about?
So I thought it was about like how pretty and great I am, but actually it's about monetizing youth, I think, or about like promoting an unrealistic standard of beauty or something.
Your manager again.
Yeah, he says insecurity is an opportunity.
Oh, do you think he'd be happy with you telling us all this?
Telling you all what? It really doesn't matter what I say here. I'll do my dancing and then this part will all be forgotten about.
So true.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're going to see some of those famous dance moves very shortly because you're going to be performing your new single, aren't you?
Yeah, it's from my album Put It In My A Together and it's out tomorrow.
So soon, after the last one?
Oh yeah, I've actually released 2 albums since lunchtime and a clothing line during this interview. See, this is called Cry for Help and it's going to be in all the best high street and retail shops. And it's out now! So girlies, you know what to do. Scream and cry until somebody gets it for you.
Ooh, there she goes. Blimey. All these projects, they're keeping you very busy, aren't they? It must be tough.
Yeah, it can get tough and I hate it sometimes and I hate myself. I just want to like cry into a bath of root veg. But then I think thousands of girls would do anything to be me, so I must be quite lucky.
Well, you You know you don't have to do this, though, don't you?
Yeah, I do think that sometimes. Most nights between like my fourth vodka and the 8th time a stranger slaps me around the arse. I think things could have been different, you know, like better. But I don't know.
Holy shit.
I love doing autographs and having somebody dress me and tell me what to wear.
Did you always want to do music?
Well, ever since I was a little girl, I did. I'd sit in front of the radio, and as soon as my favourite girl group would come on, I press record on my cassette. But then my dad would come in and tell me to turn it off.
Damn, I can't clap.
And start practicing again.
Sorry, is your dad your manager?
Yeah, which can be tough. And sometimes when it gets really hard, he'll say, "Make Quagler proud, and you might just survive childbirth."
Well, you know what, despite anything, you'll make me proud.
Oh, if only your opinion was as valuable as his.
And on that problematic note, you're going to be singing your song for us soon, aren't you?
Oh, fuck. Here we go, chat.
So it's called These Babies Gonna Bring You Home, and I actually got sent the lyrics in the car on the way up here. But you know what? It's actually all right. And don't worry, all my work is team approved.
Clap.
All right then. Well, you can go and get ready for that. We'll see you in a little bit.
Jesus.
It was a very specific type of pleasure to chat to her, and I just can't wait to hear this. Oh, so here's Lil C with an exclusive first performance of her new track, These Babies Gonna Bring You Home. Take it away.
It's the Force's favorite, the queen of team, here to break in your blockades. Lil C.
Oh baby, can't you see I'm hungry? There's a place in me that's empty. I want that meat you're packing, only you can fill that crack in me. I'm under siege, so come and free me. Ain't no disruption here, boy, I got no agenda. Just want the team and me, no dirty foreign member. Don't stop your morning drill, there's holes in me that ain't been filled yet. I only scream this loud when you do your country proud. I ain't no vicar's daughter, come and skirmish on my border. Quick before I get much older, tie me down and pull me like an enemy soldier. An enemy soldier. So let them try and break our dream. We fight and love and die at two. So what if Peter Clemens boys can come and use me as a toy? I wanna see some action, so come and break my sanctions. I've been this wild and free since Mama burdened me. She was only 53, but gave to save her family. There's no one judging me if I'm the one that's in your fantasy. Don't die alone, these babies gonna bring you home. I ain't no vicar's daughter, come and skirmish on my border. Quick before I get much older, tie me down and pull me like an enemy soldier. An enemy soldier. So what if Peter Clemens boys can come and use me as a toy and flip me over, grab my hair, rip off my clothes and down from there. I wanna see some action, so come and break my sanctions.
Get it, girl. Jesus. Did I get? I wasn't even watching. Did I switch to?
Well, if that doesn't distract you from the world outside,
Did I have a chance to
don't
clap?
know what will. I'd like to thank Lil C for. Well, for
I don't
doing
know.
that.
Man, I was.
Don't go anywhere. After the break, we'll finally be revealing the new segment of our show that we just know you're going to love. We'll be back right after this.
And we're out.
I completely just spaced. I know I didn't see her walk in. I was just trying to like see where she was and like do that every other one.
Thank you so much for letting me do this. It really means a lot to me, you know.
Yeah.
To be able to promote myself on such a mainstream platform like the news.
Well, don't worry about it. And you know what? Good luck for the future. Take care of yourself. This industry can be crazy sometimes. Watch out for that father of yours.
Oh, no. I manage myself. It's just, you know, for the public to have that certain perspective. You know what it's like.
Oh, right.
And Michael? Michael?
What about Billy Bob Jeanshaw?
Oh, my dad. He's such a sweetheart. We both had the same agents, you know, like it just made sense. Both of us for our image together.
Wow.
And Michael, I want to see the revenue
Really?
share for the clothing line and get me a G&T.
I kind of want to see the broadcast after.
They say for your pleasure.
Just have her sitting down in a chair just randomly. Probably won't, but also.
This next section will need you to use all 4 of the sound effects to help things along. Try and pick the most appropriate one at each given moment. The actors can't hear what you're doing, so they'll be trusting you to make the right choices.
12, as it said in your rider.
Do I look like the sort of person who counts things? No, not anymore. I'm better than that now.
Damn, he's not just a maths teacher now.
Keep adding flowers until it feels like 12. Got it?
Absolutely, right away. 10 seconds.
I don't care because I'm insane.
4, 3. Thanks for joining us for part 3. We've been teasing you about our new feature all night, and now the wait is finally over. I can reveal that every night on the show, we'll be treated to an episode of an informative and hilarious new segment called The Notice Board. It stars some top talent and we're very excited about it. But before we see it, let's have a quick chat with the writer, director and phenomenon, may I say, Jeff Algebra, guys.
Actually, I've dropped the algebra. I go by Jeff DePoon now. How'd you like that?
Oh, yeah, very fancy. I suppose you need a new name now that you're a successful artiste.
Well, exactly. I'm earning enough to pay taxes now.
Oh.
It's shit.
And how does Angela feel about all this? Your wife.
Ah! Oh, God, no. No, she's long gone. No, she was holding me back. I'm with Norm now. We were married last month.
Norm de Plume.
Yeah.
Let me laugh.
And why did you write this? What was your inspiration?
Oh, well, I received a telephone call offering me 25 grand to write a pro-team sitcom. And I heard my father's
Pro-team,
voice.
yeah, everything's.
It said, Jeff, you listen here, boy. You make hay while the sun shines. You wring every penny you can get out of this. So I wheeled him down to the transition centre, got out my typewriter and started clacking. Utter shite.
And without further ado, let's give it up for the notice board.
I clicked, didn't I?
You have to play a sound effect, Alex.
I did! Oh, what?
Alex, if you keep this up, you'll ruin the notice board, and the actors won't be happy.
Good morning, Miss Craven.
Oh, morning, Ray.
Everything all right, Mrs. Craven? You look as worried as the vicar in closing time.
Oh, Ray, it's those young louts. They've vandalised my shop again.
No!
Yes!
Oh.
They've written all sorts of obscene language and crude pictures, and I know it's those damn youths.
I don't know. It could be the vicar at closing time.
I'm just worried they won't ever become productive members of the community. What if they never see the error of their ways and end up as social outcasts, such as shoplifters or bong rats?
Don't worry, Mrs. Craven. This is a very supportive community, and I'm sure that in time they will fit into this society like this key into this lock.
I clicked.
See? Works like a charm.
What a lovely way to put it, Ray. And just like that, we can unlock their future.
Yes, yes. Wow. Look at all the letters in my collection today.
Sure is a collection.
Oh, I think that one's addressed to me.
What? This one? Oh, so you're right.
Give me more time. Why don't I have to the countdown? That's stupid.
Here it is.
Oh, it's a letter from my granddaughter, Brenda. She says she got an A on her maths exam because one of her friends has been helping her. She was always a team player, was our Brenda.
What's up, losers?
What?
Oh, no. It's Brad. He's the coolest guy in the village.
That's right. I just got here on my motorbike.
I just realized they're color coded. I was just kind of just winging. I mean, some of them I was just. It's funny to clap his stuff, but I realize now that they are color coded.
Clear off, Brad. We don't want any of your ilk around here.
What? Rad dudes?
No, ruffians. Have you come to tag the notice board with your gang signs?
No way. I've actually come to pin my resume on that notice board. I'm looking to do some tutoring after school.
What did you say? Tutoring?
That's right. Maths is very important. Would you mind, Ray? Would you mind, Ray?
Not at all.
Yo, what's up, Marco?
So you, a young person, have been spending your time helping others and not just urinating on churches or huffing glue?
Hey, I haven't huffed glue for months.
Well, blow me down!
You know what? We misjudged you based on how young and cool you are and not on your actions.
No doy.
So it wasn't you who vandalized my shop last night or called me a rancid old crone from the back of a chopper?
No way. It can't have been me. I was too busy helping my friend Brenda with her maths homework.
Could you speak up there? I thought for a minute there that you said Brenda.
I did, you daft old sow.
Did you hear that, Ray?
Oh, yes, what a wonderful surprise. I now respect you as a man.
Put her there, Ray.
Audience loves it. I'm doing all right.
Oh, what the heck? Give us a hug.
It's fine. It's fine. Oh shit. I was not.
Sorry to interrupt the first groundbreaking episode of the notice board, but we're receiving some breaking news.
Aww.
I'm being told we're picking up reports from across the continent of what appear to be...
Let me say aw.
Oh God, what appear to be nuclear explosions in 4 major foreign cities.
Ooh.
Initial estimates put the death toll into the millions. I'm being told that we're experiencing some power fluctuations as a result, so apologies to any interruption to the broadcast for you at home. And now I am told that we are going live to team headquarters, for an emergency broadcast from Prime Minister Julia Salisbury at any moment. Yes, let's go to that now.
Good evening, citizens and leaders of the world.
Boo.
Minutes ago, operatives working for Advance detonated
Fuck it,
nuclear
send it all.
explosives simultaneously in 4 major cities across the continent.
Are you familiar with this game, Marco?
We have similar devices in 58 other urban centres and will not hesitate to detonate them if our conditions are not met in full and without delay. The people of our territory will no longer tolerate your illegal and genocidal blockade. You are to remove it immediately. We will accept nothing less than your unconditional surrender. Your territories will be taken under our control. We will install replacement governments to ensure that your citizens become part of the new future. Your borders are now our borders. Your people are our people. They will finally be fed and clothed and educated and healed. But for your privileged few, the moment that they feared is now upon them. Allow me to be crystal clear. If you fire a single shot at our territory, or harm a single one of our citizens, we will not hesitate to detonate further devices.
Well, yeah, that's the hacking that he told us about at the beginning.
Then no doubt you are already searching for them. Our technology.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I could probably go over it, yeah.
We will expect your complete acceptance of our terms by midnight tonight. Thank you.
Well, okay, so there you have it. Advance making a brave move that looks likely to end the war in this, its 20th week. There's a lot to take in here, and I know you, like me, will be wondering if this is too much. If we've gone too far. But I'm thinking of our sick and ill, denied their medicines, the children with no food on their plates, and the body bags returning from the front line. And I ask myself if without some big, bold gesture it would ever stop, and I do not think it ever would. We elected Advance to make this country better for us all, and it was working. But then the rest of the world looked at us and they said this cannot be seen to succeed. And they brought their warships and their tanks and their planes just to make sure that we were instead seen to suffer, to make sure no one anywhere would ever attempt this again. So, to my mind, our government have taken the only path available to them. A difficult decision for their hearts to bear, but one that ultimately we can respect because it is designed to keep us safe. And while this is unquestionably a dark night, it may indeed presage the dawn of a new future.
I should have censored everything in advance. Damn it.
My name's Megan.
Just hold down the spacebar.
Let's make tomorrow better.
And we're out.
Do you ever get the feeling that you're making history?
Make the notice board's first show a success. I don't know about a success. Oh my goodness. Complete the broadcast on day 371. All offensive words were censored. An interference-free show, an exceedingly poor edit. You always say that, but I mean, it got pretty bad there for a while, the power and everything. Disrupt effectively silenced. I was over them for a while and it didn't show that broadcast, so I didn't think that it did anything. This time. All right, well, we're well off for now. still in good standing so far with Disrupt. Not with Advance. Although, if I'm going to be airing Advance messages, that most recent one wasn't the worst. I have to see...
Before we join Megan,
I just want to see the one
for tonight's national nightly news.
during
it's
the
just time to take a peek at what's coming up later tonight.
the little
on
C
Channel
performance
1.
I wanted to see. Got a little bit of Megan in there. This guy was fucking wasted off his ass.
The CEO of Remington.
He doesn't know what... He has no idea what's going on. Or at least almost no idea. F my face together. Yeah, I definitely got a little bit lost in the sauce on this one.
See, this is called Cry for Help.
Here to break in your blockades, Lil C.
Oh, baby, can't you see? I'm hungry. There's a place in me.
A little bit later in. Oh, it's the Chipmunks version.
Skirmish on my border, quick before I get much older. Tie me down and pour me like an enemy soldier. An enemy soldier. So let them I wanna see some action. So come and break my sanctions.
I think it was coming up really soon. Or maybe it was the next. Maybe it was the next one. Next chorus. I forgot that.
I've been this wild and free
this verse?
Mama burdened me. She was only 53, but gave to save her family. There's no one judging me if I'm the one that's
This is a pretty good
in your
production I've done.
fantasy. Don't die alone, these babies gonna bring you home. I ain't no liquor starter, come and skirmish on
Up
my
until-
border. Quick before I get much older, tie me down and pour me
Except the camera that I was just hitting like to the beat 1 through 4. And that's what led to
an enemy soldier. So what if Peter Clemens boys can come and use me as a toy and flip me over, grab my hair, rip off my clothes and dump them there? I wanna see some action, so come and break my sanctions.
part of me was like, am I supposed to show this? Am I not supposed to show this? Oh, yes, yeah, I had no idea. very concerned. Got her. In 480p. We got her, chat. Let's go. Bring it home. That was the main thing I wanted to see. I think. I'm trying to think of. Yeah. As far as that one goes. I want to see what she's saying during that. Fuck. You run through these.
So, Julia's team have asked me to ask you to keep it light.
Well, what does that mean?
It means do that thing you do where you turn politicians into humans. Just don't get drawn into talking about the war or politics in general, really.
They do know this is the news, don't they?
You didn't hear this from me, but...
Oh.
Apparently, there's a crew at Team HQ right now. I think she's giving a speech or something tonight. They'll get it on the late news.
Oh, great. So they get the brains and we get the performing monkey.
Sometimes you sound just like him, you know.
How are you?
They're missing Jeremy. Me too.
It is what it is.
That's the pre-roll. Clement. I don't know if there's really anything from this one that I can remember. Most of it was just...
But first this evening, with the war about to enter its 21st punishing week.
Why is it so hard to turn the fucking wheel? Girl! I think these bike's brakes are fucked. Speak up, my dear fool ears can't hear you.
I said there's nothing wrong with the bike.
Well, could you get
Okay, we're on the commercials, that's why.
Please, before I look like a complete prick on the...
Dauntable, impervious to daunts, whatever they may be. 10 seconds.
Well, I'm not sticking to these, but I'll play nice if he will.
I can live with that.
Christ, it's like lose bloody thing. It's like losing my virginity all over again. Right.
In part 2, I'm a little
That's it.
overexcited to announce I'll be interviewing the one and only Lil C. And later we've got a new feature
Start
that's sure
peddling,
to keep
Peter.
you coming back for more. But first tonight,
I think I
let's
turned to
check
him
in
pretty
with Prime
quickly.
Minister Peter Clement, who's speaking to us from his home in Lanfordshire. Good evening, Prime Minister. Have we caught you exercising?
Oh, have we started? Yes, that's right, Miss Wolf. Just a few minor adjustments.
Alright, so I'll just go to the end.
Well, that's a very
What did she ask?
on your card.
I thought we might wonder.
A rigid and demanding plan that my doctor and personal trainer...
Who's your personal trainer?
Some prick called Clark. Is that on your card?
I thought we might wonder. Prime Minister, speaking of planning, with the blockade in its 20th week and the people of this country reeling from its effects, what plans do you have to get us out of this mess?
Well, that's a very blunt question, Miss...
I like that. I mean, she's finally... Megan
Prime Minister
was
must
not
have
acting
an answer.
very friendly.
Don't you get smart with me, Pat. I was a fucking national treasure before you were a twinkle in the milkman's scrotum. You want to talk about plans? Let me tell you about... That's all we do.
She's come around, it seems. Not that she had a choice. Given that it's all gone to shit, pretty much.
This fucking government stuff is complete fucking bog. What?
I don't think he knew about her statement.
I don't think anyone's supposed to know. When you mentioned it, Bozeman's face turned a colour that I think you call...
Okay, we heard that.
Am I in trouble?
Bozeman? Nah, you're like the daughter he never had. I suppose the higher-ups might fire him, though.
Who's Lil C?
Or if there's any justice, me.
Who's Lil C?
Are you winding me up?
What? I'm civilized. I read books.
Oh, that's what she was asking about. Okay. I am curious what she said about Little C, too. I was going to maybe do one more segment before calling it. I just got to see what happens. I got to know.
I've never heard of her before.
Oh, she's big, really big.
Really? She any good?
Nah, of course not. She's dog shit. But kids go mad for her, absolutely mad.
Live in 10 seconds. Hang on, Colin, you've got kids.
Yeah, I've got about 6 or 7, I think.
What?
I think.
4, 3. Thanks for coming back. Later, we have an exciting new feature that we just know you're going to love, so stay tuned for that. But first, I'm really excited for our next guest. She rose to prominence as the delightful Susie May.
The more interesting part would be at the end. Oh, or while she's sitting down during the performance. I'll say it once, said it a million times. I wish there was like a time bar that you could just kind of click through.
A very specific type of pleasure to chat to her, and I just can't wait to hear this. Oh, so.
We'll wait till she comes back. I'll probably not be able to hear much.
Well, if that doesn't distract you from the world outside, I don't know what will. I'd like to thank Lil C for doing that. Don't go anywhere. After the break, we'll finally be revealing the new segment of our show that we just know you're going to love. We'll be back right after this.
And we're out.
Can I just say, thank you so much for letting me do this. It really means a lot to me, you know.
Yeah.
To be able to promote myself on such a mainstream platform like the news.
Well, don't worry about it. And you know
A
what?
mainstream
Good luck for
platform
the
like
future.
the news.
Take care of yourself. This industry can be crazy sometimes. Watch out for that father of yours, won't you?
Oh, no. I manage myself. It's just, you know, for the pub. Get me a G&T before my meeting with the lube guys. If they say for your pleasure, I'm going to stop needing it.
The lube guys, Jesus. The notice board, yeah, I wish they gave a little bit more time for the reactions.
Well, the fact is, Jen, there weren't enough flowers in my dressing room.
There were exactly 12, as it said in your rider.
Do I look like the sort of person who counts things? No, not anymore. I'm better than that now. I'll tell you what.
Just getting ready.
Just keep adding flowers until it feels like 12. Got it?
Absolutely, right away. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us for part 3. We've been
Yeah, I miss him
teasing
too.
you about our new feature all night, and now the wait is finally over. I can reveal that every night on the show, we'll be treated to an There's
vandalized my shop again.
No!
Yes! They've written all sorts of obscene
I need to hear if they actually do put my...
pictures, and I know it's those damn youths.
I think I clapped
I
there.
don't know. It could be the vicar at closing time.
I'm just worried they won't ever become
But they liked what I did.
casts, such as shoplifters or bong rats.
Don't worry, Mrs. Craven.
Oh, I clapped at
This
bong
is a
rats
very
for sure.
supportive community, and I'm sure.
So, okay, it doesn't
in
show.
Time,
I'm gonna see if there's anything at the end of this. Oops. Everything's falling apart. Held up with tape. Okay. I don't know if anything was said before or after. Jesus Christ.
Sorry to interrupt the first groundbreaking episode of the notice board.
They
but,
need to fix
we're
that.
receiving some breaking news. I'm being told
Good evening, citizens and...
Wait. If she was doing something at HQ... and we knew about the... or and she didn't want anyone to know. Was it like a... I mean, obviously, to an extent, there's probably a plan, that type of thing, but... I want to see if they see anything. I want to see if they say anything. Whoops. Thought she looked like she was going to say something. So obviously this was a planned thing. I guess that's not like a thing, but
well,
No
okay,
signal.
so
Okay.
there you have it. Advance making a brave move that looks likely to end the war in its 20th week.
Yeah, brave.
There's a lot to take in here. And I know you, like me, will be wondering if this is too much. If we've gone too far. But I'm thinking of our sick and ill denied their medicine.
Come on. Get that boot out of your mouth. Bullshit.
And we're out. Do you ever get the feeling that you're making history?
We heard this. That was it? Damn it. Was it because I... Let me see if there was... Okay, so they gave us this advertisement to play. I want to see what they said. And I'm going to use the restroom. And then we're coming back.
The enemy is all
to
around
do at least
us.
one more
A frightened
broadcast.
world that looks at what we have achieved and dares
And
not
just start
let
my
it succeed.
coffee machine.
They have tried to starve us, but as a team, we have grown food enough for all. They have tried to hurt us, to cut off our medicines, but as a team, we have offered radical, compassionate solutions. And they have tried to scare us, to rob us of power and leave us in the dark. But as a team, we have lit a fire so bright that they will never quench it. We are at war with a brutal foreign enemy, against leaders who do not even treat their own people with the dignity and love that we have.
So nothing in particular. We knew we were in a war.
And if these leaders
20-week war.
idly by while their own people starve, well, whatever would they do to us should we lose?
Fear mongering.
That is why it is vital that we pull together, that we encourage and educate our family, friends, and neighbors so that they too embrace this new future. Because a team can only succeed when it pulls in the same direction. And while we certainly wouldn't call dissenting voices treasonous, we would raise an eyebrow at those who can't find it within themselves to show even a little team spirit.
The marching, Jesus.
Together, we cannot lose this war. So join the winning team.
Fuck. It's creepy. Is this another product? What is this? EOB, Eye of the Beholder. So not only, oh gosh, so not only does she use the skincare, the skin, it's not care, I guess, but skin treatment and the hair treatment. Meaningful images. I'm curious what the next commercials are going to look like from these people. Formulated with hydrogen sulfide. Jesus. Cruise. Alright. Continue with these here in a couple minutes. I'm going to stretch, use the restroom, get some coffee. And then we'll do the next broadcast. Well, next. I'm sure there's some in-between stuff to do, and then next broadcast. Well, shit. I'm curious what my kids thinking. If they've changed their mind on anything. Our daughter's working at the transition center. Oh shit, we're just going. Damn, I actually wanted to see. Want to see behind the scenes? Our free documentary on Steam. I'll actually have to check that out. I wonder if we can watch that on stream afterwards. A proportionate response. Oh, nice. Okay. Usually when it does that loading scene, it means we're going into a broadcast. The rest of your shift passes in a blur with the same words going around your head. Operatives working for advanced detonated nuclear explosives. Initial estimates put the death toll into the millions. Did this really just happen? Apparently we're well off. You pull into the driveway with no memory of the journey home. The light in the front room is on. Clearly someone else is still awake. The door creaks open into the living room, and you find Sam sitting on the sofa staring at the TV. The screen is off and they're clearly lost in thought. You take a seat beside them and put a reassuring hand on their shoulder. They start at your touch, breaking them out of their stupor. They attempt to smile, but you can see it's strained. Sorry, I didn't hear you come in. I was thinking about... Sam stops, shaking their head. So many people. I can't quite believe it. I know, it's terrible. Nothing short of an atrocity. All those people, those poor people. How can anyone think this is okay? Sam's eyes are blazing with anger, and when they look to you, it's clear they're expecting agreement. I know we've never seen eye to eye with the government in this house, but I never thought they were capable of this. So that's Sam saying that, acknowledging that we've been somewhat critical of the government. It was us or them. They'd have forced us all to starve if Advance hadn't stepped in. There had to be another way. Killing millions of people is never the answer. Yeah, easily this one. Relief sweeps across Sam's face. Exactly, no reason in the world could make killing so many innocent people the right thing to do. Sam kisses you before heading to the kitchen, calling over their shoulder. We're lucky you can actually make a difference. Help people know what's really going on. I think we got our wives go ahead for anything we may want to do at work. Not that we needed it, but it's nice. Jesus. An academic exodus. So we're like 2 years into, right about 2 years. It's a seemingly ordinary morning, but as you get into work, you find a small crowd gathered in the break room. When you go in to grab your first cup of tea of the day, you can't help but overhear some excited chatter. You didn't hear? Yeah, another one's gone missing. What's that bring the total up to now? Oh, I should think over 100 at this point. They won't all have been reported or noticed yet. Sorry, what's going on? An excited young woman turns to you and begins to explain. Another professor went missing from Queensview University. With all the other disappearances over the last year, scientists, doctors, researchers. She pauses before lowering her voice to a whisper. It's clearly disrupt targeting the people, speaking out against them. Okay, well, I haven't read the next three sentences, but I'm pretty sure disrupt has been on this side of, or disrupt and, okay, before Alan James, in his former work, there was disagreement. Obviously, we saw that interview, but disrupt, as far as things they've put out, I'm pretty sure the scientists, researchers, and doctors, I'm pretty sure there's some agreement there. I even heard Advance are struggling to prevent further. A deep, familiar voice from behind you interrupts. What exactly is going on here? A silence overtakes the room as you all turn in unison towards the doorway. Bozeman clears his voice before continuing. I've told you before, I don't want to hear about these so-called disappearances. Come on now, people. Advance have been very clear that there's nothing to worry about. Which means they're not our problem, and unless they start classing cappuccinos as intellectual, I don't think anyone here has anything to worry about. Best get back to work. Damn, Bozeman. Bozeman holds up a hand to keep you as everyone else files out of the room. Look, between you and me, this leave it alone malarkey comes from on high. It's out of my hands. So I would appreciate if you would refrain from talking about it further and make sure the news is in line with that school of thought, yes? He gives you a pat on the arm and smiles before leaving to carry on with whatever it is he does during the workday. It seems that, for better or worse, public ownership is now in full swing. This is months and months later. Months and months, a career in the making. Still well off? You drum your fingers on the steering wheel impatiently as you wait for Charlie again. It's great he's enjoying the Cohesion Cadets and is so enthusiastic, but does he really need to stay behind every week to help? It's your Saturday evening too, after all. Finally see him exit the hall, a grin on his face. Fuck. Our boy's in deep. Like, deep. You can't help but smile back, the frustration starting to fade as you see him so genuinely happy. After hugging his friends goodbye, Charlie heads over to the car and gets in, his face flushed with excitement. So how was you're interrupted and he can't contain himself any longer? Guess what? Won't play along. So obviously the Cohesion Cadets is the starting point for becoming a CCO, so we get a head start when applying for that. Charlie gushes, clearly keen on explaining his news, almost tripping over the words in his efforts to tell you. Well, apparently from next year, the top 5% of cadets will be taken into a special program to become CCMs, Community Cohesion Managers. And guess who's going to be in it? He beams at you. Okay. I like this response because it's not that that's great news, we're also proud of you. We're happy he's happy. However, I see him. What exactly do these community CCMs do? Oh, well, basically they need a new liaison team between regular people, the CCOs, and the Betterment Department. Yeah, that's some 1984 shit. And that'll be us. People come to us with concerns and we'll decide whether they need referral, and if so, to which department. Cool, right? So you're going to be helping. A sentence like this really depends on tone, but we're saying port, not rat or narc or whatever, so. Well, yeah, I guess, but only bad people. It's about helping the community, making it safer for everyone. Charlie frowns at you. You don't like the CCOs? Or the betterment teams? I wish we could say like one more critical thing. Because he's... Wait, Charlie... Okay, Charlie's... I'm trying to remember how old he was when we started. And now it's like 2.5, 3 years later. So he's still young, regardless. He's... I'm getting some things mixed up. He's at most in his early teens. At most, like... And probably still a preteen. So saying this is just going to... So I'll just say forget about it. Well done. I'm proud of you. Because I feel like he would turn me in. That's kind of where I'm getting. That's kind of where I'm going with this. I feel like Charlie would turn me in at this point. And maybe it's because I was so... Okay, cool. I can't wait to tell everyone else. Charlie sits back in his seat, smiling again, though less enthusiastically than before. I hate to say this about my own in-game video or in-video game kid, but I'm glad he's just chilling a bit. I'm not going to say that. I feel like both my daughter Susie and my spouse are going to. Maybe they'll fake it, so I'm just not going to say anything. Is this really a good thing for him to be doing anymore? I fucking, like in real life, I fucking hate lying to kids. A spark to light the flames. After coming downstairs to grab breakfast, the peace and quiet tells you the rest of the family must still be asleep. You decide to eat in the living room and watch some TV while you can before someone else monopolizes it. This is breaking news. Reports are coming in from across the country that large swaths of farmland went up in flames last night as part of what authorities are calling a heinous and well-planned act of terrorism by the group known as Disrupt. You drop your spoon back into the porridge and turn up the volume. I need to know more of Disrupt's messages before I think that this is them. In addition to food stores, which government sources have said will put a strain on universal menu centers countrywide, a number of CCO and civic buildings were targeted in last night's attack. According to Prime Minister Julia Salisbury. This is tough. Like, I just don't know enough, but this... So I know nothing currently about these specific things, but I feel like with the things that Advance has done, I feel like this... It would not surprise me if this was some type of false flag. That said, I do not have that information. But I... Especially with her not even telling her partner, who is kind of a crass, drunk old dude. Peter, what's his face? I really don't. There's something about Julia. Specific prisons and re-education and betterment facilities were raided, and a small selection of problematic and potentially dangerous individuals were forcibly extracted from lawful custody. Okay, well, if that's part of it, maybe they broke our boy out of jail? Yeah, I'm certain it's not them who's doing this. It's probably the government who's trying to put blame on them so the people will hate them. And the government can keep stealing people's money. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess I don't... Yeah. Wait, have you played this before or watched this before? Because you said you knew about the other... with the line, but... with the interference line or whatever. I mean, I'm sure it's partly about stealing money. But so, on what this new government initially kind of started with at the very, very beginning with, well, actually, I don't know how they did it, so that part does matter, but it was my impression that they were taxing the rich healthier and helping people not be homeless and stuff like that, which I do not have a problem with the government doing IRL or here, because I'm kind of playing this as much as I can, but you watched before, remember the first broadcasts, they painted it. Well, yeah, and I know you haven't been here for my whole playthrough, but I've been mentioning stuff like that. However, sometimes there's, I guess, so I initially took that as like a metaphor. Like, you know, you don't need 10, 15 cars and billions in overseas wealth or whatever when we have people without homes and stuff like that. Because they get that wealth by exploiting the poor people. At least in real life. In this scenario, who knows? But you hold your breath, waiting to hear if anyone got hurt. Regardless, it seems like a false flag, or at least it wouldn't surprise me if it was. Unfortunately, it appears that the CCOs were ill-prepared for an event like this, and Disrupt seemed much more effective and well-organized in comparison. While most of the targeted locations were thankfully empty of people, given the lateness of the hour, the betterment centers were fully staffed when they came under attack. 17 CCOs and 4 administrative staff lost their lives as a result of the brutal actions of Disrupt last night, with countless more injured, many seriously, and rushed to the hospital. Because, yeah, if they got Disrupt members out, if I put my mind in, like, if I put myself trying to be, like, a government, trying to propagandize and sway people against Disrupt, they false flag, attack their own facilities as well for, like, the farms or whatever, blame that also on Disrupt to keep the public opinion of Disrupt negative. A few Disrupt members were captured during the conflicts, but the vast majority seem to have evaded capture so far. More on the story as it develops. You gotta turn off the TV. A spark to light the flames. Because these titles are actually kind of important too. You're interrupted by Charlie walking into the living room, bleary-eyed with a piece of toast. Anything interesting going on? He gestures to the TV. Mutely, you leave the news on as they cycle through the story again. Charlie watches in a hushed silence. By the end of broadcast, they're dubbing it the Night of Fire. Everything's going to be okay, right? I wonder if there's... I don't know the best way to go about this. Okay. I'm looking up, not for broadcast, how old is Charlie at start? I think he's... Is he 14? No, because I know Susie's 19 at the beginning. I'm hoping I can just read this without skipping. Episode 1. Try not to read anything extra. I'm just looking for... I'm seeing some choices in space and stuff. Trying to ignore all that. Is it? Do I have to look up history? No. Come on. Try to find description. Oh, okay. He's age 14 in the beginning. That's all I was looking for. Didn't say anything else. So if he was 14, God, I'm just gonna do the math. I'm sorry. Just hit calc. And we'll do 872 divided by 365. I mean, it's got to be just under 3 years. No, just over 2 years. So not even quite 2.5 years. I think I was dividing by basically 300 instead of 360, which is not smart. Okay, moving on. So if he's like 16 now, I'm gonna be relatively real with him. I hope so. We'll have to see. Maybe that doesn't matter. I just trying to do what's best. Looking at some of the stuff going on here. We're going to have another notice board. Whew. Oh boy. 1.5 years since Liberation Night.
Can you hear me? Alex? Are you receiving? This is Alan James. The revolution starts tonight, Alex, and we need your help. Throughout this broadcast, we're going to ask you to do things that will directly help with this mass protest. I'll be talking to you regularly tonight, and I'll also be hacking you when I can. Please help get our message out. We're on the verge, Alex. You've always been fair and balanced in your approach to us. With your help, we can tip the balance in our favor. If you play our tape at the second break, that's when we think it will have the most impact. It's on your right.
Of Just the Job. Followed at 10 p.m. by a chance to see the very
I'll do it.
episode
So?
of Just the Job.
So what?
How's he doing?
How should I know?
What, you haven't heard from him?
He's a wanted criminal, Colin.
So's my nan, but she never misses her birthday.
Okay, we don't have to worry about heat. I know we're going to have to worry about some other shit, but...
Armed robbery, resisting arrest, double homicide of the same bloke. She's right laugh.
I hope he's alright though.
No, he's got this far, and your brother was fine. Going in 10 seconds, everybody.
I don't know if... I mean, he might know best. I'm going to kind of play off of the information
5, 4,
I have overall. And what I'm going into it is, if well, technically now at day, 900 something, whatever, they've been wanting me to censor things that were against advance from the beginning. And you know, until I knew Advance was really bad, I was fine still playing their ads or whatever for the most part. Just trying to keep it real, but obviously that's not the case anymore, so.
Good evening. This is the National Nightly News broadcasting across the territories. My name is Megan Wolf. Our top stories tonight. Future legend. It's been 40 days since Disrupt conducted multiple attacks across the territories. During the coordinated action, subsequently dubbed the Night of Fire, emergency services were kept busy at the agricultural centres, while a series of covert attacks were carried out freeing political prisoners, including former newsman Jeremy Donaldson. Nothing has been heard from the missing journalist since the violent Disrupt attack on his convoy 6 weeks ago. Donaldson was on his way back to Betterment.
Even before I knew who's the leader of this group, I still liked his
All of
character.
us here at Channel 1 hope that wherever he is now...
Yeah, that's what I was saying a bunch to this.
Food, glorious food.
He's based.
With the last of the menu centres opening in territories 5, 8 and 14 today, Advance confirmed that the programme is now in full operation, providing free food for every citizen of the new future. What started as rationing during the 20-week war has blossomed into a social contract that is the envy of the unawakened world. Jack Tractorpants, spokesman for the menu centres, said today that while they can guarantee the contents of every box is nutritious, the actual quality of the meals you cook depends on whether you have a touch of Chef Jordan Rankley or the culinary skills of a professional footballer.
Damn.
If I were a rich man, problems in territories 11, 17 and 22 today as striking bosses attempted to undermine their new economies. With seemingly no awareness of irony, the former CEOs and MDs have come together to form the Wealth Creators Union, with demands including a return to 150% bonuses, private jets and mandatory grovelling zones. In an annoying show of petulance, the former elites drove their luxury vehicles at 10 miles per hour up and down the motorways of their respective territories. The coordinated protest of elites inconvenienced several 100,000 of their employees. Some fun now. Signs of ever more resistance to Advance's radical policies today as popular resistance movement Disrupt extended their reach further across the territories. The organisation's emblem appeared in every major city across the territories last night in a well-coordinated publicity stunt, which has seen them dominate the headlines. Asked about the impressive display earlier today, Disrupt spokesperson Alan James said that the movement was reaching what he described as a critical mass. A poor choice of words given recent history. And a few stories we've been following for a while reached their conclusions tonight. Swing low, sweet chariot. The national outbreak of low-hanging testicular syndrome has been finally traced back to the activities of Rimington's Fist. What had at first seemed like a success for Sophia Rimington's pet project has ended uncomfortably for men throughout the territories. A slightly tipsy Sophia, who resigned
That's on me. I did promote the male. Whoops.
This morning, commented that the men should stop whinging before driving off so quickly that one photographer's foot and both of his nuts were run over in the kerfuffle after falling out of his trousers. A painful end to a difficult reign for the youngest female CEO in history.
How do I turn that off?
Svorsborg Horgan slaughter. A sad end to the tale of the struggling scientists of Dante's
I was just clicking.
as reports emerge of a mutual agreement to end it all.
I was just clicking. Sound desk. Snuggle button. Oh, I see what that was. Oh, instead of turning in awe, I could have just heard them climbing up and just... Oh well. Well, I hope I don't regret that.
With little support from the public and no much needed supplies from above ground, the academics took the unthinkable decision to drink 18 cans of Diet Stank.
Diet Stank.
Could this catastrophe have been avoided? And what on earth are they putting in that drink? Man United, they're happily ever after for Johnny Hamsleeves and partner and former teammate Eric Justin, who finally tied the knot this week. Speaking as the pair headed off for their honeymoon in Territory 15, Johnny acknowledged that there would be many in the football world who wouldn't accept his choice of partner. I think it's time people grew up, he said. Some people are ginger. Get over it. All that, plus we'll be taking a trip to Dangley Parks for the notice board, as well as getting a sneak peek at the hottest ticket in town. That's all coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
I think the message is important, so I realize I can do that. But I'm gonna let the main message.
But first, 500 days after the loss of a fine leader and a great man, the start of tonight's programme is dedicated to remembering and celebrating the life of Peter Clement.
Oh, he died. What?
Patrick Bannon is live from Parliament Park, where Julia Salisbury will be breaking ground on what will soon be a memorial garden in Peter's honour. Patrick.
Listening to that old bitch lying through her teeth about missing that poor bastard.
Patrick.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
We're live.
Because I'm not being funny. Things were better with Peter, weren't they?
Patrick.
They were, and I don't mind saying it. They were, because he held her back. But now there's no stopping her.
Hello, Patrick, we're
Of
live.
course, can't say that, can I, Francis? No, not with public ownership. No, with public ownership, you can't say anything these days. She's lost it, mate. She's completely off the rocker. I heard from an aide that... Hello, Megan, you join me here live from the what? Hello, Megan, you join me here live from the what? Oh.
Lost some signal there for a moment. Well, we will be going live to that groundbreaking ceremony just as soon as we can get Patrick back. Meanwhile,
Yeah, Patrick's not coming back.
The memorial gardens are going to be gorgeous. I've had a sneak
CIA
peek
took
at
him
the
out.
designs, and Alana Marsh has done a fabulous job. Oh, okay, all right. It seems like we have got the signal back. We can now go live to Patrick Bannon in Parliament Park.
Thank you, Megan. I'm Patrick Bannon, and we are indeed live here. Apologies for the technical difficulties there, but any moment now, Julia Salisbury will step out on stage behind me.
Alex, Bozeman here. The boys in editing have just informed me that the eulogy footage isn't fully cut together yet. You're going to have to do it on the fly. For goodness sake, make sure you make it look good.
Slowly gathering since this afternoon.
This is Alan. You can undermine them here and help us win hearts and minds. Make him look bad, Alex. Really bad.
And it seems like the ceremony is getting underway. Here is Prime Minister Julia Salisbury, the picture of elegance, to begin her address.
Good evening, fellow teammates and friends. 500 days ago, all of our lives changed irrevocably. Still reeling from the triumphs and tribulations of Liberation Night, another great loss befell the people of these newly united territories. The loss of a leader, a statesman, a dear friend, and a hero. Peter Gordon Clement.
Peter's death at the age of just 62, of course, announced by the team on the 24th of December, just 6 weeks after Liberation Night.
Born to a working-class family on a housing estate in Rotherham, Peter first trained as a carpenter before getting his start on television. First moving and building scenery, and then developing into the personality that we all knew and loved so much.
Just the Job first hit our screens over 25 years ago, running for 11 series, winning multiple awards, and charming audiences up and down the country.
Peter taught us, all of us, not to be content with the way things are, not to accept inequities, no matter how small. But he also taught us what it took to fight them. Courage, integrity, empathy, and hard, bloody graft.
Across a career spanning 3 decades, Peter Clement was known for shows including Wake Up, It's Saturday, and much later, late-night chat show Petey, which at its peak drew millions of viewers.
Peter was by no means a saint. Trust me, he wants
Now I'm going to play the happy ones.
regrets than he'd had stolen dinners. He always did have a knack for a turn of phrase. But it speaks to the strength of his character that he chose to share with us his mistakes alongside his achievements, his faults as well as his talents. Peter had the heart to give it all he had for the people of these united territories.
Famous for his potty mouth, It's estimated conservatively that Peter Clement uttered over 1.5 million swear words during his career, though some sources put this figure well in excess of 2 million F-bombs alone.
Gripped by illness as he was in the weeks and months leading up to Liberation Night, he wasn't
Got
the
it.
man
Barely, but we got it.
But his eyes still twinkled with that familiar joy for life, that spark of wit and wisdom of a life lived for others.
Prime Minister Clement, of course, died from apparent liver failure after suffering from the long-term effects of alcohol abuse.
I first met Peter nearly 20 years ago. Moments before I was supposed
One of
to
these days I'll live up to 2 million F-bombs.
Actually, only I'd spilt coffee all down myself, and I was young, nervous, desperate to be liked, and from behind me I heard, "Christ, pet, you've either pissed your kecks or sprung a leak, but either way you got a problem." And before I could even say a word, he stripped off his dry trousers and insisted I took them. That was the sort of man that Peter Clement was. Kind, compassionate, sensitive, a brilliant thinker, a natural leader, but mostly a good man. This
That looks so bad switching. From the...
This shining beacon of
Thank you, Alex. There'll be another opportunity to steer public perception soon. It's really starting. You'll know when.
His accomplishments, the future he forged, the boundaries he pushed.
I didn't know they were supposed to go... This doesn't look like a good angle. Come on.
To me, he'll always be the man in his pants,
Bullshit.
cheering on a stranger at the back of the conference. It is my great honour to give to you the Peter Clement Memorial Garden. Shall we see if we can get a countdown going? Everyone with me? 10, 9, 8, 7.
Now, Alex, control the message.
What happened? I hit... Oh, I guess tab pauses it. Okay.
I'm not leaving, I can't. You two, come with me.
Oh, shit.
Don't have...
You're hurting me!
Well, stop resisting then. Stop resisting and we'll let you up.
I'm not resisting! Ah! Fuck
What are you doing?
I'm not resisting! You
I'll still censor.
I'm not resisting!
Turn the camera off. National Night News. We have the right to be here. I said...
Keep your eyes open.
Who the fuck are you?
Oh, I can't hear you. I can't hear anything.
Yes. Medics are coming. You sit down.
No, I can't hear you. I'm from the National Nightly News.
Well, then you can consider this payback. Salisbury's still here. Julia Salisbury! You were guilty of the murder of more than 10 million people!
Target armed.
Target armed.
Haven't you done enough? Look around you!
Fucking
This is what your precious freedom looks like!
How come I not have to censor that?
Take to the streets, the time has come. Stop fires, break windows, draw them out. They can't stop us all. Resist, distract. Lower your weapons.
Mom?
Lower your weapons!
Granted. None.
It was unnecessary. Can't you see?
Will you turn that off, please, sir? I said, please turn that off. Please turn that off.
Shocking scenes from the Capitol there, exclusively on the National Nightly News, and our apologies to any of our viewers who might have found this evening's events upsetting. But at the National Nightly News, we believe in bringing you the raw, unedited truth as it happens. And we make no apology for that. We'll update you on the latest from this disrupt attack later in the programme, but when we come back, it's time for happier pursuits, and you know what that means by now. Don't go away. We'll be back after this.
That didn't go so well, Alex.
What? Half the shit I was doing was showing them like in the bad light. I thought that's what we were trying to do. Like showing them shooting the armed dude. Man. It went fine.
But we can turn it around in the next segment.
Nah, we'll be fine.
Distance from the universe. This is becoming a weekly event. It's different tonight. This is the big one. Great. So there's a revolution happening outside and we're off to dandy fucking parks. That's journalism, apparently.
We get set for the next sequence.
Come on in. Tell them about our thrones.
Big thrones.
Big thrones for big butts. Here, have some money. And the more you spend, the more you save. We've got bigger thrones. Mansion thrones. Thrones you can throw at stones. Stones as big as thrones. What do we got?
Thrones.
We got tons of thrones. We got thrones to put in your hallway, to put in your stallway, to put in your doorway. What do we got?
Oh, doorways.
No, thrones.
Damn, that person was booking it.
All sorts of crazy stuff to bling your experience. You want it in gold? We've got it in gold. We've got gold-plated strawberries, gold-plated bikes, gold-plated cars, gold-plated helicopters.
Okay. Tape's in there.
We've got gold-plated gold. We gold-plated, we melt it back down, we gold-plated again.
I did.
Alex, during this next section, a cameraman working in the newsroom who's one of us is going to get a coded location out. We don't know yet which camera he's on, but if we find out, I'll let you know. Just keep your eyes out for the fist and try and keep it on the air for at least 5 seconds. Our operatives will do the rest.
All right.
This is your new makeup artist, Craig.
No.
What?
No.
10 seconds, everybody.
Sorry, Craig.
No. Okay, we are going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News with me, Megan Wolfe. Very shortly, we'll be heading on over to the final episode of what has quickly become a hugely successful feature, the notice board. But before we do, let's chat with Philippa Radon. Tell me, why do you think the public love the notice board so much?
It's real. There, I said it. It connects with people. You know, people.
It's real.
And they say those are real people struggling with real problems.
That's a really interesting point.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying to my PA secretary as I got out the limo, I was saying, it's good for people to see normal, authentic people like them on TV.
People like you.
Yeah, precisely. Unfortunately, then I was interrupted by some dreadful wretch who wanted an autograph, but a swift kicking from security soon put him back in line.
Yes, well, I think it's really good that our screens are filled with such relatable stories. So, the notice board is coming to an end after a sensational time at the top. What do you think has made this show so successful?
It's a combination of so many things. My hard work, my talent, my look.
Wow, you really have a lot to thank you for.
Hey. You're welcome.
We've just heard. Our man's on camera 4.
I have a real sense of responsibility now. You know, a sense I've been entrusted with something precious.
Get back to the interview, Alex.
Good.
Yeah, I think that's really important, that we should use this platform to do good in the world. I agree.
That's exactly it. So I've decided to help as many
Excellent work, Alex. That's the location shared. Next, you'll need to give them the go.
Is that better access to education, or reducing child poverty?
No, by adopting as many as I can get my hands on.
Oh, okay. How many children have you adopted?
Oh, we're well into the double figures now, Megan. I started counting in the late 30s.
Goodness, that is a lot of children.
Yeah, once we finish putting them into the guest room, I'll have to put a futon in the laundry cupboard.
Oh, you really are some sort of hero.
Hey, I live a privileged life. What can I say? I mean, any child I
Jesus.
take on is a child rescued from suffering.
Poor children. Were their lives really that bad before?
Oh, they're Northerns, I presume so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's shocking to think, actually, that only 1 in 10,000 children have a celebrity parent.
I'd never thought of it that way before.
And I'm doing everything I can to fix those numbers.
What do you think it is about your life that's so desirable, then?
Well, it's mainly shame and panic interspersed with expensive bottled water, so actually, if anyone wants to, I'd happily trade.
Now that I can relate to. Right, better go off and get ready. That was Philippa Radin sharing some thoughts about her lifestyle. I think it's really important to stay grounded and keep everything in perspective. Clearly, not everyone else agrees, but that's enough from me. Let's go now over to Dangly Parts for the final ever episode of the Notice Board.
What a day! First the tea morning, and now to post this notice. I don't know how I managed to cope with it all. Oh wait, perhaps I do. Oh! By St. Barnabas, what on earth is all this?
Freeze, dirtbag!
Oh, Laura, it's you. I thought for a moment you were a knife-wielding mugger or stabber.
No, I'm afraid not. It's just me, a community cohesion officer, responsible for keeping crime.
I'm gonna laugh as often as it's yellow.
Of course. I keep forgetting that thanks to you and your colleagues, violence on our streets is a thing of the past.
What's all this, Vicar?
I know! It's a disgrace. Somebody...
It's time for the go code. Give us 3 boos in a row, Alex. That will start the pincer movement. We might just pull this off. Push forwards! 3 boos, Alex.
Careful, Vicar. It looks heavy.
Ha! They don't call me
I'm just
the
mashing.
Reverend ripped for no reason.
Yes!
Was that 3?
It's no good.
It looks like all those crucifix classes were a waste of time.
Perhaps you, a young CCO, would be able to use it.
2 for 2.
That was only 2? I've been booing all day.
Looks like all those lifting classes were a waste of time.
It's too heavy, even for me, a strong and capable
You did it, Alex. We're good to go. Charge!
to lift this.
Did someone call for the best firefighter in town? Hi!
Fuck this guy though.
Well done, Captain Evans. You're so much stronger than us.
Especially me, the weak old man.
It's the least I could do for my community.
No luck catching the little devil then?
Unfortunately not. The ferret struck again last night. When Ray opened the post office this morning, he found that every single stamp had been pre-licked.
My God!
Some people have no decency.
Sadly, if we don't catch him before tomorrow, we may have to cancel the village fete.
Don't worry, we won't let that happen. Will we, Vicar?
No, no, no. Laura, tell me, why do they call him the ferret?
Some say it's because of his sneaky nature. But really it's because whenever he strikes, he always leaves behind the foul stench of urine.
Never fear, officer. We'll catch this pissy nuisance and save the village fate. Or my name's not Captain Danger Evans. The community cohesion team are doing their best, but they simply don't have the smarts to solve this mystery. But I know someone who does. Someone who's about to blow this thing wide open. Me! Blackout!
Ah, it's the morning of the village fete, thanks to theatrical convention.
I sure hope everything goes to plan. Oh, look! There's Mrs. Craven setting up her cake stall.
And look, there's the motorcycle display team setting up for a show that will be far too expensive for live television.
I'm going to set up the coconut shy. What are you doing, Vicar?
First, I'm running the tombola. Then, I'll be selling forgiveness for money.
Aren't you judging the jams?
I couldn't possibly.
Well, that sounded like Mrs. Craven. Looks like someone sucked all the jam out of her donuts.
No.
Damn ferret has struck again!
Whatever are we to do?
Although I'm very competent, I have no idea how to solve this case.
I guess we'll just have to cancel the fate.
Hold it right there, ferret.
Shit.
Me? Have you been drinking from the fire extinguishers again?
Not you, the vicar.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Admit it. You wanted the village fete cancelled so you could have the day off, didn't you?
I already have to work Sundays. I shouldn't have to work 2 days a week.
But how did you know?
Well, my first clue was the smell.
Yes, I do smell of urine.
Next, I noticed that the vicar's tongue was particularly dry, almost as if he'd been licking thousands and thousands of stamps.
Or perhaps eating Mrs. Craven's baking.
Which brings me on to my third clue. The vicar said that he had no more room for jam.
Almost as if he'd had his fill.
Precisely.
But you managed to figure it all out from that?
Well, I also found this at the scene.
That proves nothing. No!
Get him out of here, officer!
You did it, Captain. You could say you ferreted him out.
Hey, come on. Let's go and have a party in my massive garden. I am doing well.
Thanks to you, we're all doing well.
Well, that was it. The final ever episode of the Notice Board. And what a way to end it. Thank you as always to Jeff, Philippa and Tommy. After the break, we'll be both dancing and learning. So don't change that channel. We'll be right back.
That's the ads. Well done, everybody.
Wow! What a brilliant run, eh?
There we go.
Party
Nice.
at my place.
What advert is this, Alex? I don't remember passing it for broadcast. I think you made a mistake there.
I've got 4 kinds of sausage.
You've probably seen me on the news.
Hey, you.
About advance
You coming to the after party?
and how progressive their policies are.
I'll probably just watch it by itself after this broadcast, but
And I'm here tonight to say I'm sorry.
One last push, Alex. We're closing in. One of the guests in the last section is working with us. You'll be asked to censor on our behalf. If you do it right, the final orders will be given. You'll get 3 chances. Get at least 2 of them right, and we're going to win this thing. It's happening, Alex. Tonight we take it back.
I always envied my friends who had so much more.
segment grade E.
Over the years, my jealousy grew. So when Advance came to power, I didn't think about the damage they would do. I acted selfishly. I was glad to see the rich punished. I didn't see how backwards Advance were. I didn't understand that rather than tearing down the wealth creators, we should have been helping everyone else to take a seat at their table. Under Advance, the country is poorer. It is poorer in ambition. It is poorer in aspiration. We are infantilized by Advance's naive policies.
Please, Sarah,
policies
anything.
born from
Mum, I'm really not supposed to say.
absurd,
Hi,
redistributive
I'm Maddie.
fantasies.
Johnny just said to ask if you need a touch-up.
I have
Did
poured
she?
myself out to the media to defend.
That's
the
my shade, is it?
Yeah.
This is my shade?
My parents. I see that now.
Jesus. Megan, chill, girl.
I'm gonna run back to Jenny now.
Our only hope.
Sorry about that, Sarah. Nothing you can tell me. At all, like at all.
They said no one's died, that's all I can say.
10 seconds.
What's wrong with you?
She is in tears. Ugh. Going in 5, 4.
What is she doing? God damn.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Later in this segment, we're hoping to be able to go back to Patrick Bannon at the scene of tonight's shocking Disrupt attack. But first, I'm delighted to be joined by the cast of the smash hit musical everyone is talking about. I'll be speaking with the cast in a moment, but first, let's take a look at them in action. Please give a warm national nightly welcome to the Novaries.
Hello? Doctor? Yes, I see. Thank you for letting me know. I have a decent life. I'm a happy, loving wife. And my job is well paid and fulfilling. I have a husband, John. He's due home soon, won't be long. And I have to tell him something that is absolutely chilling. We share coffee in the morning, and we make love every day. We take time alone together to talk and laugh and play. We prioritize our needs. We do charitable deeds. But the flowers of a happy life are now beset by weeds.
I'm home.
Oh, darling John.
Oh, dearest John.
There's something very wrong. I've just had a conversation with our doctor, David Watt, so please be seated. This news will make you feel defeated. The scans revealed a lump.
You poor unlucky chump. Is it cancer?
Worse, oh, John. We're having a baby.
How can this be?
Oh, woe is me.
Why has this happened to me? I always wear 2 condoms for the maximum of safety.
In our tiny flat, we built a peaceful habitat. Now our lives are fucked. We're having a baby.
Oh.
Now you can't have any wine at Good Club.
And there won't be any time for foot rubs.
Now your hair will stink of weed.
And you'll start to disagree.
And forget about that holiday in Territory 3. No more waking up at 10:30. In fact, you're never going to get a good night's sleep again. No more snap decisions to go on to a club. You'll be lucky if you even make it out to the pub.
Why can't we be more like our gay and lesbian chums?
The only glue they have to deal with comes from personal bums.
Now when I take a sick day at home,
The parasite won't leave you alone.
how he's grown.
We're our top priority.
I look after you, and you look after me. Ain't no trouble and strife. We got a childless life. No one wails and no one walls. No one draws things on the walls.
A happy husband.
A wonderful wife. We got a childless life.
We're having a baby. We're having a baby. Changing nappies daily. We're having a baby.
No more weekends by the coast.
Now your kid is uppermost. It's more than a passing craze to have childless days.
We're having a baby.
Food and drink thrown everywhere. Death trap toys at the top of the stairs. Every parent prays to have childless days.
We're having a baby.
No more stars and no more
We're having a baby.
18 years on bills and leaves. Time for a whole new phase.
We're having a baby.
One more thing before the show begins. Have you considered that you might be having twins?
Amazing. The Novaries there, treating us
The
to their
Novaries.
opening number from Elegy for a Childless Life, which is currently the hottest ticket in the capital theatre district, and will be touring the territories later this year.
Right then, come on, you lot. Come on down. Let's go. Don't be shy.
I think I'm not the censor here, like he was saying.
It's an honour to be here. Oh, really? Are you fans of the show? Yes, used to be. Well, listen, let's get stuck in. Your amazing musical. Now, I mean, not only do you perform this show every single night,
with matinees on Wednesday and Saturday.
Right, but you're also the show's creators, am I right?
Well, everyone contributed their ideas, and then some of us went away and did the actual work on the script. But no, it's very much a team effort.
Oh, that's fantastic. How rude of me. I've not introduced any of you. I'll be the one being replaced next. Let's go down the line, shall we?
Hi, I'm Jack.
Jim Blunt. Pleasure to be here.
Jennifer Boren-Woodley.
Hello, I'm John Sapley. Used to be in the business professionally.
My name's Jill, with a J.
And I'm Janet. I'm the youngest.
I'm the youngest.
Incredible. And you were all friends previously. I mean, what a coincidence, right? With your names beginning with a J.
Oh my goodness,
Guys.
Our names all begin with J.
How have we never noticed that?
Because you haven't typed them out 1,000 times?
You knew? Why didn't you say anything?
I thought we all knew. It's bloody obvious, isn't it? I just thought we were doing a funny thing where we never mentioned it.
And I believe as well as being friends, you're also couples. You know, in real life as well as in the show.
Well, well, not exactly.
No. I'm not married to him. I'm with Janet.
And I'm with John, you lucky bean.
Jim and I are married.
4 fabulous years.
Well, that must make for some confusion in the rehearsal room.
Well, you should have seen the first draft. Jen decided that Jack would play Jim, I would play Jack. Jen, Janet, Jill, Jen, Janet, Jill.
Jesus.
What about John?
Well, my character was originally just called Man 1.
It was allegorical.
It was very confusing.
Not for a professional.
After much toing and froing.
And gnashing and wailing.
And gin and tonic.
We decided that we'd just use our own names, which is less truthful.
We're also less likely to go into the wrong dressing rooms.
Oh, God, yeah, that would be very embarrassing, wouldn't it?
Of course, when I first wrote it, we were only meant to run for a few nights at the Mimbley Village Hall, but when I registered it with the Department for Culture, it caught the eye of someone high up, and before you could say overnight sensation, we were transferring to the capital.
It's all been a bit of a roller coaster, really. I'm only 19. I'm the youngest.
You really don't have to repeat that.
I had to give up my job as a mortuary technician.
Well, yes, we all had to move to the capital.
I love that job.
It's been a very turbulent time.
So peaceful, no singing.
Very turbulent, so peaceful.
This piece isn't.
Stand by, Alex. Censor the orange.
Orange.
Children.
Shit.
And why you shouldn't have them.
In a way, I guess it is political, with a small p. After all, we are a solid unit, and eagle-eyed audience members will see we nod our heads to advance on stage throughout, and we target the messaging at women aged 22, well, about 35, as they're the most likely to be afflicted by this terrible problem.
Terrible problem.
Having children.
Well, you understand, Megan.
You clearly agree.
This isn't about me.
Of course, we see that there are advantages to a family unit, but eagle-eyed couples watch as the little parasites advance on their lives, and there's no time to play the guitar, get through a book, or watch a movie. They're exhausted, passed out on the couch by 20 to 9, for God's sake.
You're very chatty tonight, dear.
Usually I'm the chatty one. Because
you're the youngest, we know. It's not a badge of honour, Janet.
Janet, please, Jennifer. Oh, well said, John. Thanks, Janet. Got you back.
So could you just tell us what is the play about? What happens in it?
Well,
go ahead.
It's a tragedy, obviously. Jennifer, myself, and John have their child, and then the story charts the downfall of their hopes and dreams.
And there's lots of singing.
And dancing.
A lot.
My character works at a menu centre for a distribution unit. Eagle-eyed, she sees her friend's rapid advance to a pit of despair. Becoming a target for children's TV advertising at the age of 22, she decides to take drastic action. I can't really say more, though.
probably said too much already.
Yes. Let's not spoil the second act for anyone who might come to see it.
Which should be all of you. For too long, we've been told that a life without children is somehow incomplete, that children are a blessing.
I'm trying to hear like what I'm actually censoring, but
They're not. Besides, there's already loads of bastards running around all over the place, so...
We just want people to have the option of a happy, child-free life without
okay, I see what they're doing. They're trying to reduce the
14,
population.
before I had come out, I had an experience with a girl called Julia Jacobs. She was an experiment, I guess, you know, a chance to dip my toes into the...
Fascinating. Well, thank you all so much.
Hi, Lily. I appreciate the lurk.
Keep them dancing in the aisles for many performances to come. The novel's there. And I am pleased to say we can now go back to Patrick Bannon to get the latest from the scene of tonight's
All of a sudden, this is
events.
Patrick.
Patrick, you okay?
Thank you, Megan. This is Patrick Bannon reporting from the scene of tonight's devastating and symbolic attack tonight this evening. An attack which I myself have found myself caught up in. I'm still a little dazed and a little deaf, Megan. So I hope you'll forgive me if I seem that it's time to speak with the Prime Minister. Mrs. Salisbury, that's you. You're still here. The Prime Minister.
I couldn't leave, not when there were people that needed help. Any team player would have done the same. I don't deserve praise for being human.
Yes, no accolades here. Or Palisades. Or lemonade. Right. So, is the situation now, are we safe?
Yes, the security services performed their duties without hesitation, and I would like to assure the public that although there have been some injuries, there were no civilian deaths here this evening.
Oh, that's good news about the Sorry, did you say no deaths?
That's right, no civilian deaths. Just the 4 disrupt terrorists curtailed by law enforcement who were, as always, so cohesive. If I may, I have a message for your viewers.
Oh, of course, the camera, there's the camera. Speak there, on the camera there.
Stay at home tonight. Do not become another casualty of war. Disrupt have had their moment, but as the dear departed Peter Clements
Like I shouldn't be
famously
broadcasting this, but
it ends today.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for those strong words of strength. Back to the studio. Megan, now in the studio with Megan Wolf now.
Patrick Bannon there, bravely reporting from the front line of tonight's horrifying bombing. Maybe you need to get checked out, Patrick. Well, that brings us to the end of tonight's National Nightly News. But before we go, one final thought. Throughout the programme tonight, we've been receiving reports of disrupt activities throughout the territories. Through a series of coordinated attacks, these terrorists are attempting to undermine Advance's vital work. However,
Turning the tide, and it is time for change. Tonight we topple their regime, and we also silence their mouthpiece, Channel 1. Time to wake up.
out from the shadows, and they are not the overwhelming force they would have you believe. The military have been actioned, and well, it's pretty scary out there tonight, so stay at home and stay with Channel 1, because the team has assured this programme that the turbulence will soon be over and we can once again focus our minds on building the new future with equality, fairness and resources for all. My name is Megan Wolf. Let's make it
Damn it, Alex. Tonight is the beginning of the fall of Advance. Fighter jet, 11 o'clock.
Jesus Christ.
Charges reached, sir. Permission to detonate. Permission granted, old friend. We are going to detonate. Look out your window, Alex. See what you helped make happen. She's coming down.
That's the radio tower. got an E. I didn't know that existed. Witness successful execution of Disrupt's plan. Yeah, most of that violence that looked like it was on not just structures, like the broadcast structures for the station seem to be coming from the government itself. So Disrupt destroyed the Channel 1 broadcast tower. I guess that was bad. All offensive words were censored. An interference-free show. Exceedingly poor edit. Bullshit. Advance angered by content. Uh-oh. Disrupt effectively silenced. Disrupt interfere with the show. Okay, I'm curious what things are needed for that to... Because we censored what they asked. We censored what Disrupt asked to. We played their thing. He said good job, Alex. So I'm gonna say we overall. I don't think we did anything for advance. But starting to get rich? No! No, I'm trying to eat the rich. God damn. No! And especially now, seeing Advance's behavior, I'm okay with that. Love this game. Yo, what's up, Bubby? I'm thoroughly enjoying it too. Unfortunately, I'll probably have to watch these and call it because it's 7 in the morning. And I've been live for 9 hours and streaming this for 6. So I kind of want to see if it shows played a bit. It's fun. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I would keep going if I didn't have to get to bed here soonish.
Is Channel 1, broadcasting across the territories.
I kind of want to see what all I bleeped and how it came across.
And the team for the national nightly news, there's just time to take a look at what's coming up later on tonight. At 6:30 p.m.
Like when you shock them in the ass and get them to swear on TV. That's not us shocking them. That's the old man. Yo, fuck that old man. He's funny, but he's a piece of shit.
He's there, but any moment now, Julia Salisbury will step out on stage behind me and dedicate the gardens to a great
Peter Clement.
Leader, Peter Clement.
Although I don't think I think
the crowds
I don't know yet because I
slowly gathering since this afternoon.
Haven't obviously. I'm here. I haven't finished the game, the story.
Cheerful, despite the.
It seems like Julia is kind of a.
And it seems like the ceremony
large
is
part behind
underway.
it.
Here is Prime Minister Julia Salisbury, the picture of elegance, to begin her address.
But yeah, it's not us shocking them in the ass. It's because the station's falling apart, and so we get shocked. Sometimes they get shocked.
All of our lives changed irrevocably. Still reeling from the loss of a
Yeah, because on this part they said we played very few good things about Peter.
And a hero. Peter.
Yeah, we got fuck off.
Peter's death at the age of just 62, of course, announced by the team on the 24th of December.
We did a beautiful edit. Whoever wrote our final thing at the end. Maybe we were just supposed to show all the bad stuff. I thought we wanted to get some of the speaker, and I still would have.
Is up and down the country.
Also, the fact that this is
all of us. Not to be
because I didn't censor any of this either. I'll skip past this because I just wanted to see some of this transition before.
Colonel Francis, no.
Yeah, I didn't censor any of this.
he held her back. But now...
Julia Salisbury will be breaking.
For too much
Yeah, Patrick.
old bitch lying through a that poor bastard.
Patrick.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
Maybe I did miss a
Because
bleep.
I'm not being funny.
But
Things were better with Peter, weren't they?
Patrick?
They were, and I don't mind saying it. They were, because he held her back. But now there's no stopping her.
Hello, Patrick, we're
Of
live.
course, can't say that, can I, Francis? No, not with public ownership. No, with public ownership, you can't say anything these days.
There.
No, she's lost it, mate. She's completely off the rocker. I heard from an aide that... Hello, Megan, you join me here live from the what? Oh.
Seems like we've lost some signal there for a moment. Well, we will be going live to that groundbreaking ceremony just as soon as we can get Patrick back.
And then this person takes over as Patrick.
Thank you, Megan. I'm Patrick Bannon, and we are indeed live.
I don't think it's Patrick.
Here.
I'm getting
Apologies
distinctly
for the
not
technical
Patrick
difficulties
vibes.
there, but any moment now, Julia Salisbury will step out on stage behind me and dedicate the gardens to a...
Alright, we did good with our memorial. Fuck Peter. There were some things I wasn't entirely sure what was going on.
Shining beacon of justice.
Also, oh, I did want to see this live. I changed from this happier picture to the to the worst one. Peter Clement.
This glorious nation of ours, so beautiful and new. This shining beacon of justice. It is my great honor to give to the garden. Should we see if we can get a countdown going? Everyone with me? 10, 9, 8, 7.
Maybe I showed too much of her helping at the beginning.
I'm not leaving, I can't.
Yeah, her.
You too.
I couldn't tell what was going on, but I got them tackling her. But it said that, man,
Well, stop resisting then. Stop resisting and we'll let you up.
because then they shot the other person with a fucking bat.
Turn the camera off. National Night News. We have the right to be here.
Understand?
Yes,
Yes,
Mom.
Keep your eyes open.
Who the fuck are you?
Oh, I can't hear you. I can't hear anything.
Yes. Medics are coming. You sit down.
No, I can't hear you. I'm from the National Nightly News.
Well, then you can consider this payback. Salisbury's still here.
Because it is payback.
Salisbury! You were guilty of the murder of more than 10 million people!
Target armed.
Target armed.
Haven't you done enough?
Because yeah, the opposite of this was her doing CPR, and then they shoot.
Look around you.
Fucking time.
Your precious.
Did you say centigrade given?
Fucking time.
Your precious freedom looks like, is it? On fire!
Oh.
Take to the streets. The time has come. Stop fires. Break windows. Draw them out. They can't stop us all. Resist. Distract.
Lower your weapons.
Location secure.
Lower your weapons.
Centigrade authorization was granted. None.
It was unnecessary. Can't you see?
Yeah, and the way she looks at the camera, like she's fucking. Whatever. I'm the problem? I'm the problem, it's me.
hugely. I said it. It connects with people. You know, people.
Yeah, definitely. She connected with people, that's for sure.
Children as I can. Wow, Philippa.
I remember when she started back at her humble beginnings.
What a day! First the tea morning, and now to post this notice. I don't know how I managed to cope with it all. Oh wait, perhaps I do.
Look at this beautiful edit I did. It's so good. Unless I forgot something, maybe I did.
Careful, Vicar. It looks heavy.
Ha! They don't call me the Right Reverend. Ripped for no reason.
Boo. Alright, well.
It's the morning of the village fete, thanks to theatrical convention.
I sure hope everything goes to plan. Oh, look! There's Mrs. Craven setting up her cake stall.
And look, there's the motorcycle display team, setting up for a show that would be far too expensive for live television.
Aww.
Learning, so don't change that channel. We'll be right back.
And then we played this video.
My name is Katie Brightman.
I wanted to see this.
I'm an economist and commentator. You've probably seen me on the news talking about Advance and how progressive their policies are. Well, I was wrong. And I'm here tonight to say I'm sorry and to beg for your forgiveness. My parents are not rich. My mother was a nurse and my father worked in a factory. I was the first member of my family to go to university. But I always...
What is she looking at?
I always envied my friends who had so much more. Over the years, my jealousy grew. So when Advance came to power, I didn't think about the damage they would do. I acted selfishly. I was glad to see the rich punished. I didn't see how backwards Advance were. I didn't understand that rather than tearing down the wealth creators, we should have been helping everyone else to take a seat at their table. Under Advance, the country is poorer. It is poorer in ambition. It is poorer in aspiration. We are infantilized by Advance's naive policies. Policies born from absurd, redistributive fantasies. I have whored myself out to the media to defend the indefensible. I have betrayed my parents. I see that now. Mum, Dad, I'm sorry.
So either way, we're kind of...
Our only hope, the only hope, now lies with Disrupt.
Either way, we're kind of working with... I don't know. I'll need to see more of what the Disrupt and what Advance does. I'll need to see more.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Later in this segment, we're...
This isn't what I edited. There was something I bleeped a bunch out of. I think think it was for the interview portion.
Personal bombs.
Kind of want to see what it like, if it was a message or what. Couldn't quite tell.
They're treating us to their opening number from Elegy for a Childless Life, which is currently the hottest ticket.
I think it's this interview.
Well, listen, let's get stuck in. Your amazing musical. Now, I mean, not only do you perform this show every single night,
with matinees on Wednesday and Saturday.
Right, but you're also the show's creators, am I right?
Well, everyone contributed their ideas, and then some of us went away and did the actual work on the script. But no, it's very much a team effort.
But no.
Oh, that's fantastic. How rude of me. I've not introduced any of you. I'll be the one being replaced next. Let's go down the line, shall we?
Hi, I'm Jack.
Jim Blunt. Pleasure to be here.
Jennifer Boyle.
Pleasure to be.
Hello, I'm John Satley. Used to be in the business.
I'm pretty sure this was.
My name's Jill, with a J.
And I'm Janet. I'm the youngest.
That's incredible. And you were all friends previously. I mean, what a coincidence, right? With your names beginning with a J.
Oh my goodness!
Never noticed that.
Because you haven't typed them out 1,000 times, maybe?
You knew? Why didn't you say anything?
I thought we all knew. It's bloody obvious.
I thought, was it the other one? Was it one after this?
I'm with John, you lucky bean.
I think if I go past it, I'll hear a beep. Just one long beep.
Really don't have to repeat that.
I had to give up.
Maybe it was the next one. What was after this? I have no fucking clue what happened.
And why you shouldn't have them.
Unit. An eager to advance on target.
Advance on the target.
22.
Oh, okay.
Terrible problem.
Having children.
Well, you understand, Megan.
You clearly agree.
Clearly agree. Damn.
Unit. Eager to advance on guitar. Get 20.
Very chatty tonight, dear.
Usually I'm
So yeah, she must be, obviously.
You're the youngest, we know. It's not a
So she's the one
badge
that's
of
with
honour, Janet.
Disrupt.
Janet, please, Jennifer. Oh, well said, John. Thanks, Jack. Got you back.
So could you just tell us
Okay,
what
so yeah, it was just.
is the play about?
That was
What
pretty
happens
fucking
in
obvious,
this?
but.
Well,
Go ahead.
it's a tragedy, obviously. Jennifer, myself.
I just wanted to see what we did. That makes sense. Oh, there's gonna be more of these. Although I think this is what I didn't show the whole thing of.
Victory is in sight, my friends. You have mobilized. You have come together.
I think I only showed the end of it.
From our agents at the television networks risking arrest and getting those words to you, to the many hundreds and thousands gathering to invade team headquarters. As I speak, we are turning the tide, and it is time for change. Tonight we topple their regime, and we also silence their mouthpiece. Channel 1. Time to wake up.
I said, it doesn't really matter what you got if you don't got what the state has. It's gonna be tough. The uprising pre-rolled Jeremy's escape.
So,
Jesus, so what?
how's he doing?
How should I know?
What, you haven't heard from him?
He's a wanted criminal, Colin.
So's my nan, but she never misses her birthday.
Your grandmother's on the run, Colin.
Yeah. Armed robbery, resisting arrest, double homicide of the same bloke. She's right laugh.
I hope he's all right, though.
No,
He's got this far, and your brother was fine. Going in 10 seconds, everybody. I wonder what they're doing to him.
Annoying him, probably.
Not probably, definitely. Going in 5, 4, 3.
Okay. Scan through quick and see if there's anything in here.
All that, plus we'll be taking a trip to Dangly Parts for the notice board, as well as getting a sneak peek at...
And titles, 30 please.
You know, I was so pissed off with Colin yesterday, and I couldn't remember why. And I racked my brain, and it was a dream.
That'll be all, thanks.
He had the body of a goat and the face of my mother. I'll tell you all about it later, yeah?
Yeah. Jenny, I want her out of here by the end of the titles, and I want a new one by the break.
Mariah?
Yeah, she's just complacent, and worse, she's a dream person.
Right away, baby.
Damn, she's a...
But first, 500 days
Jim,
after
look
the
at them
loss...
over there. I had to battle through 10 of those bastards on the way in. They wouldn't let me come in. One of them grabbed my arm, wouldn't let go. I'll tell you, it's lucky I've been managing my own form of self-defence. Worked myself out because bang, straight on the floor, down on the ground. Good night, Mr. Tom. He's not getting up. I'll tell you what, I'm getting sick and tired of this. If I had to stand around here for too much longer, listening to that old bitch lying through her teeth about missing that poor bastard...
Patrick.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
We're live.
Because I'm not being funny. Things were better with Peter, weren't they?
Patrick.
They were, and I don't mind saying it. They were, because he held her back. But now there's no stopping it.
Do we get to see what happened? I think it did go to the...
No, not with public ownership.
I don't think we get
public
to...
ownership, you can't say anything these days.
When he goes
She's lost
off.
it, mate. She's completely off the rocker. I heard from an aide that... Hello, Megan, you joined me here live from the what? Oh.
Okay, yeah, I think that screen was part of it. I wonder if we'll see him again. Because I don't think he's part of Disrupt. I think he's just saying dissenting words.
Thank you, Megan. I'm Patrick Bannon, and apologies for the technical difficulties there, but any moment now...
Okay, I don't know if there's... Okay, that'll just be the footage. I'm curious.
Trust me, he once told me he had more...
I liked how she said the spilt coffee line and I had the coffee cup. I was very proud of that edit.
10, 9...
Secure Songbird. Mom, we have to get you to safety. Come with us.
I'm not leaving, I can't!
Oi!
You two, come with me! Don't panic!
Okay. I think things are coming together a bit more. Well, fuck, I don't know. I honestly still can't quite... I don't think I have enough information to tell if it's like a false flag thing from Advance or like what parts of Disrupt. Because I think Disrupt was focused on what the news was showing. Well, maybe they mentioned something about steering a story, but I don't know if they... But then there's also... Wow, fuck. I don't know how deep they're going in this game, guys.
Stop resisting, Stop resisting and we'll let you up.
Not resisting!
What are you doing?
You two, stay with him.
Because there's this type of stuff going on. I don't trust her.
You have to stay by your side.
I am the Prime Minister, and if I give you an order, you
Turn
will
the
never
camera off.
follow it. Do you understand?
We have the right
Do
to be
you
here.
understand?
I said turn the fucking camera off.
Keep your eyes open.
Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Stay with me. Help me. Stay with me. We've got you. I've got you. I've got you. Just stay with me. No. Stay with me. I need help now. Please. Stay with me.
Because that,
Please.
he said something about like, you got what you deserve or something to her. I'm like, Jesus. Unless he's part of Advance.
Stay with me. I need help.
Consider this payback.
Consider this payback, yeah.
Salisbury's still here.
And then Salisbury's still here. I don't know if it's... Yeah.
Fuck. Beginning the press authorization.
Centigrades
are requested.
You are guilty of the murder of more than 10 million people.
Target armed. Haven't you done enough? Look around you.
Fucking
This is what your precious freedom
About
looks
time.
like. Hold
Then she says, hold your... But see... I wish I knew how long the next segment was. Okay, this part right here again is another thing. Now I am going into this and not trusting her. I'm obviously gonna be looking for more of that type of stuff and ignoring. I'm also trying not to ignore. She looks like she's trying to help a bit, but I'm gonna.
I said, lower your weapons now. Centigrade authorization was granted.
Centigrade operate. So yeah, centigrade. The only context I know that in. Sorry, I'm sleuthing here, guys. The only context I know that in is temperature. So centigrade. Is that something used with nuclear? With the nuclear?
None. It was unnecessary.
And then right here, can't you see? Wink, wink.
Will you turn that off, please, sir? I said, please turn that off.
Shocking scenes from the capital there, exclusively on the National Nightly News, and our apologies to any of our viewers who might have found this evening's events upsetting. But at the National Nightly News, we believe in bringing you the raw, unedited truth as it happens, and we make no apology for that. We'll update you on the latest from this disrupt attack later in the programme, but when we come back, it's time for happier pursuits, and you know what that means by now. Don't go away. We'll be back after this. Does anyone know if everyone's safe? Are the crew okay?
All fine. The bomb was a good distance from the unit base.
Okay. If watching all of those was useless except for watching this one, I'm wondering if this one's...
This is becoming a weekly event.
No, it's different tonight. This is the big one.
Okay, well, even just those... Okay.
The bomb was a good distance from the unit base.
Good distance from the unit base.
This is becoming
So no civilians are only disrupt was harmed.
different tonight. This is the big one.
Great.
Hmm.
There's a revolution happening outside and we're off to dangly fucking parts.
That's journalism, apparently. Can we get set for the next sequence?
The notice board family. I don't think there was anything there. I'm curious what she says about these notaries, like before and after.
Please, Sarah, anything.
Sorry, Mom, I'm really not supposed to say.
Are we safe?
Hi, I'm Maddie. Jenny
Did you say sorry, Mom? Ma'am. Oh, she's British.
Anything?
Sorry, Mum,
Respectfully.
I'm really not supposed to say.
Are we safe?
Hi, I'm Maddie. Jenny just said to ask if you need a touch-up.
Did she? That's my shade, is it?
Yeah.
This is my shade?
Yeah, Megan's a... She's a goddamn...
You can run back to Jenny now. Sorry about that, Sarah. Nothing you can tell me. At all, like at all.
They've said no one's died, that's all I can say.
10 seconds.
What's wrong with you?
She is in tears.
Ugh.
Going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Later in this segment, we're hoping to be able to go back to Patrick Bannon at the scene of tonight's shocking Disrupt attack. But first, I'm delighted to be joined by the cast of the smash hit musical everyone is talking about. I'll be speaking with the cast in a moment, but first... let's take a look at the action. Please give a warm national nightly welcome to the Novaries.
I guess this part. I don't see anything behind the scenes. Wait till someone from the news comes back on. Fantastic.
Amazing. The Novaries there, treating us
amazing.
to their opening number from Elegy for a Childless Life, which is currently the hottest ticket in the capital city.
What if I take...
And we'll be touring the territories later this year. Right then, come
Is it, I
on,
don't know if
you
it's
lot,
milligrams or
come on
grams.
down.
6 milligrams
Let's go. Don't be shy. Hello.
of
Hi, Megan.
Hi.
It's an honour to
melatonin.
be here.
Oh, really? Are
Play
you fans
one
of the
more.
show? Yeah, it used to be.
Then I can go to sleep right
Get
after.
stuck in. Your amazing musical. Now, I mean, not only do you perform this show every single night,
With matinees on Wednesday and Saturday.
right, but you're also the show's creators, am I right?
Well, everyone contributed their ideas and...
I'm keeping an eye on her, by the way. I feel like she's one of the...
In the business proof.
Actually, I want to see what she says.
My name's Jill, with a J.
Jill.
And I'm Janet. I'm the youngest.
That's incredible. With a small p. After all, we are a solid unit, and eagle-eyed audience members will see we nod our heads to advance on stage throughout, and we target the messaging at women aged 22, well, about 35, as they're the most likely to be afflicted by this terrible problem.
Okay, yeah, that was...
Terrible problem.
And they're all looking at her like, what?
You understand, Megan.
You clearly agree.
This isn't about me. Of course, we see that there are advantages to a family unit, but eagle-eyed couples watch as the little parasites advance on their lives. And there's no time to play the guitar, get through a book, or watch a movie. They're exhausted, passed out on the couch by 20 to 9, for God's sake.
You're very chatty tonight, dear.
Usually I'm the chatty one, because
you're the youngest.
All right, let me see if there's anything after this.
A lot.
My character works at a menu centre.
I actually did want to hear.
And there's lots of singing.
I'm dancing.
A lot.
I have these muted.
My character works at a menu centre for a distribution unit. Eagle-eyed, she sees
Maybe
her
I'm not
friend's
meant to.
rapid advance to a pit of despair. Becoming a target for children's TV advertising at the age of 22, she decides to take drastic action. I can't really say more, though. I probably said too much already.
Yes. Let's not spoil the second act for anyone who might come to see it.
Which should be all of you. For too long, we've been told that a life without children is somehow incomplete, that children are a blessing.
Yeah, I don't think I really realized that we were censoring pretty much everything
they're
she
not.
said.
Besides, there's already loads of bastards running around all over the place, so...
We just want people to have the option of a happy, child-free life without stigma. You know, when I was 14, before I had come out, I had an experience with a girl called Julia Jacobs. She was in
Oh, this thing's useless. Are we live? What's happening?
Okay, I don't think we really missed
I can't
anything there.
That's no better, actually. Was that a It looked like a fight? Now? Okay. On your go to go.
It's Patrick. Are you okay?
Thank you. This evening.
Sorry, if you could just stay where you are until the end of the show. Just a couple of minutes, if you don't mind.
Okay. Okay. Right. I'm looking at, okay.
We're going to do my final bit and then we'll get you out, okay?
We've got curtain up in less than 2 hours, so it'll be great to...
There's a new monologue on the auto cue for you.
From them.
Of course. What did you expect tonight? Freedom of expression. That was a joke. By the way.
It's just like the news.
Damn.
We shouldn't even be here. Look what's going on out there.
It's important that we were here. People need musicals in times of darkness more than ever.
That's not what she's talking about. She's part of the resistance.
Right, we're coming back soon, so quiet on set, please.
It's crazy how much I miss when I'm trying to just, you know, I'm just trying to put on a good show, chat.
Studio with Megan Wolf now.
Patrick Bannon there, bravely
I
reporting.
thought that went quite well.
I think we need to get you to hospital, darling. Can you get this reported to hospital, please?
Can you stop taking photographs, please, madam?
Throughout the programme tonight, we've been receiving reports of disrupt activities throughout the territories. Through a series of coordinated attacks, these terrorists are attempting to undermine Advance's vital work. However,
Is that good acting, or did she just mess up reading like I do sometimes? We'll never know.
Revolution was not only predicted, but allowed to
Predicted.
happen. Our government have lured disrupt out from the shadows, and they are not the overwhelming force they would have you believe.
I actually didn't see this because I played the
Have
other
been
message.
actioned, and well, it's pretty scary out there tonight. So stay at home and stay with Channel 1, because the team has assured this programme that the turbulence will soon be over, and we can once again focus our minds on building the new future with equality, fairness, and resources for all. My name is Megan Wolf. Let's make tomorrow better.
And we're out.
God, I think I threw up a bit in my mouth just then.
Surprised that there's any room in there with all the lies.
Excuse me, miss. Can you come with me, please?
What? Jim?
Oh, for fuck's sake, Jill, what have you done now?
Sorry, sir, can you please stay in your seat?
That's my wife.
We'll be back in a minute.
Yeah.
Let's have a conversation first.
I wanted to see.
And we're out.
God, I think I threw up a bit in my mouth.
Oh, she said that.
Surprised
Okay.
that there's any room in there with all the lies.
Excuse me, miss. Can you come with me, please?
What? Jim?
Oh, for fuck's sake, Jill, what have you done now?
Okay, well,
Sorry,
yeah.
sir, can you please
Now
stay
it's
in your
extra
seat?
obvious.
My wife.
Okay,
We'll be back in a minute.
it's
Let's have a
7:30.
conversation first.
We're going to need an understudy.
I'll call Jackie.
Another
If
J.
she's not free, we'll use Jessica, Judith, Justine or Gemma.
Oh, Jenny can sing.
Oh, Megan can piss off.
Yeah, Megan thinks about doing that a lot these days.
All right. Okay, good. I'm glad that I watched those. So I should be going, but I want to know what happens next. So I'm going to take some melatonin. I'm gonna use the restroom, refill my water, take some melatonin, and we're gonna do one more. Just one more broadcast, Mom. Just one more game. Mom, I can't. It's online. All right. Once that melatonin hits, I'll be fucked. So we gotta go. We gotta go. Yeah, I'm free. An important review. Ooh, I'm in trouble. Starting to get rich. You arrive at work a little early, despite a stressful journey in. You still aren't quite sure of everything that happened, though. If the swarm of CCOs all over the building is anything to go by, this isn't just a Channel 1 matter. This is confirmed when you are informed you need to speak to Bozeman immediately and are escorted to his office. You sit nervously outside waiting for your boss. All this stuff is making me pretty glad that I'm doing what I'm doing. Know what I'm saying? A few minutes later, the boss man arrives, disheveled and with a stern-looking CCO in tow.
Oh yes, Winston, good. This is Special Disabled. She'll be observing this interview. Please come inside and take a seat.
What was that? I don't know. The ruddy-faced man bustles into his office and leaves the door open for you to follow. The few times you've been here before, it was immaculate, with everything in its proper place. Not so today. It must be serious for Bozeman to be this flustered. So, Alex, do you know why you're here today? Bozeman's eyes are sharp, and his gaze is fixed on your face from across the desk. Abel's is standing behind you, out of sight, but definitely not out of mind. Not really, no. I wasn't involved with anything that happened yesterday. I assume to do with what happened with Disrupt last night. I'll make them tell me why I'm here. Although I wish I wasn't saying this last part. I wish I was saying like, no, not really, what's up? What happened last night was nothing short of a culmination of a heinous and outrageous campaign of terror that Disrupt have been reaping on this nation and its territories. Bozeman shoots a glance behind you to your left where your CCO observer is standing. And it is, of course, our duty to root out this rot wherever we find it to prevent anything like last night happening ever again. I've been asked by Advance to perform interviews with all staff members involved, and will be submitting a personal review of your performance, both during the incident in question and throughout your time here. This can only end well. Is that a /S there at the end? I'm putting one because, uh-oh, I have helped a few people that aren't Advance. He shoots you a quick smile. Don't worry, it'll all be fine. Arranging some papers, Bozeman clears his throat and begins. Obviously, a lot happened last night, and I have a number of interviews to conduct today, so I'd rather none of them take any longer than necessary. Please be brief, concise, and clear in your answers. You nod. So let's start at the beginning of the broadcast and work our way through. After the attack at the memorial, you seem to have portrayed the terrorists in quite a sympathetic light. Why? It showed what was happening, the news. That's our job, right? This is sassy, but I was just trying to get as many things as possible. I tried to get her helping, and I tried to get stuff happening. Yes, of course, and with everything in flux, you weren't to know what would happen next. I'm certain you did the best you could, Alex. You always do. Bozeman scribbles some notes down, the noise of his pen scratching into the notepad punctuated only by the constant tick-tock of his ornate clock. Hopefully this will all be soon. Reviewing the broadcast, we noticed something a little odd about a particular camera choice. It was while everyone else was talking. Oh, where did I put it? Ah, yes, here we are. Do you recognize this? With a flourish, Bozeman produces the leaflet from the notice board and places it on the desk in front of you. I assumed it was just part of the set. Why else would it have been there and on camera? Well, that makes sense. You aren't responsible for maintaining the set. You can only assume that what's there is meant to be, after all. You get the feeling there's at least some of the above was for the benefit of the CCO in the room. Thank you, Alex. And again, for Abel's benefit, you're so loyal. I think Bozeman might actually be... I don't know. Oof. That also could... It could be like a... You know... Judas kissing Jesus on the cheek type of thing. There was one thing we noted during the finale of the notice board. Bozeman picks up some notes on the other side of the desk. You seem to play an odd choice of sound effects relatively early on. Now, the script was expecting laughs, but for all three, you chose to play boos. Why did you do that? Yeah, maybe don't trust me with that. I felt they're the most appropriate artist objective, after all. This one's a tough... I feel like... I'm sorry, I was under the impression that I could pick freely. Did that change? I think we're kind of beyond the point of like pretending that they're not telling us stuff. It's pretty much said straight in our face. I'm going to try and go with this one, although I'm not sure about how this is going to turn out. Well, of course, obviously, we want all of our shows here at Channel 1 to be as successful as possible, and we allow our staff a significant degree of autonomy. I'm sure no one would try to fault you for simply having a different sense of humor. You can see Bozeman is frowning as he writes this, clearly not convinced by his own words. Maybe he likes you more than you thought? How many other people would he be interviewing today? Towards the end of the show, there appeared to be some issues with the sensor equipment. At this point, Bozeman pauses for a moment, putting a lid on his pen and placing it carefully on the desk, perpendicular to his notebook. Let me think here. At this point, Bozeman pauses for a moment, putting a lid on his pen and placing it carefully on the desk, perpendicular to his notebook. How do you explain the fact that you censored perfectly acceptable language during the final segment? Okay. In this position, I'd be worried about this. Frank probably forgot to do his checks again. I don't want to throw Frank under the bus. I don't know much about Frank, but I don't want to throw them under the bus. I just do what the display tells me. I don't decide what's supposed to be censored. I haven't censored what the state wants. I kind of fucked myself or someone here. But in this case, I did what the display told me. I suppose it's certainly possible the machine could have malfunctioned, much more likely than the malfunctioning of such a competent employee. We'll make sure to have maintenance look at it right away. With the price we paid, you expect it to last at least another 20 years, just like the last one, Bozeman chuckles. Dude, Bozeman is either going to bat or he is throwing me under the bus. A loud creak breaks the growing silence as Bozeman leans back in his chair. The tape of that poor Miss Brightman. Why did you play it? Help me understand why play that tape. The ad. I haven't looked at... Right now, I'm looking at the camera, looking at you. I have no idea what the fuck I'm going to say here. As you meet his gaze, you're almost surprised to see an earnest concern in the old man's eyes. I was worried what Disrupt might do if I didn't play it. It seems like the news. Isn't that what we do, show the news? I think saying this would be the only response I would have said this whole interview that even really mentions that where I mentioned Disrupt or that they have an influence on me somehow. Shit. He watches Bozeman slowly cleans his glasses before answering. Well, at the end of the day, you chose to do it, Alex. I don't know if I'd have done the same in your shoes, but I think it's clear enough you thought it was the right thing to do, and that's all we can ask of you. He clears his throat and leans forward again, a smile once again on his face. I believe that's all I had for you anyhow. Thank God it's over. I'm gonna be honest, chat, I don't know. I have no idea what the fuck. I don't know how this went. I have no idea how this went. I think that's all the information we need for now. Thank you. Could we have the room, please? This last is to the CCO, who grudgingly accepts, and you hear the door close behind you. Look, Alex, I don't know how involved you were last night, and frankly, I don't want to know, but honestly, it doesn't look good. I've done what I can because I like you, but I can't promise it will be enough. Best just go home for now. There's no work for you until we get a new satellite tower up anyway. As you leave, you see what you could almost swear is sympathy in the old man's eyes. Back to normal, question mark? Probably not. I mean, I guess we have had that heart that our boss likes us. Our company likes us? We don't know. Our standing? All right. Well, that was a lot of time. A banquet for some. It's your anniversary, and this year you've got a plan. A week away could be just what the doctor ordered for you and Sam, but it won't be cheap. Am I gonna like spend money and then I'm gonna have to like go to this banquet? I'm not really worried about money. I think Sam and I need this. Comfortable. The last time you went away, it was an amazing weekend together, and this time is gonna be even better. Oof, fuck. And what better way to start it off than by going all out and cooking a nice meal from scratch? Fancy. Sam's gonna love it. They should be here any minute. Even you and Chris seem to be on the same page for the first time in years. Maybe it's been long enough for them to forgive you, or perhaps they've decided they were unfair to ask you, but either way, you're grateful for the newfound peace. They even helped you clean up the house today, so when Sam gets back from work, it'll be pristine. You hear keys in the lock and put the final touches in place. As Sam steps into the hallway, you're waiting in the doorway to the kitchen, dressed to the nines and acting as nonchalant as possible. Alex, what's all this? Oh my god, did you clean? And what's that smell? They give you a quick kiss. As they step past you into the kitchen where the banquet is laid out, candles lit, with Chris and the children standing quietly grinning. Oh my god, Alex. Happy anniversary, Sam. Happy anniversary comes the happy anniversary comes the chorus from your three cheerleaders as Sam turns to you, smiling with tears in their eyes. Alex is perfect. Sam rushes over and kisses you softly, only breaking off when you get a less than subtle cough from Charlie. So I got... I read so I got officially, and I think I saw advanced. Or no, never mind, I didn't. I saw and here. So I got officially accepted into the Community Cohesion Management Program. Charlie blurts out. 12-17. At this point, he's probably like, what, 6? He started at 14, 15, 16. He's got to be about 16, 17. Probably 17-ish. Oh, and how do you feel about being grandparents? Susie continues. Wait, what was that? Kidding, I'm kidding. Thought it might be sooner than you think. Though it might be sooner than you think, Susie laughs as Sam grabs the door frame for support. All right, you two are coming with me before you give your parents a heart attack. We'll see you later tomorrow. Tomorrow, as in not tonight. With a wink, they finish ushering Charlie and Susie out of the house. You pull out Sam's chair for them. Why, thank you, Sam says, taking a seat and grinning at you. Sounds like the kids are keeping busy. They shake their head as you take your own seat opposite them. Tomorrow, for now. You really didn't have to do all this, Alex. I know, I wanted to. I love you, Sam. I love you too, they breathe, admiring the panoply of food you prepared for them. Now, where on earth do I begin? They laugh as you pour the first glass of champagne of the evening. You're very lucky to have such a wonderful family. Who could ask for more? I'm glad that part's going well. I think we're at 11 or 1200, so we're damn near about a year from that moment. An unwelcome discovery. Sam's call had been brief but urgent. Susie was in hospital and had asked both of you to come. Oh, might be sooner than you think. So maybe she's gotten a baby? You'd left work immediately. Bozeman had grudgingly accepted that a family emergency was cause enough to leave on short notice, though you're sure he muttered something about you making up the hours. When you ask at the front desk, they direct you to Susie's room. You run up 2 flights of stairs along a corridor until you find the right room. Another one. That's what, 5? The 2 nurses outside cut themselves off as you push past in the room. Sam is at your daughter's bedside, speaking with the doctor. Susie's in a medical gown. Both faces are streaked with tears. What's wrong? What happened? The doctor looks sympathetically towards you as you move to put your arms around the pair of them. Susie should be fine after there's some time to rest. However, I'm afraid we were unable to save the baby. Sam hugs Susie as your daughter breaks down into tears. Oh, God. I know this is hard to hear right now, but it looks like it could be difficult, if not impossible, for you to conceive. Again, I'm terribly sorry, and if you have any questions at all, I'll be just outside. The three of you are left alone in the room, hugging tight as if that could somehow fix this. Your poor little girl. You wish there was something you could do. Anything. But there isn't. For now, all you can do is hold her close and protect your daughter as best you can. Fuck. So it's been about 200 some days. A job down. Still currently comfortable? Everything's ready. You and Sam have been trying to watch Bullet Man for years, but you missed it in the cinemas, and it never seemed to be in stock when you went to pick up the VHS. Now you're just waiting for them to get home so you can start. You hear the front door open as you put a bowl of popcorn on the coffee table. We're all ready to go. Get your butt in here. Sam comes in with a vacant stare, ignoring both film and snacks as they sit down next to you. You have to actually nudge them to break their stupor. Sam, what is it? I've just been let go from work. Sam is just staring into space. Apparently there just isn't a need for 2 nursery teachers anymore. Not enough children, so they can't justify the expense. Honey, I'm so sorry. It'll be okay. You'll find another place. I mean, I don't know if that's needed in this exact moment. I mean, I get the point of it, you know, but, well. Yeah, I mean, no, you don't get it. There just isn't that demand for younger years teachers anymore. Not just here, anywhere. I don't know what I'm going to do, what we're going to do. You pull Sam into a hug. It's all right. With what we've saved, we should be okay for a little while. I have a feeling we're not going to be comfortable one of these next screens. Poor Sam, I know. I mean, at times like that, like, the fact that she lost her job because there's not enough kids for that, like, shit's gonna be going down, I have a feeling. I guess you're right. I just hate putting this burden on you. Sam pulls back and looks at you. But I'll find something, I promise. We're a team. They laugh. God, I can't believe I just said that. Sound like a bloody Advance advert. You chuckle. We are, though, and we'll get through this together. You flick Bullet Man on, finally finishing the film after years of build-up. It's a typical Hollywood blockbuster. Not best sold on its writing, but enjoyable nonetheless. Later that night, long after Sam's fallen asleep, while cocooned in the duvet, you find yourself wide awake thinking about money. Not quite breaking even. Yep, I had a feeling. How long will your savings actually last? I have a feeling it's going to be like, at least perceived as this choose between money and like money, but also doing pro-advance stuff. The sterility. 3 years since the uprising. Jesus.
Hello, Alex. I've checked the schedule for tonight. Nothing major to report. Certainly isn't anything you can't handle. Still, at least my daughter's in for Advance's new initiative. That should liven things up a bit here. Keep up the good work.
Team improved chart. Everything. Oh.
Tunes and scenes of an inappropriately sexual nature, not one to miss. At 10 p.m, it's time for Julie's Diary, where the ever-popular Prime Minister...
Everything is advanced. I don't know if I have to play this. I mean, technically, just because I have them in, I don't have to, but...
It's the latest episode of our drama series, Betterment, which tells the inspirational story of Emily Dennisworth and the brave doctors and technicians struggling...
And this is Jenny. She's the floor manager.
Hi, Stacey.
That's Colin. He, too much. Don't talk to Colin.
We're getting involved in
Fucking Colin.
Nah, we don't believe in it.
All right, come and sit next to Mum.
Believe in what?
Just days.
How did it all go so right?
And Lil C?
Girl.
10 seconds, everybody.
The fuck?
Monday's a myth.
That explains so much.
Do we have some music
Okay, we are
stuff coming?
going in
We got this
5,
pattern thing down here.
4,
This multiplier.
3.
Good evening and welcome to the NNN. I'm Megan Wolf. And who's this, you might be wondering? Well, it's Bring Your Daughter to Work Day here at Channel 1. So I'm joined tonight by my foster daughter, Stacey. Say hello, Stacey.
Go fuck yourself.
All right then. Here
Oh,
are the
foster. I
stories
was
that
like,
matter
okay.
to you. First
Jesus.
up, with advance confirming that the nuclear fallout from the 20-week war is to blame for the drop in birth rates across the territories, we asked you what keeps you going. I know that I, for one, was quite deflated when I heard about this, but reading all your submissions has really put the smile back on my face. This is from Sonia in Larkfordshire. I've had plenty of time to fill, so I've started a new hobby. Since I started knitting, I barely remember that 85% of the country is sterile.
Jesus.
My record is this scarf. It's 124 metres long. Thank you for that. And if you've started a new hobby, do write in and tell us about it. Next up, you know how we love your uncanny, comestible coincidences, and I don't know about you, but I think this one really takes the biscuit.
Yeah, I'm not.
I'm not sure what I'm more impressed by, Stacey. The things our viewers spot are the unbelievable way our menu centres are now able to feed every team member every single day. Catherine from Berkeldown sent us this, saying, I couldn't help but spot the face of poor departed Peter.
I didn't even see the
my
face.
Fourth lager this morning.
A fourth lager.
Well, I'm not sure if I see it, Catherine, but then again,
I actually
I may
can.
have my third.
Actually, technically, kind of see it.
Do keep those coming in. Come on, can you have a go? We've just got time for one more of your stories, and this one is an inspiring story of rehabilitation. That's it, just tell us who it's from, yeah, and then read it out, okay?
Apparently, this is from Sherry in Tendon. Here I am, just 6 months out of betterment. I'm healthy, sober and working thanks to the facilities I had access to on the inside. I'll never have to go back to my old life of stealing cars and
She should
burning
steal this
down
car.
charity shops.
Burning down charity
I
shops,
just
Jesus.
wanted to share.
We absolutely love hearing the way our neighbours and team members have been able to become better people. So do let us know your stories here. You can do this bit, Stacey.
No, you're right, thanks.
Come on, give it a try.
Let us know your stories here at the NNN.
Right, bit of a change of pace coming up here. You'll need to use the S effect buttons for the next segment, but Advance have already selected when and what to use. Simple stuff. Just follow your government orders.
That's a.
First up tonight on the NNN, it's time to celebrate this week's team lottery winners live from the Shakespeare Theatre right here in the capital. We're going to hand over to Julia Salisbury. I suppose you don't think much of her either, eh, Stacey?
She's got a lot more going for her than you wankers.
Okay, surprising vote of approval there from Stacey. Let's go live to that right now.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this week's Team Awards. Of all the many duties I have as team leader, this is by far the most pleasant. As I so often say to you, the uneven past is now, following the demise of Disrupt, firmly behind us. This is the new future. And I say
Fuck it, I'll do it for now.
it's better now. I am delighted to be joined here tonight by one of the oldest people in Territory 1. He was born over 107 years ago. Please give a warm team welcome to Alfie Tatchbadger. So, Alfie, you must have seen so much in your lifetime. What have been some of the highlights? Alfie?
He all right?
His hearing aid isn't turned on.
Oh, could you turn it on?
This game clearly says not for broadcast. I know, I'm kind of a maverick like that.
Well, will you tell him that we'll buy him a brand new battery after the presentation?
Yeah, he says that's fine then.
How's it going, Sonic?
And I will help him with that. Yeah.
If you would. Sorry, can't get the staff.
If this is pre-planned, but is this all pre-planned? Is this all an illusion?
So, Alfie.
What?
You're
What?
107 years old.
Oh, don't bloody remind me.
Would you like to tell the audience what that's like?
Where is everybody?
Surviving Monday.
Out there.
I feel that.
In the dark. Oh, bless him, it's not just the ears.
Who are you? 2 sugars, please.
I'm Julia Salisbury, the Prime Minister.
I like this story. Who are you really?
No, I really am the Prime Minister.
Oh, you're
a woman.
Yeah, a woman. One of
Women
them.
can do anything men can do these days, Alfie.
Oh, can you piss standing up?
Give me the laugh.
I can't say I've ever tried.
No, I didn't think so. 2 sugars, please, and not too much milk.
Fine.
Shall we get to the awards, Alfie?
Oh, are you going to ask me about my life?
Well, I'm not sure we have enough time left now for that, so...
When I was 9, I wanted a pet, so I asked me mum and pap. There was no television then, back then, you know. We made our own entertainment out of coal and roadkill.
Well, that's fascinating.
So they got me a pet, see? But it weren't a dog. They told me it were a dog.
They said we're pre-planned this.
It were a stone.
A stone?
Just all of it. It's not making them look good.
Which were a popular name for a dog back then, on account of the king having a patchy face. And I decided to introduce him to pretty little Gertie.
I am curious what they're saying there.
Road.
Oh, how romantic.
She threw my dog in the river. That was the day I decided I'd never marry.
And that's the secret to your long life?
Oh no, I've been married 7 times. Divorced 8. There was a mix-up with number 3, see? Yes, I'm just lucky. Are we going back to the home soon?
Soon, Alfie. First, let's turn to the reason we're all here, the weekly Territory 1 Team Awards. First up tonight is a lady who really knows how to put in the extra hours. She works at a transition centre in Handle-Bandlebury, and she has single-handedly allowed more families to unburden each other than any other nurse in Territory 1. In the uneven past, she'd have been locked up. Tonight, she is being honoured as a team player. Please welcome Daphne Snister.
Are you here to change me?
Just give her a medal, Alfie. There's a good boy.
We're being looked on in a negative way. What I'm saying is this is making them look in a negative way, though.
I think you're supposed to give me one of those.
Like that, just that shit she's doing.
Well,
There he goes. Look.
I can't get the arms up any higher than that. You'll have to go down now.
Thank God those fractious times are behind us, and now the territories are thriving.
Are we in? As the actors said to the bishop.
Yes, thank you. I've got it from here.
Well done. Daphne Snister, everybody. Now, open your envelope and find out what you've won. Crikey, don't hold back there. She's stuffing in one of Peter's homemade Eccles cakes.
Got it.
Got it.
I've won a holiday for 2 in Territory 15. Used to be called San Palmerino, didn't it?
I believe it did, yes.
Why couldn't we have stuck with that then? It's easier to remember.
We're all one nation now.
Hang on a minute. Isn't it still on fire?
Daphne Snister, everyone.
I ain't censoring that.
What about my change? I've been in these wide fronts for 3 days now.
Although I did say I just censor whatever comes up on the screen, but
Next up tonight is
Oh.
a couple from Farnley who, after a rocky start losing their family's ill-gotten gains to the Assets and Wealth Act, have really embraced the new future, setting up a community farm and petting zoo in their local area for all the local children to play. Please welcome Otho and Lobelia, Jackson Randy
Randy Gannett.
Medals, Alfie.
You know, when I was in the trenches, I had a pal called Scotty Wilson. He was from way up north, so I didn't understand a bloody word he said. But he were my best mate.
Should we just grab them for ourselves?
Probably for the best.
And his best mate was Smudger Hayes. There was them two, Fiddly Eric, Unstable Terry, and of course, Lady Sydney. She were a girl, but she had a boy's name, so they shipped her to the front anyway. First girl any of us has ever seen, close up. She's dead now. They all are. Smudger and Scotty never made it home. Fiddly got shanked in Frankfurt prison in an argument over an olive. And Terry, he exploded quietly at home. Sydney got a fatal skin condition. Scratched herself to death. It makes you think.
Thanks, Alfie. Great contribution. So, Otho and Lobelia, a petting zoo.
After we lost all our wealth, we discovered there were actually people who had never even owned a pony. So we decided to do something about it. That's the type of people we are, you see. Advantage of a private education, probably.
Well, I'm sure we could debate that all night, but there's no time. So, let's see what you've won.
Yes, before we do it, there's something I wanted to say to you.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh.
Every citizen of the new future has my ear.
This is gonna be bad, isn't it? It's almost gotta be.
France came to power and you took all of our wealth. You took the shirts off of our backs.
Quite literally, in my case, I used to collect shirts.
You might as well have the rest of it, too.
Oh, security!
Oh God, not again. If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. Bennies and the news are not good bedfellows. Keep those flappy bits off my channel, Alex.
Much better. And you are? Oh, no.
Got to go.
Oh.
It isn't right and it isn't fair.
You tell him, girl. That's my wife, you know. Oh, no, you don't.
You can't mix pearls with swine. It isn't right. We used to have 3 horses, sent into Bethel and hung well. And now what have we got? 2 mangy goats, 1
Okay, she's got clothes on.
Kenneth, and a rooster that won't bloody shut up.
Can we get this over quickly with, please?
As the actress said to the bishop.
I keep, man, that's such a fast.
Oh, here we go again. Hello, Alfie Tadge-Badger. Pleased to meet you.
I mean, it's censored, and it's news.
Stop them!
Oh, don't worry, love. I'll protect you. Oh, 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 oh.
The boss won't know what he knows.
You know, this reminds me of when I was in my 20s and we go to the promenade at Shining on Sea and watch all the pretty girls.
I'll clap, or whatever I did.
It was black and white then, of course. We'd visit the Penny Arcade.
Yes.
Tried to win a block of lard to take home for the family. You couldn't buy lard in those days. You had to win it. Oh, it was so much simpler back then.
I don't care, I'm showing it.
Boys were boys, girls were girls. Everyone else was recruited by the circuses. There were loads of them, you see, circuses, with their big tents and their candy floss. You'd hear the music, the pipe organ, drifting over the nearby fields. My mum used to call it the most magical sound in the world. This was before she lost her hearing after giving a particularly loud round of applause. Did you ever go to the circus?
What's that, Alfie?
The circus, oh, never mind. Yeah, just a tea, Pet.
Well, That was an unexpected dose of naked nostalgia. Some people simply can't let go of the past. That's why I look in joy and fervent admiration at the younger generation. So cohesive, such a team.
Cohesive.
And with fertility
Wonder if my
falling
son's
throughout the
there.
territories, we should value our fabulous new generation now more than ever. Our final winner tonight is a go-getter who really went and got 'em, helping to root out more than 170 disrupt collaborators in his own neighborhood.
God, please don't
Then
be
he's gone on to be a
Winston.
senior cohesion cadet leader and organised all of the
Don't be
entertainment
Charlie
at
Winston.
last year's camp cooperation. Our final winner tonight, Edwin Neverlay.
Okay, I don't. Just making sure. Oh, that would have been so sad.
You should be in a transition centre, you old non.
Damn.
Prime Minister. It's an absolute pleasure to finally meet you. We're very similar, in my opinion.
Well, I've never been much of a role model.
Nonsense, Prime Minister. You have saved this country. You have fought enemies, foreign and domestic, with an iron fist. As with my own tiny fists have I.
Well, let's open the envelope and find out what you've won. Maybe it'll be a fist enlargement.
A year's internship as a behaviour coach at Betterment. Let's show the fools where they went wrong, eh?
Well, actually, Betterment is about rehabilitation, Edwin.
Absolutely. And if they don't reintegrate, we retaliate. Just like you did on Liberation Night. Thank you
Clap, clap,
for
clap.
this award. And stay vigilant. Report the non-cohesives. Be a team player.
That concludes tonight's awards. Join me next week when, hopefully, things will be a lot more normal. Back to you, Megan.
Prime Minister Salisbury there at a highly eventful team awards ceremony. Any thoughts on this week's winners, Stacey?
The nurse was fucking scary, the pretties are saggy, and that little prick will never lose his virginity.
Okay. Well, succinctly put there. After the break, we'll be going live to a star-studded premiere. You won't believe who's on the red carpet tonight. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Oh, Alex, one other... What's that? You're off already? I know you had to take the day off work for Junior, but... Oh, I see. No luck still with Theodore. I'm so sorry, darling. Of course. I'll speak to you later. Oh, Alex, I completely forgot what I was going to say. Blast it all. You're lucky your Susie is a key worker and exempt for today.
Control into some kind of tragic comic disaster.
Yeah,
that.
They still refuse to feed their own, but they have underestimated us.
They're talking about him. Is she an arc? She was at some pro.
Are you receiving her?
Julia.
Oh, right. So she can swear.
But happiness is everywhere. Satisfaction radiates from every metric. We are producing more and faster than ever before. We have more time to focus on our
Public information. Yeah, they were all advanced.
We have less stress, and we are healthier than
So, Patrick and Robin are just going to grab Han, and then you've got these generic links on the auto cue to glue it all together.
The speaker man's
I
confusing.
have a Queen's View degree in journalism.
I mean, it's propaganda, but I wasn't listening to it.
Daughter to work day. What a joke.
Where is our honoured guest?
She's probably sniffing around that boy band. Hotspot.
Heat rash. Hotspot won it last year.
Heat rash. Oh God, they're running out of names, aren't they?
I hear the computer comes up with them. The songs too. Ah, there she is, and just in time too. That's 10 seconds, everybody.
What have you been up to?
What's it to you?
Snogging.
And we are going in 5.
I was just the
4.
commercial. I mean, whoever advanced paid to do that commercial in game.
Welcome back. Stacey's still here.
Wishing she wasn't.
Thanks, Stacey. And in this segment, we're delighted to have sent Robin and Patrick to the movies. Yes, tonight is the one.
Was he talking? Oh, the guy on the. I see what you're talking about. I thought you were talking about the guy on the commercial. He was talking to me, and then his secretary interrupted him, or he saw his secretary. I don't know if she interrupted, but
World premiere of The Automated.
That's why I said, oh, I don't
starring
remember what I was
Lawrence
talking about
Blunderclash
when he came
and the
back to
late
talk to
great
us again.
Helena Canterbury Boat Shoe. And all the stars are out tonight. We first covered this film almost 5 years ago, back when it was called The Medicated. Then, for mysterious reasons, the film was suddenly pulled the night before its release. Well, since then, executive producer George Focus has spent 5 long years polishing the film and turning it into a special edition and premiering tonight. With extensive state-of-the-art visual effects and a top-quality voice team, George says it's the movie he always wanted to make. Now, let's take a look at it.
I can't deconstruct it.
Captain?
I can't deconstruct it.
Is this a wig?
You think I don't grow that?
I feel this on a personal level.
No, Dick, I'll kill you. Think of Saturn.
There's something on your face, Chief Harrison.
Jesus Christ.
I wish you were real, baby. Flesh and blood.
Captain Quasar.
But you're just ones and zeros, baby.
You're just ones and zeros, baby.
Captain Quasar.
You rusted, but I didn't notice.
Captain.
I'm buffering, chick, you said.
Got one on you.
God damn it, lost it all.
Here's a map.
What's a map?
Come on.
Okay, so head north on Interstellar Avenue, left at the asteroid belt, and a tricky three-point turn at Uranus. What are these symbols? This corner, this is the key.
We could shut it down.
Yes, we could shut it down. But we have to ask ourselves.
I almost switched off because I thought this was a commercial. Oops.
Who are we?
This is that not for broadcast game I was talking about. Oh, shit. I'm pretty far into it.
Gosh, thrilling stuff. What did you think, Stacey? Thrilling stuff. What did you think, Stacey?
The right underwear?
Oh,
I guess.
that's
They certainly
Stacey.
were. Let's go over to
Lol.
Robin Short now in Western Square, who I believe has got the star of the show.
Right, you, shall we?
Whoops.
Yes, we are live from Western Square with a man who needs no introduction, Lawrence Blunderclash. How has your evening been so far?
We haven't seen him for like 5 years.
Absolutely magical. My most dear friends all gathered here to celebrate my work. One really couldn't ask for much more, could one?
Well, on that note, with award season just around the corner, are you hoping to add to your collection for a third time?
Well, I really couldn't say.
Basically, we're
But
censors.
association
The game
Dave
starts
got
when,
me for the fourth time. So be it. It's really for me to say. But let's just say
kind of a political organization
gold men who are
and
getting
unexpectedly wins.
Absolutely.
Because I've won 3.
They're kind of extremist.
And each more deserved than the last. Well,
And being the censor and who chooses what advertisements and stuff to put in.
how's that been?
Well, as I was saying to Stephen only yesterday, that's Stephen Spellman.
We get to
The
kind
Stephen Spellman.
of, being the news, decide or play a role in what
Stephen,
people see and hear.
This really has been quite the ride.
It's a full motion video game.
Read with me.
Wow. And what do you attribute your success to?
Well, if we're talking actual numbers, I'd have to say 60% talent, 30% looks, and 10% passion, brackets general. Not to mention the incredible coverage on election night. That really was the start of it all. That and my own range of sick bags. Lawrence's Chundercatch.
Jesus.
Wow. Who could forget? Well, it's been a delight talking to you, as always. Thank you so much. Well, Patrick Bannon should be with Lil C for a conversation that doesn't involve vomit. Patrick!
Thank you, Robin.
This is not Patrick, but it is now.
Billy Bob Jean Short, and surely you recognize my youngest, pop sensation, Lil D. Her Lil C Colors album drops next week.
Actually works expecting Lil C. Is she...
She's around. She's not been feeling very well. She's put me in charge.
Has she?
Well, the courts have. They gave me stewardship over her estate, her finances, and her internal soul. Praise Craglar!
Praise Craglar. Wow.
What? I had
Is she
that.
coming just because we've got some questions for her?
Well, she might be along later, but as her legal and spiritual guardian, I'll be happy to answer all any questions on her behalf.
And Lil D, was it? Well, you look great.
Oh, thank you.
Praise Craglar.
You know what? I feel great.
Well, who are you wearing?
I'm wearing Little C, and you could be too.
Really?
Little C's new line launches tonight. This is one of my favourite looks. It's called... Ah!
Oh, what a unique name!
Hard to spell, though.
But of course, Lil C is basically fashion royalty now with a veritable clothing empire to her name.
Yeah, well, the label's gone from strength to strength since our initial TV launch on this very show, actually.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So really,
Wow, you can really dance.
you know, this hat.
Wow, you can really dance. He went.
Yes, it's a
He
nice
went.
hat.
They said we've both been dancing all this time. What a coincidence.
Bullshit. I had
Do
it
you have
lined
any
up.
advice for anyone wanting to follow in your footsteps?
Absolutely. All you need to succeed on your own is your family's financial backing and pre-existing fame. It's not rocket science, people.
Well, but in sadder news, am I right that Lil C is going to be retiring from music?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll
I'm afraid
catch ya.
so. I'm sure you can imagine. At 25, she's far too
Thank you
old
for the
pop
alert.
music now. She can't keep up with these young stars. So her best of album is out now.
Whoops. That's gonna get me in trouble.
A farewell tour the year after that. And that's her
Maybe it
last
just wasn't there long
chance to
enough. That was bad though.
sing until the reunion tour and then the
This is getting a little tougher.
But it's been a long and varied career, as you can imagine. She's very, very proud.
Oh, and if her health's bad, then maybe it's for the best.
What's wrong with her health?
Jesus.
Oh, yes, her health. Her poor health. And it's surprisingly expensive treatments. Curse you, Zaytan! Damn your intergalactic justice!
Oh,
Jesus.
yeah. Well, we better be letting you get back. Those
Whew.
babies aren't going to sell themselves, or possibly at all. Billy Bob, Lil C, D, thank you so much for joining me, and do pass our best wishes to Lil
This
C.
being open here makes me wonder what they're saying.
Now, it looks like Robin is with a music legend who actually is irreplaceable. Is that who I think it is, Robin?
It absolutely is, Patrick. Jesus, I almost can't believe you're here. How have you been?
You know, I like to walk amongst
Shit.
the peoples every now and then. It makes them feel close to me.
Right, yes.
And to be close is to be human. And to be human is to be apart. But that was good, write that down. Hey, Rachel, write that one down.
It's good to see you've done so well for yourself.
Thank you, my child. You know, I have you to thank for that. If it was never for your show supporting me and my music, I never would
Jesus.
have transcended.
Now, there are rumours going around that you might be running for office. Is there any truth to that?
Yeah, that's absolutely true, yeah.
But you're aware that elections have been suspended in the territories?
No, I'm not running to be no prime minister.
Oh, you're not?
No. I'm gonna be king of the moon.
King of the Moon?
Yes.
No, sorry. You're running for King of the Moon?
No, not running. It's my birthright.
And does this have anything to do with promoting your upcoming hip opera, Jason Space?
Hush now. Cynicism is so unmoon.
Okay. And how long will this last? Will it go the way of last year's Living as a Mouse fiasco? Or maybe your foray
Damn,
into
she's hitting.
ventriloquist beats?
I don't make the moon rules. I merely live by them.
Huh. So, are you looking forward to seeing The Automated?
You know, I don't believe in film. Thou shalt keep thine image still unholy. That's track 4, Jesus Christ Megastar.
thank you for your time and good luck.
No,
with your
stop
new
it.
life.
Just let me stop readjusting this. Thank you.
Well, Megan, that's what success looks like. I'm going to see if we can grab someone else to have a chat. Back to you.
Thanks, Robin. But I think Stacey and I are probably in quite enough trouble where we are. So, 3 big names there, Stacey.
Yeah, big names.
Any thoughts about them, maybe from your generation's perspective?
You won't like my opinions.
Go on, try me.
Fuck it.
Well, Bumbanonk is so old he's like 1 week away from a transition centre, so who cares? And Lil C was cool when I was like 12 or something, but now she's just another fucking loony. And Jesus is a disrupt-loving wanker who should have died with the rest of them 3 years ago.
You're right.
You agree with me?
No, you're right, I don't like your opinion. But thankfully, we can go back to Patrick now, who has another familiar face to catch up with. Oh, Patrick, here we go.
It's absolutely electric, Megan. I can't quite believe it.
It's
either,
absolutely
but he's
electric.
here. It's Crazy Neil.
Hey, hi, ho, how you doing?
Neil, our audiences just love you. They've really, really connected with your ads over the years. What's it like suddenly being so popular?
It's crazy. People stop me in the streets, they expose themselves, they write me threatening letters. You know, the stalker has become the stalky. A real taste of Neil's own medicine, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
Jesus.
What's been the most challenging thing?
I didn't see what happened in the top left.
It's places like this, you know, being around actors and rock stars. They're real crazy, and Crazy Neil knows crazy, and I'm used to being the loudest whack job in the room.
Yes, I can imagine.
I think I put his commercials on basically every time.
The crazy deal.
Also, though, I think I invested in him, so insider trading? Yep, probably.
We got crazy deals on chairs. You ever sit in a chair that knock your socks off?
No, I can't say that I have.
Makes a mess of the carpet. But what do you say? We got a deal?
Well.
What about Betty Andrews' handbag? It's real leather. It's real cheap. And it even contains our heart medicine. Spicy.
No, really.
You've got the chair. You've got the bag. You're really busting my balls. What can I do to convince you? Let me throw in my wife, Mrs. Neal. It's the latest model. Not a scratch on her. Pearls like a charm. What do you say? We got a deal.
Look, I can't take your wife.
Yes, you can. I got loads of them. Come on down to Crazy Deals. We got crazy deals on chairs. We got crazy deals on meals. We got crazy deals on wheels. We got wheels on meals, meals on wheels. We've even got endangered seals. And we got meals with endangered seals. Yeah!
Thank you, Neil.
Very true.
Well, it's always a dream come true to meet a hero. How about that, Megan? The man himself. Aren't we lucky? Back to you.
Thanks, Patrick. What a colourful interview there on what looks like an amazing night.
Crazy
They
deal from
certainly
Crazy
know how
Neil.
to make an entrance.
I just got that achievement. My face is in the way.
Automated really does seem to have unstoppable written all over it, because despite Boris Hawley in Hours magazine calling it Lawrence Blunderclatch's overly long suicide note, in a review which ends with the words, "and he hasn't even had the decency to see it through," the film, which is free to all residents of the territories, has seen record pre-bookings and looks set to run for months and months. But let's go back to those lucky few seeing it tonight. Oh, I'm so jealous. Robin, you seen it there?
That was bad.
Thanks, Megan. Well, will you settle for the territory's most eligible bachelor? 5 years ago, Steve Saxon was an unknown. Then a series of
Frickin' thing's gonna go off soon.
performances in acclaimed productions, from Hamlet's Jam to the curious rise of Algernon Ding Dong, made him the most wanted man in drama. He's been voted sexiest man under 25 for 3 successive years. Now, let's see if he'll talk to the NNN. Excuse me, Mr. Saxon. Steve, have you got a moment to spare to talk to the NNN?
Oh, hi, the NNN. You know, your show gave me my first chance at an audience. The raw me, Steve 1.0.
Oh my gosh, that's him.
Even then, everyone could see there was something so
That's awesome.
special about you. The whole thing is burned into my mind.
A moment is the very least I can give your amazing viewers in return.
Not that we're actually going anywhere.
Are you going to introduce us to your date?
But of course, this
I'm
is...
Charlotte Winstanley-Hamilton. I was in Hey Friendship too. You know, that scene you burned into your mind? I was in that.
No. Sorry. Don't remember you at all. Are you sure you were
He's
in that?
the stupid guy from those first that first play, talking about numbers and.
So it's been a big year for you. I believe you've been tackling the Bard.
Yeah, so I've been working with an enfant terrible called Quentin Sucker Punch. We've been doing all the Shakespeare's.
Crikey.
The one who gets his arm stuck in the jacket.
I play all the parts, so I learn them at the weekend and then we shoot them naked in his steam room. The lighting in there is really good.
Sorry,
Jesus.
did you say naked?
Yeah, well, he is. I'm in a variety of hats. It's an old theatrical tradition.
I had a single out. It was called Look at Me.
And you did that advert, didn't you, babe?
Is that your dental floss?
And the sex tape, of course.
Steve! I don't like to talk about that.
Steve!
But apparently it's available for $11.99 everywhere. Just ask your newsagent.
Get it, girl.
So what is your favourite Shakespeare play then, Steve?
Ooh, I like the wordy one.
It's starting soon. I'm going to miss the trailers and we haven't even got any popcorn yet.
She'll be here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just.
So long? There was an injured pigeon. I'll explain on the way in.
Now, of course, I remember you from that legendary first appearance.
Really? Her too?
That melatonin's hitting a bit.
Little thing. You had that horrible sister.
Yes, that was me. I'm the horrible sister.
Don't be so hard on yourself, babe. Looks are really important.
Thanks, Steve.
So, what have you been up to, Harriet?
Actually, last year I was overseas bringing art to the starving children from outside the territories.
Lovely.
They may not have food, but they can still have comedia.
Good for you.
And now I'm in an experimental physical theatre piece about the existential angst of Wicca.
Amazing. So art.
Lovely.
You do it above a pub on Thursdays.
I was also the girl who got murdered in the bath in Night Slasher 3.
Haven't seen it.
But she was brilliant.
Thanks, Steve.
Fucking hilarious.
Yeah. Thanks.
Almost forgot to have my hands there.
I think it's starting soon and I really need a tinkle.
Oh my god, you need the loo now. We're going to completely miss the trailers. You were so selfish. Sorry.
We've got to go.
Oh, of course. Thank you so much for talking with us. And
Thank God.
Thanks. Love the NNN.
I love you guys. Stop showing off. Sorry.
oh my God, Megan, I can't believe that. Steve Saxon, Harriet Winstanley-Hamilton, and someone else, can't remember her name for the life of me. I'm too starstruck, if I'm honest. I think I've just come. Back to you, Megan.
Thanks, Robin. Lucky you, and enjoy the movie. The Automated opens in cinemas across the territories this weekend. What a star-studded event, hey, Stacey?
Who cares? No one goes to the cinema.
Who cares?
Of course. We'll be back after these messages. We'll be back. I still go to the cinema.
I don't.
Get yourself a
Did
video
I put?
recorder.
I did put them in. Oops.
The dreary days are over.
Right, it's better. No
Whoops.
uneven chatting and shit.
Yeah, I'm getting tired of like hitting buttons and
What
stuff.
about a kiss and cuddle on the back row? Doesn't that happen anymore?
But yeah, there's a play on the first or second night.
What's wrong with you?
Nothing's wrong with me.
Feeling better?
I don't think I would have had any idea the commercial was coming
Trying to
up.
get set up for heat rash. I think Ronnie's on something. I know he is. It was on his rider. Apparently it's medicinal.
Ronnie's always high. Give him orange juice.
God, she speaks.
He's a stupid cunt.
And just like that, you wish you wouldn't.
And to your hearts, an original composition of cooperation and cohesiveness.
Wow, cooperation and cohesiveness.
Steadfast society.
We seem to be a bit bunched up at the moment.
Oh, don't worry. It's so cold.
It's what now?
To do is record or notate your
Oh, here's Megan. She's going to be interviewing you.
Hello. Hi.
This is her. This is Stacey.
Well, hello there, Stacey.
Fuck off, Ronnie.
Right. No, I'm sorry, but if we can't be polite, you're going to have to wait in the dressing room.
the automated
Whatever.
Do you want to go and wait in the dressing room?
space opera. Parts 1, 2,
No.
and 5. So why not
No
put
what?
on your composing trousers, sharpen your
No, fuck you.
and have a
No.
You can grab the
Thank
friendly
you.
31-page entry form
Sit up
at
straight.
your nearest
You're ruining my shot.
advance.
That's 10 seconds, everybody.
No, cool.
Fucking right, Noko.
What's that? What's no?
Bring in 5, 4, 3.
Not collected or not
Welcome
calm.
back. For our final segment tonight, Stacey and I are delighted to be joined by heat rash. Their new album, Girls and Why We Love Them All, comes out this weekend. So, let me see if I can get this right. It's Nolan.
I write the songs.
Ronnie.
That's what it says on my tattoo.
Oh, you've got a tattoo of your name on yourself. Okay.
In case he forgets it.
This raconteur, you must be Chinny. Why do they call you Chinny?
It's because of this ugly old thing.
I don't know what you mean.
God, you're so fucking embarrassing.
Dale. Crikey, Dale, you do not look old enough to be in a band.
I get that a lot. I'm actually 23, the oldest one. I have a growth disorder.
God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that.
It's so cool, Preeti.
He's only messing with you.
He's actually 58.
Okay, right, I see. You're going to be a handful, aren't you, boys?
Mum.
You must be TP. What does TP stand for?
Tiny prick.
It stands for team player.
I see.
Very
How
cool.
long have you had that nickname?
Ever since Nolan decided Terry Prodence was a shit name for a member of a boy band.
No co, Ronnie.
Yeah, no co, Ronnie.
Sorry, what does no-co mean?
It's the opposite of SoCo.
Duh.
Fuck's sake. So-co. Yeah, so cohesive. You pretees say cool.
Right, okay, thank you, Stacey.
Sorry about her.
Not your fault. She's uneven.
So you guys met through a popular show on one of our rival channels, didn't you?
Yeah, team players with a Z.
So how did that work then?
Well, actually, Dale and I knew each other from school. We were actually classmates. And
Fuck's sake, Nolan, mate. Give someone else a chance. We all went on team players. We all auditioned. The judges put us into bands. And, yeah, we went to their houses and they just put us into bands.
it's an example of how we're greater than the sum of our parts when we work in harmony.
And occasionally singing.
Very true.
So
I
every week on
forgot
the
to mention
show,
any other
they
thing that
give
makes you
bands,
forget stuff.
They give them a song that the producer just found from under the bin somewhere.
Actually, I write the songs.
And the public would phone in and decide which song they like best.
Right, and then the losers would be eliminated. Yeah?
Mum.
What?
No-co. Preeti. So no-co.
The band who get the most approval get to play their song again.
Sure. So what happens to the losers then?
Mum.
Just keep saying losers. That's so no-co.
You mean losers?
Would you please stop saying that?
That word is a pejorative. It's a word designed to diminish. At Go-Getters, I learned very early that we only win when everybody wins.
But, sorry, that's not real life, is it? That's just sports
True.
board, no?
I thought you were SoCo.
Yeah, I am so good.
Nah, you're a shrinker. Can't be friends with shrinkers.
She doesn't know what you're talking about. She doesn't understand.
So I do understand, actually, Stacey.
What's a shrinker?
Well, a shrinker.
What's
is,
a preety, Mum? What's a preety?
Well, I think it means someone who's older, doesn't it?
Pre-territories.
It's someone who turned 18 before the new future. We call you pretees.
Unevens.
Mimis. Nonks.
It's not her fault she's old. She can't help it.
I'm not that old.
I'm trying to help you here.
I don't think I need your help.
See? Total Mimi.
Is that so?
Yes, obviously. Yes, obviously.
You know what the real problem with you lot is? You just can't get over the fact that your beloved Disrupt are gone and you just don't fit in anymore. But the truth is, Disrupt were violent,
Dude, she's so not based.
being led by a fucking psycho. I'm glad they lost, and you should be too.
Listen, not everyone over 30 supported Disrupt, Stacey.
Not everyone, no, but one fuck-off lot of you did.
SoCo, Stacey. SoCo.
We've all learned maybe a little bit more than we expected to there. I'm genuinely delighted to have met Heat Rash. And before we end the show tonight, I think you're going to sing for us, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. We're going to sing a song from Girls
I'm getting
and Why
tired.
We Love Them All called Pieces of My Heart, which is about a real relationship I had with an actual girl.
Oh, Nolan, give it a rest, mate. No one cares. Go on, get on these stools, lads.
Right.
Damn. No one cares.
So, Stacey, can I get your contact?
Oh, she's 15. Go on, piss off and sing your song, Terry. Christ.
Right you are.
So, here they are with their latest single, Pieces of My Heart. Are you excited, Stacey?
Not for me, no. I only listen to blip music.
What is happening to
And
me?
just called
Okay.
Pop music is...
Oh yes, I know I meant to mention this earlier. Apparently these newfangled boy bands change singer all the bloody time. Try and follow along, eh? Keep the shot on whoever is currently singing the lead vocal.
Oh, what was happening?
I saw you standing by the menu center with a brand new pair of Lakers, baby. Do you remember? You took the first of the pieces of my heart. We wandered into a bush and grabbed a vodka and stank. Took our assets and our wealth and drew them out of the bag. I gave you little pieces of my heart. I didn't know two hearts could ever feel like this, girl. It's like you were custom made for me by Remington's fist. I take all of the loves that didn't last and leave them in the uneven path. Share the new future as my bride. You snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times that you cried. As my old man used to say, you blow me away. I just want you to stay. I don't want you to pay. You make me crazier than Neil today. On Liberation Night, girl, I was sitting beside you. We sat there shaking all the way through incisors. We held each other as things fell apart. We took a train through all the territories and we threw away the rules and wrote our personal stories. You took a dozen pieces of my heart. I didn't know that life could ever feel like this, girl. It's like you were custom made for me by Remington's fist. I take all of the loves that didn't last. I leave them there, the uneven past. Share the new future as my bride. Snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times you have cried. As my old man used to say, blow me away. I just want you to stay. I just want you to play. You make me crazier than Neil. Make me crazier than Neil today. And now I'm staring at your membership card. There's your picture beaming brighter than a handful of flaws. I'm trying to find the pieces of my heart and leave them in the uneven parts. Share the new future as my bride. You snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times that you cried. As my old man used to say, you blow me away. I just want you to stay. I just want you to play. You make me crazier than Neil. Crazier than Neil. Crazier than Neil today.
Wow. Oh, fantastic. Thank you, Uplash. That was actually really good. Best of luck. Thank you for coming in. Now it's almost time for final thoughts tonight. And I've actually asked Stacey to write a few, and they're just being programmed onto the auto cue now. Now, I have no idea what she's going to say. So, fingers on that bleep button in the broadcast room, just in case.
Getting tears for that song.
Take it away, Stacey.
They were doing their best.
Stacey. I guess you know that by now. Don't know why I put that in there. Anyway. I don't watch the news. There's no need. You hear all the important stuff from your mates, so I don't know what's considered important anymore. But I'm pretty sure that it's not rehashed movies and fucking boy bands, so... Anyway. I'm going to talk about what's important to me. When Advance were first elected 6 years ago, I was 9.
It's crazy. It was 6 years ago.
Not a family home like you call a home. This was a state children's home. It was fucking awful, actually. It was like a Charles Dickens book. The roof leaked and the walls were damp some mornings. The food was bad.
Song I would sing in front of your beloved. You would?
Everywhere. No one cared. You had to watch your back all the time because there weren't enough staff to manage us. And yes, as you'd imagine, there was a lot of some bad stuff went down there with some of the staff. Okay. Not all of them, but the others knew, and they didn't stop it. And then Advance won the election. And like a miracle, things started to change. They got better. We had nicer food. The home was not just repaired, but redecorated and kitted out with books and sports stuff and musical instruments and video games. Most of the staff were fired, and the new ones, which there were more of, spent time talking and working with the bullies. And you know what? A second miracle. It worked. The bullying stopped. My life, got better. Because finally, there was enough money to do the good things, and Advance had the guts to do it. I joined Go-Getters, and on Liberation Night, that gave me a group of friends that I could talk with when the bombs went off and the power went out. Another miracle. I wasn't alone anymore. And that was the night I finally understood the
Super
importance
focused.
of being in a team.
Also super tired now.
So here's my final thought. I know the people who were doing better under the old system long to go back. You say, we were freer, but what you mean is, we were richer. But for every one of you, there is 100 of me. And even now, after all you've had taken away, you are still doing better than I am, than I likely ever will. You still have homes of your own and families of your own who love you. And I'll never have that. So maybe you should stop looking for the worst interpretation of everything this amazing government does and realise it's not for you. It's for the millions like me. And you can cry and bleat all you want, but you're never going to get your money back because it's already been spent on miracles.
Fuck.
Wow, thank you, Stacey, for that. Thank you, Stacey, for that. My name's Megan Wolf, making tomorrow better.
And we're out.
Is that all right? Yes, that was more than all right.
You've done.
Whoops.
Actually given them something to think about.
So I guess you're going to be taking me back to the home now then.
I was trying to get, I thought I was going to do the,
I was thinking we could go out somewhere.
The other one.
I don't know, have a meal, talk about our options, if that's okay.
Of course, Miss Wolf. Security will be standing by.
So they're always there then?
There was a thing a few years ago now.
Oh, with that Jeremy bloke? I heard about that, everyone did. Were you here back then? Doesn't look old enough.
Growing on me.
Yeah, she does that.
alright, I'm not going to watch through everything. I need to get to bed. But I'm going to run through the, yeah, that turned bad really fast. I didn't end it. Oof. Advanced anger by content, disrupt, effectively silence. I tried to go to disrupt, they weren't there for that long. like we're gonna be at a crossroads next time. Although everyone likes me. Maybe we're winning, chat. When I start next time, it'll be with these from this. Plus, that'll be a good reminder, refresher, like last time on Not for Broadcast. And then we'll head back in and see what is happening, what our families and loved ones are doing. YouTube, thanks for watching. I appreciate it.